think that story is real for a second, okay? Like your kid's like, oh, I would want to give the homeless people homes. And you're like, no, you're a Republican now, bitch. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. 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 You wanted to help those who are marginalized? Fuck you, dude. I need you to be a fucking paleo conservative right now. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face. I almost got, child labor going too. Losing fucking tight. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby.
What's going on, everybody?
Fucking baby face.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from gray, hazy, and very cold, cozy, definitely fall vibes, Los Angeles, California, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, baby. It's Saturday, fun day, and I hope everyone's having a great time. Day 2 of potentially asking you to restock your first merch drop, boss man. Maybe. Fall vibes, meanwhile, is snowing. Is fall vibes here in Los Angeles. This is very fall style. New Tim Pool video on the Adpocalypse. Hella Hasanabe mentions. Let's go. Tim Pool made a video on me. Let's go. Arcane will rip your heart out. I haven't watched the latest Arcane yet, but the last 3 drops, but I did catch up last night finally, and I'm going to be talking about that. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, it is 11 a.m. exactly on the dot. It's actually 10:59 on the dot. I'm live. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from kind of shitty weather, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I have so much to talk to you about. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Okay, that's right. And a lot has occurred in the world of Hassan Piker. Just kidding. Not really much has happened, but that's neither here nor there. Okay. First and foremost, let me just get started. I ended the Korean Gooner dating stream last night after 7 hours. I was tired, wanted to hang with the fam, and by hang with the fam I mean I dove the fuck into Arcane, and I actually caught up on Arcane. Finally, I caught up on Arcane, except 3 new episodes landed last night. I didn't finish them yet. I didn't watch them yet because it was way past my bedtime. All I'm going to say is this. It is incredible. No spoilers for anybody on Arcane overall, but I think Arcane, I cannot believe I didn't watch the first season when it first came out and everyone was saying it's so sick. Motherfucker, you lied to your community while you hate us? Wait, what? First of all, I retain the right to do whatever the fuck I want when I'm off stream, okay? That's number 1. And number 2, yeah, I wanted to watch Arcane. I hung out with Lil Bro a little bit, but then I watched Arcane. Okay? Arcane spoilers, lesbians, yeah. So that is true. There's a lot of lesbian stuff. Lesbians have never had this is the greatest. It's the greatest amount of agitated propaganda that one could do for lesbians. It's just not lesbians on top. You know what I mean? Bisexual invisibility, bad year for the bisexuals, once again, year over year. Always a bad year for the bisexuals. But lesbians have come up so big, okay? lesbians have come up so big. Kid Fury, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. It is crazy. Okay. Are you bi? I am not, which is another L for the bisexual world. But woke flicks, yeah, Netflix is woke. Arcane is incredible. Lesbians on top, straight up. Like it's crazy. It's crazy how much lesbian propaganda is embedded into the show. But aside from the lesbian propaganda, okay, Arcane apparently was like an insane price point. Apparently it cost like 250 million or something. I don't know. And I really, 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 really hope that they keep doing it. They keep making it. It is incredible. Okay. When I say this, like, look, listen. There's parts of it that I don't like. Okay. There's parts of it that I do not like. For example, the music. Okay. There's a lot of like millennial cringe. I think that there's a lot of stuff in it that is very like, what's that game? Also with the lesbians, the woke game that everybody likes, but what was it with like the suicide in it and stuff? Not Skyrim. Life is Strange. Yeah. It's giving Life is Strange. Okay. There's a lot of stuff in it that is like kind of Life is Strange vibes. And I don't really like it that much. And in the second season, they try to go a little too artsy fartsy with like, when they want to advance the story at certain points. And they do these like quick musical hits in between. And I'm like, ugh, I don't really like that, but it's fine. Outside of that, and outside of the Imagine Dragons ass music, honestly, it is every frame is a painting. Every frame a painting in this fucking show. You can literally randomly on accident pause the show and it just looks incredible. It looks spectacular. It looks like cinema. Okay. The studio has been approved for 5 more seasons of different storylines. I want to inject it directly into my veins. It is fantastic. Okay. There's a Hassan lookalike contest in LA. Please tell me you've seen this. I have not seen it. But each background is hand painted. It is so good. It is so spectacular. Did you see the Oompaville Mr. Beast interview? Yeah. I saw like people criticizing it, but I'll watch it. Did you cry at any point, to be honest? Not really. But it was what is this? Was Gallipoli from the Ottoman perspective? Hey yo, okay, this is something I might watch. So all I'm gonna say is this, okay? It was so goddamn good. Arcane was so goddamn good. It made me want to potentially consider playing League of Legends. Like, as the early heads of the fucking show know, okay? I used to be a MOBA demon. I used to be a MOBA freak in my youth. Like back when you guys were literally protein in your father's nutsack, I was out there in the trenches playing Dota, the first ever MOBA created. Defense of the Ancients, which was a fan-made project off of Warcraft 3. That was the OG MOBA, okay? Rikimaru was my shit, okay? And Ox, Butcher, Ox, try to get that crit going. Anyway, I was a crit damage player. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. No, I'm not. It's fine, right? I have trapped the old me. I have trapped the old me in the deep dark corners of my mind. I stopped playing MOBA games because I was deeply addicted to it and it would do something to me that I did not like. Okay? So I stopped. And then, of course, after Dota came Dota 2, Han, Heroes of Newerth or whatever, and a whole bunch of different, MOBA games came out. And then, of course, out of all of those, I think League of Legends was the one that, became the dominant one, right? And I know I have a major distaste for MOBA games for that reason, for my own personal experiences in my life have taught me that I probably shouldn't do it, even though I did post it. Arcane is so good, it got me seriously considering playing League. 21,000 likes. Don't. Sancho, he said, don't. Check out Emiru's makeup for her Jinx cosplay last night. Bro, you ain't no fucking way, dog. You did not just link me the VOD. Like, that is insane. Chatters are so horny, dude. Hey, man. Nice fucking timestamp, dude. Bro said, hey, watch this entire 9-hour VOD, dude. Check out Emeru's cosplay. It's 9 hours long. You should watch all of it. Look at Loic, bro. It's really bad, bro. All I'm going to say, oh, this is fucking incredible. Holy shit.
Hi, I'm back.
That's
I need
weird.
to
What
take
the
these gloves
fuck?
off,
How does she look exactly like her? That's crazy.
actually.
God damn, Emeru's so
one.
fucking talented. It's crazy.
Circus 10 looking ass. Yeah, I got the pants. Okay.
That is incredible.
Guess I will do these. I don't know where they go.
Her body's literally built like her. Yeah, I guess that's part of the reason. Dude,
I'll
it's
do my
weird.
best.
It's weird how good it is. It's weird how good it is. She looks like this is a 1-to-1. Anyway, but what I was gonna say is she was born as an anime cosplay, anime character, yeah. You have to do another cosplay stream with her, yeah. I got to do another cosplay stream with her where she turns me into. People are saying Jace, but no, I think Warwick before he becomes the Beast. What was his name? Vander, dude. Vander is the GOAT. Yeah, I love Vander. So, you said no spoilers. That's not a spoiler. Shut up. You don't know anything. Anyway, people that say spoilers are literally aware of what happened in the show and they just want to say spoilers. Okay, listen. You actually fucking spoiled it. I'm actually upset. Okay, I'm sorry. So, what was I saying? Oh, every frame's a painting. The music leaves much to be desired, but it's okay. I loved the show. I like the politics of the show too. It's not bad. I mean, it's a little, it's at times it feels a little libbed up, but I personally love a good, is this person evil or are they not evil? Like, can't really make up their ambitions really quickly. There's no well-defined boundaries of good and bad. You know what I mean? I like that. I think that's sick. So, in any case, yeah, not the biggest fan of Imagine Dragons ass music, but other than that, it's fantastic. Did you say the music is bad? Season 1 was on point. It's just not for me. That's all I'm saying. It's just not for me. Speaking of which, okay, speaking of good music that I love, okay, I'm not a big fan of all the memories, but you know what I am a big fan of? Because after I finished that, I watched another thing. That's right. I watched Dandadan, which is fucking spectacular. Oh my god, it's so good. The Dandadan, not the last episode, the one before it. The Dandadan, first of all, has made me watch romance animes because it's a romance anime, straight up. It's a romance anime, straight up. And like, I like romance animes now. I didn't even understand it at first. Like, I didn't understand what the appeal was for a romance anime. I fucking think it's fire. They're all such little cutie pies, and I want them to all be happy, you know? The last episode I fell asleep. I couldn't finish it. But the one before the last episode was so fucking sad, dude. The episode before the last episode was so fucking sad. I almost cried. So you have to watch Reborn as a Vending Machine. I now wonder the dungeon next. Okay, guys, stop. I immediately I say like, oh wow, this is my first introduction into like romance anime, and I kind of fuck with it. And you guys are like, no, you have to watch My Sister and Uncle. My Sister is My Uncle, or you have to watch In This Dungeon We All Eat Crab. It's like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I don't care. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna watch any of that shit. Okay. Like dude, I go on the Crunchyroll main page sometimes and be like, what the fuck's popping, right? And honestly, there are so many fucking weird ass animes out there, and they're so popular. I don't understand it at all. Like, I will never understand the anime fandom to that degree. I guess like different strokes for different folks, but honestly, for me, I I don't get it. I don't get it. I will never get it. I will never understand it. Bro read Reborn as a vending machine and immediately thought romance. 3,000-year-old vending machine girlfriend is peak. Okay, guys, I can't even tell if you guys are messing around or not. But like the titles and also the posters leave much to be desired. It just doesn't make me want to watch them. That's all it is. That's like I see the titles and I see the promo and I'm like, it's not for me. I'm just like, I'm a 33-year-old man. You know, I've stayed on the shonen tip my whole life. I make some exceptions, but like honestly, it's just too much. It's, you know, my sexy ass bunny girlfriend from high school is not appealing to me. Okay, like when I see that as a title of an anime, I'm like, I'm good. I don't want to watch that. That's weird to me. Okay, my sexy ass bunny girlfriend from high school. She is 16, by the way. Is a weird ass fucking way to. It's just like it's a mouthful. First of all. It's a weird thing to name your anime, okay? Like, why did you specify that she's 16? I don't want to think about that. That's weird. That's a weird thing that you are like hyper focused on. You can't say that while liking Dandadan. That is the same show. No, Dandadan is not the same show. I think that's disrespectful to Dandadan. That's insane. Don't sleep on my 15-year-old sister got reincarnated as my cat wife. Okay, isn't there literally a fucking pedophile anime? Well, there's a lot, but one that is just straight up like old man comes back as a child. Like there's like a bunch of them, right? There's a lot of them, but like there is like straight up one where it's like this guy who is like a full-blown adult and he basically comes back as a kid. It's very weird. Oh my God, there are so many. You guys are literally writing very different. Oh my God. Okay. You guys have written, I think, 100 different anime names in the chat. That is so gross. That's gross. That's unacceptable. Okay? America will never face the consequences for what it did to Japan. Okay? Like, on the one hand, I do love me some anime. Okay? I am a weeb. On the other hand, we permanently destroyed this country. Okay? And their psyche, their collective psyche, we did so much wrong to them. Jesus Christ. I watched Dandadan for the grandma. Grandma is sexy. Did you watch Blue Lock? I haven't been, I mean, I did, but Blue Lock season 2 has been kind of ass. And I haven't been paying attention to it because Blue Lock season 1 was incredible. Blue Lock season 2, entirely different reality so far. Yeah, it turned into frame lock. Exactly. Apparently they're doing a fucking Hasanabe lookalike contest in my backyard as well. I didn't realize this was real, but I guess it is. There's one in Chicago too. New location, my house. Everyone's making that same joke. Bro, you got to show up like Timothy Chalamet did. That same joke. Bro, you got to show up like Timothy Chalamet did. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be that. I think this is going to be sparsely attended. The Chicago one seems like has more motion because like it's been out. I have not seen this as like a big prominent meme other than the Chicago one. Last time you said you were doing a community day, you proceeded to talk to Nick for 5 hours about Palestine. Can we do a fun day for real today? Okay, first of all, that day was a banger, and it has been immortalized by my haters because they okay, this is not real. Okay, shut the fuck up. That's not real. I'm not playing League of Legends. But that day has been immortalized by my haters because like that's the day I showed Nick the Houthi music video famously. Okay, remember that. Also, talking about Palestine for 5 hours. Chad, I might be this 33-year-old man, a teenage girl. Oh, I saw this. I reposted this last night, and my mom saw it, and she loved it. I showed it to my mom. She fucking loved it. The fan stalking you at the park and running away when you called out to her sent me. What? Oh, that last community day. Yeah, I miss Nick Pollum. Dude, I love hanging out with friends, you know? What a wonderful thing. Controversial opinion. I enjoy hanging out with friends. Okay? Arrest me, officer. Hideo Kojima with Ella Purnell from Arcane. Bro, first of all, I think, yes, Ella Purnell is in Arcane. I did not know that. I learned about it later. But she also did Fallout, which was pretty fucking good. So I'm actually pretty excited to see what happens with Fallout. But yeah, Hideo Kojima loves face scanning every famous person. Oh yeah, we already watched this on stream. This was popping. Anyway, have you watched The Penguin? No, I haven't. Hello, Hasanabi. I'm from China. I recently started watching the live broadcast. I would like to ask, what is the current situation of the working class in the United States? Have the workers lost their voice after the deindustrialization of the United States? Finally, thank you, comrades. Never give up. There's no way this person is actually a Chinese netizen. But, you know, I'm just going to keep you in the chat as a Chinese netizen, okay? Did you see this? I did. They managed to make woke a slur in under a decade. Yeah. Chinese netizens blissfully unaware of the American situation? No, they're aware, dude. Are you kidding me? Brother, everyone on the planet is blissfully aware of the American situation. I would go so far as to say that, like, Americans are less aware of the dire situation in America than the rest of the world. The rest of the world has to be locked in to the political machinations of this goddamn war machine, because, you know, out of self-preservation, out of what their own nascent, perhaps growing fascist movements are going to look like, because America sets the universal standard. Basically, America sets the global standard, you know. So I think people around the world are more aware of what's happening in American politics than Americans are. I mean, think about it, dude. There's people in America that voted for Donald Trump that were like, yeah, I think he's going to give me, you know, money like he did. Like, he's going to give me stimmy checks like last time. And no, he won't do mass deportations. Like, that is, you are now officially more oblivious to the guy who you voted for and his own personal politics than like the majority of the planet. Anyway, let's blast off. Also, before you guys say, name 3 Def Leppard songs, I have not. Oh my God, this person said it right as I was talking about this. I have no idea what Def Leppard even is. I'm fairly certain that this is a t-shirt that Will Nev left behind, and it's large. It's a large shirt. And because all of my t-shirts are like double XL or XL, and they look so big on me normally, that I was like, damn, I put this on and I was like, shit, like this fucking fits perfectly. This fits perfect. I'm aware of this shit. Yeah. One arm drummer, badass. Okay, sick. It's Boner Rock. It's Brit Rock band. Okay, great. But yeah, let's blast off and let's get it twisted. Saturday fun day begins. Watching Red Chapel, DPRK doc later. Light news, drama, fun reacts. React Lord is back. TikTok time. Mr. Beast interview. Korean dating sim. And more. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Do we have a good... It's been 76 days since last Okay Buddy. I can do it today. I don't know if Lil Bear is around, but we'll do Okay Buddy today. Apologize, the UB playground is in fact the correct answer. You can max out one girl. You can't max out one girl. You need to at least Riz 2 per chapter to get on the next level. Okay. Nothing makes you feel big like putting on your small friend's clothes. Okay, my small friend is Will Neff, who I don't think is a small man at all. And last but not least, I don't need to feel big. I already feel big. I don't want to feel big. I want to feel small. Anyway, do the dating sim first. No, I'm not gonna do the dating sim right now. Do we have a blast out meme or not? What is this? A taboo that's an issue in Canada? Korean men archives? Dude, I want to dive more into the fucking devastating nature of gender wars in Korea. Okay? Because like I feel like there's a lot there. There's a lot going on there. And playing the Korean dating sim has made me closer to understanding why Korean men are such fucking insane incels for the most part. You know? It is kind of fascinating, but it's also kind of terrifying at the same time. Because like a lot of people are fantasizing about doing that here, like the 4B shit. I do think that like our level of misogyny, while pretty aggressive, is still nowhere near like Korean levels of misogyny. I think like the average Korean incel or the average Korean man has like Nick Fuentes level misogyny. If I were to tier list misogyny, I would say like you have the regular misogyny of like, haha, get to the kitchen, or, you know, women can't lead, the like that level of misogyny, right? Which is super fucking normalized. Okay. That's an Orientalist stereotype. What the fuck? Maybe. Well, we'll do more of an investigation, but from what I understand, you have an like South Korea has a literal incel president. So like it's kind of wild. Anyway, here it is, by the way. Saturday Funday begins. Light news drama rack lord. Blast it off. Yeah, there's some real fucking crazy shit. Anyway, Nick Fuentes level of misogyny is when you just like, when it's not just that like like Nick Fuentes level of misogyny is basically when you like loop back around and it's like gay almost. Well, not gay necessarily, but like you hate women so much that like you want to directly kill them. And not even like you hate women so much that you want to kill them because they've like wronged you, which is also again incredibly toxic, incredibly violent misogyny. But there is like, I don't know how to describe it. Like the your body, my choice shit that he was saying. I've thought about that a lot. Like it's somehow even beyond like the Donald Trump's cabinet picks are sex offenders level of misogyny. It's more like it's psychotic. It's like the invocation of a woman, like even thinking about a woman like makes you snap. You know what I mean? Like woman existing is something that triggers you. It goes beyond a level of misogyny that I have ever seen. It's genuinely shocking, if that makes sense. Like just the mere thought of like a woman existing outside of like you know, immediate enslavement frustrates you and you hate it. Like if you saw like a woman walking around on her own outdoors, you would have hated it. That type of shit. It reeks of Westoids trying to pretend that their shit don't stink when whites go on about Korean men being misogynist as if Americans are not. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but like I'm currently talking about how fucking insanely misogynistic America is as well. I'm just giving variance, okay? I'm not saying that. I'm not simply saying that like misogyny only exists in Korean men or some shit, okay? All I'm simply stating is that I was shocked to see how unrestricted and relentless the Korean misogyny was in general. This video is really good, and it goes over the Korean gender war. Isn't Moon Channel like reactionary anti-Chinese garbage for the most part? There's also a gender war in China. I recently talked to my high school classmate who used to be a Marxist. Now he sounds like a typical Republican. Oh my God. What did you mean by 4B causing gender conflicts? No, I didn't say 4B is causing. I'm saying 4B is a reaction to the relentless gender wars that are occurring in Korea. Johnny Harris bowl empty. Westoid. South Korea is basically an American protectorate. You can't be talking like that, white baby. Yeah, I know. Someone defending South Korea while talking about Westoids is funny though. But listen, a couple good things have come out of American dominance of South Korea. Let's be real. Okay, that Korean dating sim that we were just watching, K-pop, and also putting cheese on otherwise Asian food that normally wouldn't have cheese on it. Excellent choice. You know, I see a divided Korea, but then I present to you cheese corn. Okay, it's like, what a silly thing. What a silly and yet simple delicacy. Okay, galbijim with cheese on it. Rice cakes. Excellent. That is you know, straight up. It's like, oh, you like ramen? Well, we'll put some cheese on that ramen. It's like, I had no idea that shit would bang like that, okay? I had no idea. Korean fried chicken. Ooh. Sheesh. What is this? The moment Hasabi fell in love? Oh. Gran, what are you eating? This is awesome videos from Not Just Bikes relating to your conversation with the last Fear and podcast about self-driving cars. Yeah. Nah, cheese on ramen is a historical relic from the Korean War. Is this real? Yeah, this is real.
予報を見るから現在の今いらっしゃるエリアのこの先のちょっとごめんなさいあれれれれれでもダメなんだ
Yeah, it's real.
はい失礼いたしました予報
You haven't done murder reacts this year? Oh, God. I don't know if I have it in me. That's army stew, motherfucker. I can't believe people pay $20 for the instant ramen and hot dogs law. Ordinary Things did a video humanizing migrants. Damn. There's people in England that are... So you're saying Korean misogyny is acceptable because the wings are good? Yes. That's precisely what I was saying. I need you to understand. That was definitely the point I was making there. And I'm really glad you captured the essence of the point I was making so that we don't have to... we don't even have to discuss it further. Like you dived right into the point. That was precisely what I was saying. These men are introducing the taboos in their countries in the Korean TV show. A taboo that is an issue in Canada. Men are prohibited from mansplaining to women as if teaching them. Especially officials or judges are absolutely prohibited from mansplaining. Mansplaining is also a taboo in the US. Mansplaining is when a man adds something condescendingly to a woman's talk. Listening to that, it seems like it would really annoy men too. I have a voice too. What? I was arrested for mansplaining. What the fuck, Canada? I mean, mansplaining is what I do and what I do best, if you know what I'm saying. I'm a man and I'm splaining. Korean men's reactions to mansplaining, confusion and curiosity all around. Yeah, in Canada, if you're a man and you explain anything, you go to prison. Dude, this is serious. I got beat up in Gay City for refusing to twerk. It was fucked up. I will never not make fun of you, okay? I'm sorry. If you got beat up in Gay City for not twerking, you deserved it, okay? Sorry, the punishment is apt. And no, I will not feel bad, okay? You should have fucking twerked. You should have learned. You better twerk, bitch. As Brittany said, you better work, bitch, but also you better twerk, bitch, okay? We're in twerk city. We're in Gay City. Please give me a recap of the last 9 days. I was stuck in a mental institution without any connection to the outside world since last Tuesday. Jesus. Okay. Well, a lot has happened. My enemies have been outed as weirdos once again. Some of them have been banned for being weirdos once again. Some of them and their war criminal charges have escalated to the point where there is now an active arrest warrant out on them. Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, and yeah. What is this? They managed to make woke a slur in under a decade. Let's see this. Andrew Schultz reacts to Kendrick Lamar seemingly dissing him on his new album, GNX.
By the way, I hit Andrew Schultz about that. I think his reaction was, he's like, yo, is this guy too woke to understand a joke? And I said, he was talking to Andrew Schultz.
Dude, that's so funny. It's like, yeah, dude, that's what it was. That's what happened. Too woke to joke. They made a slur for people who aren't racist. That's so sick. I know. Finally, dude. Fucking finally. It's been a long time, dude. It's a long time coming. I was wondering, like, can we figure out a pejorative for people who are, not oblivious to systemic racism, Jesus Christ. They've had it far too good for far too long. You know what I'm saying? Why is this on put more clothes on? Because it's nice and chilly in here. They've had that slur. To be fair, it's just gay. That's true. They were doing that. Is that a Costco jacket? No, this is one of my best thrift finds of all time. It's a real, it's a real rodeo jacket. Drake saw a Pokemon clip. Oh my God. Yeah. This is a real rodeo jacket. Here, you want to see? Here. Oh, Palestine. Oh, you see that? It's got the Jack Daniels. Unc can't figure out how the camera works. I mean, yeah, Unc is having an issue with that for sure. Be honest with us, actual thrift find or expensive ass vintage store? No, this is an actual thrift find from a time when you could actually do actual thrift finds. Like, I've had this jacket for years. I've had this fucking jacket for years and years and years. You can find it in like photo shoots that I've done many years ago. Crust on it. But this was back when you could actually thrift in Los Angeles, and it wasn't just like upmarked, crusty ass old people shit, and people were just like, you were paying basically the same fucking price, if not higher, for older gear that someone found in a Goodwill bin. I haven't really thrifted in years, actually. I've fucking stopped thrifting. It just sucks. It sucks now. It just straight up sucks. Back in the day, it was my go-to. Back in the day, shit like, I mean, I think I got this for literally like $10 or something. Like, think about that. This is I think it has like real leather on it too. No disrespect to the vegans. I'm not entirely certain, but I think it's like, I mean, it's a real rodeo jacket, right? With the brand tags on it and everything. And like, it was like $10 or $20, something like that. And I've had it for years and years and years. I've never, like, I love it. And now it's impossible. A jacket like this right now, if you were to go to a thrift store, if you could find a jacket like this, I've had it for almost like a decade. A jacket like this now would be like $300. Not easy. $300. PBR is the actual professional bull riding org. It's a crazy find. Yeah. No, this is a real rodeo jacket. It's not a joke. This is a straight up real rodeo jacket. What's up with your enemies always ending up getting outed as criminals, racists, rapists, or pedos? Do you plant evidence or some shit? Is too sus at this point? No, I think what ends up happening is I bring a vibe, a real like I'm anti-pedophilia vibe to the party that people who are either in defense of pedophiles like or are directly pedophiles or sex offenders don't really like they don't appreciate it. You know what I mean? They don't appreciate those vibes. It's self-sorting for the most part. Yeah, about $250 on eBay. Wait, really? You found it on eBay? The new D stuff is crazy. The new D stuff isn't even new D stuff. It's just old D stuff. And it's not even a thing. It's like barely scratching the fucking surface of his degeneracy. Do you understand? Like barely. A lot of people think that it's like, oh wow, these are clips out of context. It's like, nah, this is just who he has always been. They're just jealous of your insane Riz. Yeah. But we're doing a fun day, so we're not gonna look at all that shit. Here, what is this Drake clip?
Get to go perform in like live event spaces.
When I heard Drake was involved with Steak, my heart broke. I'm gonna be honest. Because I've been a little Drake fangirl, you know, the Canadian blood running through my veins. And I still love his music, but now I don't love him as much as a person.
I used to be such a Drake fangirl.
Drake is f***ing sold out
Ever
to
since the
Steak.
Steak,
So you have a problem
you're
with all
showing
that?
your true colors.
I hate Drake.
As a Canadian, we're disowning you.
I watched the clip. What's she mad about? Was it the braids? No, dude, it's because you're fucking associating yourself with a goddamn crypto casino. What the fuck? What is it? The braids? Yeah, it's because of Gamba. He really takes any attempt to dunk on K-Dot without realizing he's a giant loser. Anyway, whatever. Why is he self-dissing using K-Dot bars? I don't know. Have you talked about Jay Leno? No, I have not, but I could. I feel like every couple of weeks, God punishes Jay Leno, and I don't know why, or not every couple of weeks, but like every couple of years. If you remember, a while back, didn't he get into like a car fire or something? Like he was in like an accident, and now he's just like, I don't know what the fuck's going on with him. Like he just every now and then, Jay Leno will pop up, okay, and it's never for something good. It's always like he has the worst injury of all time. Okay. He has the absolute worst injury of all time. And it makes no fucking sense. Let's get started with the Jay Leno stuff. Let's get started with that. Does anyone have the clip? Because, I mean, trigger warning Jay Leno, but also trigger warning. I don't know what the fuck happened to Jay Leno, but like he looks insanely fucked up. Here, they went and they found this motherfucker. It's a news story in and of itself. Jay Leno has been seriously injured again after the comedian says he fell down a hill at Hampton Inn.
What on earth happened to Jay Leno?
Oh, your poor face.
Look at my eye.
Oh my gosh.
Jay Leno is all bruised up. The left side of his face is black and blue. His eye is swollen shut. And look at his injured wrist.
I broke my wrist, lost the nail on the finger, and then I'm all black and blue.
The comedian says he fell down a 60-foot hill.
I said, well, the hill doesn't look that steep. Let me take it down. And then
You rolled down a hill?
That's not true.
That's not what these injuries are not consistent with like.
Let me take it down. And then
You rolled down a hill?
That's not true.
That's not what these injuries are not consistent with like actually rolling down a fucking hill. And of course, People found the hill that he was referencing. I don't even understand why he's staying at a Hamptons Inn, by the way. Why the fuck is he staying at a Hamptons Inn? The Inside Edition reporting was lazy, and they showed a picture of the incorrect hillside Jay Leno fell down. So I did some of my own journalism to bring you the accurate story. He was staying at a Hampton Inn in Greensburg, PA, because he was performing later that day at the Palace Theater in downtown Greensburg. Many people are confused as to why he'd be staying at a Hampton Inn, but that's one of the only hotels in the Greensburg area. The only other option would be an hour drive away from Pittsburgh. Jay wanted to eat at a nearby Dino's Sports Lounge, a popular area eatery that specialized in buffalo chicken wings prior to the show. To walk to Dino's, you either have to walk 750 feet on the road, not a mile and a half, as Jay mentioned, or you could shave off 350 feet if you walk down the grassy hillside. Jay noticed a dirt path worn on the hillside, as is common in the Pittsburgh area. So he attempted, I like that this is like a classic, you know. In Pittsburgh, we like to walk downhill. Okay. So he attempted to take the shortcut and walk down the hill. Since the path was rough, not maintained, and eroded away, he tripped and rolled down the hill, hitting his head on the exposed rocks and earth on the way down the hill. Jay was remarkably accurate as he estimated that the hill would be around 60 feet. After measuring, the hill is 56 feet from top to bottom. I just don't personally understand how this hill caused that much damage. Okay?
True.
No, that's true.
Jay Leno says he was staying at a Hampton Inn about 30 miles outside of Pittsburgh on Saturday night when he wanted to have dinner at a local restaurant before his show. Instead of walking a mile and a half down the road, he decided to take a shortcut down the hill. Not a good idea. This is believed to be the steep incline he tumbled.
No. Okay, that makes sense. If he fell off this, that would have made sense. But I believe the Redditors.
Down.
Well, I hit a bunch of rocks. It was 60 feet.
Incredibly, the famous workaholic legend performed just 3 hours later without even taking a day off to nurse his injuries. Last night, he was back at it again.
This isn't the first nor the last time Jay Leno will be injured severely, okay? I just want you to understand something. Jason Leno has been hurt before, right? Didn't he almost die recently? Was it a stroke or what the fuck was it? Oh, there's a breakdown of his previous incidents. Okay. Anyway, let's finish this
Performing at a comedy
Inside Edition
show
report, and then we'll continue.
In Beverly Hills. This is just the latest mishap to afflict Leno in recent years. In November 2022, he was severely burned in a fire inside his garage.
I went to the Grossman Burn Center, and I got a new face. That's a brand new ear.
Leno needed skin grafts, and there he is undergoing hyperbaric therapy at the world-renowned Grossman Burn Center in Los Angeles. Tomorrow night, he'll perform at Comedy for a Cause in Hermosa Beach to raise money for the Burn Foundation. His thank you for saving his life.
Bro, I'm telling you, like, someone has it out for him, dude. Someone wants him dead. Okay.
You'll be able to see again.
It'll be fine. I'm not worried about it.
It doesn't make sense. He also is demonstrating hubris against God. Jay Leno feeling good despite suffering bruised face from fall. So here are some of the older incidents. His badly bruised face was covered in makeup at a charity event. Okay, former Tonight Show host managed to smile despite facial trauma. Leno explained it was difficult to navigate this slope, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. But before then, first of all, I don't even understand how the hell your nail got ripped off. Like while you're tumbling down a 60-foot like baby hill. How the fuck did your nail get ripped off, dude? It makes no damn sense. But it's just weird. It's every part of this just his life is weird, man. There's some really his vibes are so fucked. Anyway, listen. Leno's hotel fall comes from a string of traumatic incidents that left the comedian injured. He's kept a positive outlook over the past couple of years as he's faced several personal struggles, including a motorcycle accident and suffering from third-degree burns in a gasoline fire. I got burned in a fire. I got a face full of gas. A spark jumped. It's not like, how did this happen? I mean, people get burned every day, he told Fox News Digital in October, joking that the people had reacted more strongly because he's a celebrity. Brother, it's Final Destination for you. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Jay Leno has disturbed some really important forces, okay? It is clear to me that Jay Leno has personally disturbed the old gods, okay? I don't know if it was because, you know, you pissed off Conan and he like, I don't know, went to some Irish witches or something. I don't know if he put a hex on you or I don't know what is going on. Maybe you like bought one too many cars or something, you know? But and God was like, it's bridge too far for me. But I don't get it. Leno noted he was out in 8.5 days in the hospital. Like, he's flexing. He's like, that's the other thing. His reception to his injuries and his like freak accidents is always like it's always too cheery, you know? It's too positive of an outlook to have, where he's like, I'm still alive, I'm still Jay Leno, I got 700 cars. Like, it feels as though he is flexing against the powerful mysterious beings that are trying to execute him. In January, he was knocked off his motorcycle. He broke 2 ribs, 2 kneecaps, and a collarbone. I turned down a side street and cut through a parking lot. And unbeknownst to me, some guy had a wire strung across the parking lot with no flag hanging from it. What? That's not normal. Dude, I don't want to. I feel like there's some powerful forces at play here. This is just crazy. And this is not the last time this happened. He had a fucking crazy car crash. Yeah, look. This was 2016. Like, he's always cheating death.
Damn it. You all right? You okay? I'm okay, yeah. Okay. What's your name? Bob Riggle. How old are you, Bob? 80. What track are we on, Bob?
80?
You're at Irwindale. Anything hurting you right now? No. My name is Bob Riggle, and I'm 80, and I'm at Irwindale.
Jay Leno's Garage.
Dude, look at his attitude. His attitude is crazy, okay? That's what I'm saying. Dude, his attitude is actually insane. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know what is going on with him. I didn't see it until it was too late. It just clotheslined me and boom, knocked me off the bike. The bike kept going, and you know how that works out. In 2022, he underwent multiple surgeries, suffering 3rd-degree burns in a gasoline fire. He suffered significant burns to his face and hands as well as his chest while working underneath a car in his Burbank area garage. We need to understand what the fuck is going on with Jason Leno. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Jay Leno. I don't know why. I don't know if he like owes the mob money or something. That's what the suspicion is. The common suspicion is. Okay. I've never met a person that is this unlucky, dude. At his age, he's like, I think he just, if there's a finite amount of luck that you can have, I feel like Jay Leno, despite being talentless and unfunny, having like the most insane media career, despite being devoid of talent, has now bit him in the ass. Like, it's a monkey's paw situation where it's like, you're going to be the least funny late night broadcaster, but you're going to have an insane run. Having said that, after the end of your career, you are going to find yourself in the like comically funniest like physical comedy situations, okay, for the rest of your life. You're never going to die, but you're going to come very close. You're going to come very close to death over and over again because the near-death experiences that he's going through, like when you're driving a motorcycle and you get clotheslined by a fucking flag, a wired, like that's physical comedy. Like, technically, in an environment that is controlled and like you're creating that, it's like a cartoonish, it's a Looney Tunes style situation. Okay, it's also the type of thing that would normally fucking kill you. And it seemingly does not kill Jay Leno. Taking a tumble because you were hungry to go to the diner, like taking a tumble, also kind of Looney Tunes style, kind of cartoonish. Like Jay Leno drives directly into a wall because someone had drawn a realistic looking tunnel. Car explodes. Jay Leno has survived yet again. Maybe he's just always like drunk. Maybe. It just does not make sense to me at all. I don't know how he is like constantly finding himself in these situations. I've never been a fan of Jay Leno, but you know, I wish him well. I hope he doesn't get injured. And nobody wants to see an old man constantly in trouble like this, in physical trouble like this. So, you know, he also pushed out Carson, Conan, and Letterman. He definitely has a monkey's paw. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Must be the IRA trying to avenge Conan. Yeah, they're doing it in a comical fashion though. They have a sense of humor. They have a good nature about this sort of thing and a funny sense of humor. Speaking of, let's look at this new ad that BM posted from Israel. I don't even know what it is, but I want to see it.
I lied when I told my father we'd be okay without him. My father's been gone for months, fighting. The workers have fled the farm, and here I am, alone. Every day, my mother says we may have to give up the farm. I will never let them take my home. I will fight to keep this farm. I will fight to keep my homeland of Israel. With God's help, for all Jewish people everywhere. I need you.
Wait, is this like a settlement? What is going on here? Why is there a Saudi prospector on the West Bank settlement? Like, what is happening here? This is the funniest part. I guess the implication is that this guy's supposed to be Palestinian, but this is literally just like, this is either I guess it's Jordanian, maybe. I don't know. I mean, Saudi people wear this too. Yeah, this fit does not look Palestinian at all, dude. What the fuck? They went and they found a Jordanian man who is he's like one of those traffic guys. You know what I'm talking about? When like the Department of Transportation brings those things out to your neighborhood to look at the roads so that they can put like new fucking you know, I don't know, they can put like new lights on the street or whatever. What is happening here? Yeah, they're surveying the land. You were mentioned in a new Jarvis video. They're not losing their farm to settlers. They're losing the big Saudi capital. Yeah. What is this? Did you see Lindsey Graham threatens to destroy the economy of U.S. allies? Yeah. We'll look at that in a second. But anyway, I'm glad that, first of all, Daddy is fighting. Workers have fled the farm. And it's like...
And here I am, alone. Every day, my mother says we may have to give up the farm. I will never let them take my home. I will fight to keep this farm. I will fight to keep my homeland of Israel. With God's help.
But that's not Israel, big dog. That's not Israel. What the fuck do you mean? You stole the farm. I mean, not you, you're a child, but like, Pop stole the farm. Fuck you mean? What is this? We expected to have to dedicate considerable resources to identify the Israeli soldiers in photos and videos featured in our investigation into war crimes in Gaza. But we found that soldiers often posted the material with their own names on publicly accessible platforms. Oh, yeah. No, this is... why is God censored? Come on, guys. Why are you hyper-focusing on that? That's a thing that people do, okay? Yes, it's normal. Oh, my God. Focus on the right things here, okay? And not the wrong ones. Yeah, self-snitching in the Israeli military is like one of the most commonplace things that happens all the time. I don't know why, but the Israeli occupying force love self-snitching. I mean, I do know why. It's because they don't think that they will ever get any punishments whatsoever. So that's the reason why. And this is great for the morale, you know? Yeah, they believe they're in the right. They believe that there will be no punishments for this whatsoever. They believe that... and understandably, they believe that there will be no punishments for this whatsoever, because there haven't been at all. And that's it. New Curtis video. Los Pollos TV finally meets Drake. I don't think this is Curtis, man. What is this? How Israel uses sex to sell Zionism? I'm kind of down to watch this. Can we watch the new video? Why is Elon Musk like that? That's fucked up. No, stop sending me this. This is an old video, man. I troll Matt Gaetz, RFK Jr., and read MAGA at the Trump Bible. This is an old-ass video, isn't it? But yeah, Stellar Blade, the fake outrage. Oh my God, new Sean video? What the fuck? And as expected, it is 2 hours long. Oh my Lord. Sean came out and decided to do a 2-hour video on that fucking weirdo titty milk lover from Blizzard, Grums, right? Is that his name? And all the fucking the wokeness is ruining video games. Andy's out there, I guess. Just a direct shot across the bow. There's some Asman in there too. Yeah, that's not shocking to me. His most recent video before that was on Palestine, I think. I know. 2-hour essays are ruining video games. 2-hour essays are ruining my life. Okay, that's what's ruining my life. Oh, so many good things to watch. But before we get to all of that, let's hear Israel's greatest defender, Lindsey Graham. American politicians are threatening every single ally on the planet in service of one specific ally internationally accused of war crimes. Seems crazy until you remember these politicians sent the bombs used in said war crimes.
So to any ally, Canada, Britain, Germany, France, if you try to help the ICC, we're going to sanction you.
Well, that means I want every ally. And you saw little Justin in Canada and his position.
We're going to invade Canada. No, you're not. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sanction the entirety of the European Union.
What should the penalty be?
Sanction the entirety of the European Union. Go ahead. Make China's day. Okay? China's probably kicking back, dude. Oh my God. Xi Jinping is like, what? I can't believe they're saying this. I can't believe that they are actively negatively polarizing themselves against the remainder of the Western Hemisphere. What an incredible moment. At the behest of Israel doing a genocide. Oh, incredible work. Good job, America. You're really doing it, man. It's a great idea. Time and time again, I have repeated to all of you that seemingly don't really remember all of these things that I keep repeating over and over again, that soft power only, or hard power rather, military might only works if you have soft power that works alongside it, okay? If you don't do diplomacy, all of a sudden, 800 military bases around the planet become 800 different invasions around the planet, okay? You can't have both at the same fucking time. You can't simultaneously be like, yeah, we're going to now cripple our only remaining, most powerful Western nation allies by threatening them with sanctions and also simultaneously claiming that we're going to go and fucking invade the Netherlands. You can't do that. Okay, this is accelerationist nonsense. A lot of people say, oh, America has the most powerful military on the planet. It's true. Okay, America does have the most powerful military on the planet. But even the most powerful military on the planet cannot go against the rest of the planet. Okay, like, yes, you can dominate many other countries, especially countries that have been actively destabilized ahead of time, countries that have been kept behind deliberately, okay? Formerly colonized nations. You can do that. And even then, you do that to limited success anyway, right? You maintain the fucking poppy fields for like 20 years and then you still have to pull out of Afghanistan at the end of the day. But you cannot maintain this aggressive posture without doing diplomacy. Okay, you cannot maintain this aggressive posture all around the planet without doing diplomacy. I think a lot of people forget that. Okay, a lot of people forget that reality. A lot of people are hopped up on America is the best fumes and fail to consider the calculation if people no longer feel like America is a valuable, reliable ally. If people no longer see America as a reliable and valuable ally, all of a sudden, their military security partnerships turn into a military invasion. Okay? Think about that.
We should crush your economy because we're next. Why can't? So to any ally, Canada, Britain, Germany, France, if you try to help the ICC, we're going to sanction you.
Well, that means I want every ally. And you saw little Justin in Canada and his position. What should the penalty be?
We should crush your economy because we're next. Why can't? So to any ally, Canada.
Because we're next. He also keeps he is not wrong. He is technically not wrong because it is America's unlimited partnership with Israel that allows Israel to do all this stuff. So there is a lot of legal and certainly moral culpability here, which is precisely the reason why maybe America should take the fucking exit ramp, you know? Nope. Full tilt, baby. Full tilt. Yeah, this is literally what is happening right now. Like, America's partnerships, America's sanctions regime that has been greatly escalated post-Obama, but especially during the Obama administration, and then Donald Trump kicked it into high gear, And then Joe Biden even kicked it into higher gear, like unimaginable levels of sanctions have created an outside, like a secondary market outside of the sphere of Western influence. It literally pushed everyone together. Okay. People talk about BRICS as though it's like a committed partnership in a similar vein to like NATO or whatever. It's not. But having said that, there is a reason why countries that are outside of the sphere of American influence, outside of the sphere of Western influence, are able to withstand these crippling sanctions regimes. Like, it hurts them in the first year or so, but very quickly they have, you're basically creating more enemies for no reason. Okay. And in that process, they're relying on one another. People are, of course, going to adapt. This is so funny because Nate definitely did not read anything I wrote. I'm shitting on the Democrats and he thinks I'm defending them. There's more money in progressive circles than in conservative circles. Harris raised more money than Trump. If Taylor Lorenz is mad that she's not getting more subscribers, maybe it's because she doesn't offer a good product. Wait, what? I didn't disclose any personal details like my birth date, home address, family info, etc. because my family members and even people remotely affiliated me have been harassed and swatted at their homes thanks to reactionary people like you misrepresenting my work and inciting outrage. People like Nate Silver talk such a big game on Twitter, but they'll never engage with me directly. They'll never join me on Substack Live. They'll never have an IRL conversation. They just rant about me and lie about my beliefs to their million-follower echo chambers. Lame. Yeah, I don't think Taylor Lorenz... I don't really understand this. I think people... I don't know how people clip chimp a fucking article. Taylor Lorenz on the glaringly obvious reason why the left can't compete with the right-wing influencer ecosystem. Leftist channels do not receive widespread financial backing from billionaires or large institutional donors, primarily because leftist content creators support policies that are completely at odds with what billionaires want. This is correct. Left-leaning influencers argue for things like higher tax on the rich, regulations on corporations, and policies that curb the power of elites. Wealthy mega donors aren't going to start pouring money into the media ecosystem that directly contradicts their own financial interests. And so... progressive content creators on the left rely on meager crowdfunding efforts to make a living. To turn around and to say, well, Kamala Harris outraised Donald Trump is so fucking stupid. Yes, there were more people that were interested in giving money to Kamala Harris. The Democratic Party and its own organs are not interested in even associating themselves with the independent media ecosystem on the left in the way that very obviously right-wing content creators, independent and mainstream alike, get directly funded by the very same people that are funding the think tanks that are giving them the talking points. That's it. And it's objectively correct. It is objectively correct. Nate Silver is, once again, objectively incorrect. What a fucking idiot. Nate just said grassroots fund your entire media ecosystem. That's not the result here. Yes, that is why there aren't as many people like myself out there, because it's endlessly difficult to get to a point where you can rely on subscriptions, okay, and maintain a successful media product, even from a jump off point. For a lot of people, the starting funds necessary to build to build a successful media company requires a lot of capital, like upfront capital. Like, I got endlessly lucky and I worked very hard. And that's the reason why I got to the point that I got to. But there's a reason why there aren't a million examples of me in the same way that there are a million untalented fucking hacks on the right. Because Prager University, Daily Wire, these guys are backed by billionaires and millionaires early on that fund them fund them to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. There are plenty, like, right-wing billionaires and millionaires understand the necessity of propaganda, okay? They understand it. They know how valuable it is. They know how valuable it is to distract people into thinking that the real problem is like trans people or undocumented migrants, okay? They understand it. They know how valuable it is. They know how valuable it is to distract people into thinking that the real problem is like trans people or undocumented migrants and not, directly themselves. There's also no cross-pollination of the media in the leftist media ecosystem with any sort of institutional backing. Like, there is no mainstream to independent content cross-pollination occurring in the way that it does on the right. Okay? And the example I always use is Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk and myself started around the same time. Charlie Kirk started Turning Point USA by begging Foster Friess and many other right-wing multi-millionaire donors to give him money so he could do propaganda. He wrote a fucking high school essay. Okay, he wrote an essay on high school when he was in high school about how, like, you know, black and brown people were stealing his position at like West Point potentially with no evidence whatsoever. That essay landed on Breitbart, and a week later, a week after that, he was on Fox News. Okay, the Democratic Party's fundraising capabilities bears no weight on this analysis whatsoever. If anything, the Democratic Party is caked up, but they are completely outside of the orbit. They are completely outside of the orbit of independent content creation in general. Elon Musk might buy MSNBC and turn it into another Fox News. If you buy MSNBC, I would like Rachel Maddow's job. I will wear the same outfit and glasses. I will tell the same lies. Deal. The most entertaining outcome, especially if ironic, is most likely. Yeah, they're going to buy MSNBC and make another fucking right-wing channel, and it's going to be gangbusters. Okay? It's going to pop off. It's going to be so successful. Great. For those right-wing multimillionaires, like killing two birds with one stone, they distract people from real issues, and they get to shape the world into the conservative hellscape they want it to be with their dollars. Distracting people with trans issues both distracts and attempts to push their worldview. Yes. Oh, Hassan buy Newsmax and make it a socialist media platform, lol. Yeah, dude, I have the same level of fucking wealth as Elon Musk, so I can just like buy a news network with ease. With what money? Okay, I currently have 81,000 subscribers. I would need to have 1 million subscribers to arrive at Elon Musk's level. Not even Elon Musk's level. I wouldn't even put a dent in that. Okay, so keep subscribing. Maybe we'll get there. But you have a $10 trillion mansion. I know. I'm the fucking wealthiest. Me and the wealthiest person on the planet. I'm Albanian Muslim. Free the Israeli people. You Hamas terror supporter. Third leg 91. What? Yeah, I was, you know, let me call up Hamas real quick and free the Israeli people. Fun day staple. Hello. Daily dose. Oh yeah, we can do daily dose. I haven't done it in a minute. Thank you, EPMB, for the 5 gifted subs. We don't claim him. He's no Albanian. Thank you, Machine Gun Kitte. When is the League arc starting? It's not. What else were we talking about? Okay, we did that. Wait, what was this one?
This video is sponsored.
Oh, we got World's Creepiest Dating Coach. We got a lot of fucking fun videos lined up. We'll do the Korean gender stuff too. Pretty sure you are closer to me financially than you are to Musk. Yeah, 100%. What? Yes, of course. Every single person in this community, including myself, is closer to homelessness than we are to Elon Musk. Like infinitely closer to homelessness than we are to Elon Musk. The very notion that reality is lost upon so many people is because of the concerted effort of propaganda and how successful it has been. Chris from work, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift to subs. Spoken like a true socialist. I'm not close to homelessness. I'm Chinese. We have one of the highest home ownership percentages. Lamau, not gonna lie, dude, 100% you have chatters who are much richer than you. I have the Qatari Oilers, obviously. So, you know, there are definitely much wealthier chatters, but probably not many. Bill Gates is closer to homelessness than he is to Elon Musk, and Gates has 100 billion. Musk has 300 billion. Not gonna lie, that was the one line you dropped in an H3 interview that radicalized me back in 2020, Lamau. Nam Biryani, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, people don't understand how much larger a billion is than a fucking million. Like they just don't get it. And outside of that point, you know, times that by 300. All right, let's watch how Israel uses sex to sell Zionism from Uncivilized.
Has used sex to sell Zionism, to convince people that Israel is a hot fantasy being realized by hot people, not a racist settler colony built on the killing, displacement, and erasure of the indigenous Palestinians. This is intentional, and there are 3 reasons why. They involve Israel's invention in the past, cover-up in the present, and survival for the future. And this all started when Zionists first started plotting for the creation of a Jewish homeland in the late 1800s. For centuries in Europe, stereotypes of Jews were that they were weak, pale, and frail. And the Zionist movement came to see it this way too, widely criticizing the weak, old Jew. In 1898, at the Second Zionist Congress in Switzerland, the co-founder of the Congress, Max Nordau, called for a new Judaism, a muscular Judaism, and invented the idea of the new Jew. This Jew would be rugged, muscular, strong, and tanned, and would have the mental and physical strength to realize the goals of Zionism and colonize Palestine. They called themselves Sabra, the prickly pear fruit in Hebrew, to represent what they saw this new Jew to be.
See, if we had watched this, we would have known what Sabra actually means, because I didn't know until I didn't know that there was a definition of Sabra beyond the fucking dog shit hummus until the Sabra hummus gate, the peak of anti-Semitism that has occurred in the world, really. The worst incident of anti-Semitism that anyone has ever seen, that landed, 5 people in Twitch prison for 30 fucking days. Oh my God.
And prickly on the outside, but tender-hearted and sensitive on the inside. And, of course, native to the land. Of course, the sabr, as it's called in Arabic, is a fruit indigenous to Palestine, appropriated for the Zionist fantasy of indigeneity. But anyway.
The men who came out to found this colony had never handled a plow, but they were possessed by 3 ideals: land, liberty, and labor.
It is these new Jews that created the Zionist militias that planned and orchestrated the Nakba, the mass-scale killing and displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, ending with the creation of Israel. And those same militias would become the Israeli army, the violent occupying force overseeing the colonization of Palestine today. And it's through this army that the visual of the new Jew lives on. But then with time, this visual became the only visual of Israel. This was a problem. In the early 2000s, surveys in the US were showing that Israel had a big PR problem with men aged 18 to 35 who just saw Israel as a conflict zone and weren't interested. So another rebrand was due, and the solution this time was bikinis. In 2007, the Foreign Ministry and the Ministry of Tourism arranged for a photo spread in Maxim magazine, one of the most popular men's lifestyle magazines at the time. The brains behind this initiative at the Israeli consulate in New York said the models were, quote, a Trojan horse to present Israel as a modern country with nice beaches and pretty women. This video is from the official Israel in New York YouTube channel.
So you should come to Israel. We have a beautiful country, great food, great culture. Come to Israel. Beautiful girls as well. See you at the party.
This strategy, also called bikini diplomacy, has been seen all over since, with Israel constantly selling the image of a liberal, free country where it's always summer, where the days are full of beaches, bikinis, and chiseled bodies, and the nights are spent in an incredible nightlife scene open to anyone and everyone. In the face of this fantasy, Palestinians come off like a backwards, pesky nuisance trying to disrupt this liberal orgy utopia, not like colonized people looking for freedom and dignity. But that was in a time before social media, where only the powerful had access to a platform. Times have changed, and so the sexy offensive has had to adapt. All over TikTok and Instagram, you can find videos of Israeli soldiers posting thirst traps or dancing videos. Some of them act independently, while others are part of a concerted effort putting attractive women in the occupation forces in the public eye. Like the women at Alpha Gun Angels, a gun modeling and social media marketing agency who sell being a colonial foot soldier as a sexy lifestyle.
But listen, I've been in the army, I'm Israeli, I'm tough.
Thirst traps aren't only reserved for women, but for weapons as well. And beyond selling sex, they're selling colonial occupation as fun, relatable, and empowering. They love gay pride content, girl boss content, and jumping on TikTok trends. Of course, the great irony is that none of these liberal values are extended to Palestinians. They live under occupation, regardless of what they identify as. In that, colonialism does not discriminate. When the Palestinian reality started reaching people around the world, the strategy had to change. Whereas the goal before might have been to rebrand and repackage Israel, the goal now is to distract and whitewash. So bikinis were traded in for military uniforms. Fine, military occupation is a part of the reality, but it's not what you think. It's empowering and fun and sexy. Do you really think people this fun, young, and free would have it in them to commit war crimes? The public
Waifu, get in, loser. We're going to capture some Muhammads. Dude, so much of it is just like unrestricted Islamophobia too, because it's so normalized. You could just like get away with it all the time, just actively dehumanizing the enemy. It's really fucked up. What? Logs, please, sir. Really important, please. Read, could you have Eli Valley on? His book, Diaspora, A Boy Delves into the White construct a sexual and masculine created Israeli identity, which is all about this. His talk was amazing on it. I could, yeah. Eli Valley is the GOAT. A big fan of his for quite some time. Incredible cartoonist. Yeah.
Perception of Israel is essential to its survival, but so is something else. That there are enough settlers there to keep up the colonizing. That brings us to the final reason Israel uses sex to sell Zionism. So Jewish Zionists have more kids with other Jewish Zionists. Have you ever heard of Birthright? It's an all-expenses paid trip to Israel that young Jews across the world are eligible for.
Doesn't seem like an Israel-only thing, though you see that everywhere, especially now in Europe. Oh, absolutely. No, this is directly a consequence of 9/11. Like, this is post 9/11 shit. Like, Orientalization obviously has always played a major role. Orientalism has played a major role in Israeli culture, certainly, right? In dehumanizing Arabs. Like, they've been doing this for 76 years. At this point, it's like, you know, you can't keep up. You can't keep up a apartheid regime without actively dehumanizing the other. Having said that, however, the onslaught of Islamophobic, anti-Arab Orientalization, the Orientalist propaganda, paired up with a healthy dose of Western chauvinism, that was the underpinning of the global war on terror, that justified the global war on terror. That faucet opened up post 9/11. Okay, for the rest of the world, I mean, and I think that plays a pretty good, like a pretty important role in a lot of the defense of Israel. That oftentimes is not even a defense of Israel's actions at all, but instead is directly offense against those who have been branded as enemies of Israel, right? And you see it. I mean, you see it in this community quite frequently. This is something that I have to deal with on a regular basis. The idea that, like, we have already created the terrorism designation, and that carries a lot of weight with it. And it's actively, it's actively deployed in a way to undermine the positions of people who are offering any sort of context or nuance to how. What is this? Where did this guy come from? What did he say? What if I have Islamophobia? You're giving no reasons to why, e.g., an atheist shouldn't be afraid of Sharia and Salafist jihadis. I'm a Western civilian. I'm Islamophobic. I don't know why you say this is some problem. We don't have to ban this guy immediately. Okay. As far as like the underlying Islamophobia that you have, just so you understand, you are basically saying, like, okay, I'm a Western man living in the United States of America. Like, yeah, I'm afraid of black people. Like, what of it? It's the same exact principle. It's just bigotry of a different sort. The fundamentals there, however, is choosing not to understand this massive population of people and the diversity of opinion within this massive population of people, and monolithizing them, while in the process of identifying silly things that you misunderstand, like Sharia, right? And also then pointing to Salafist jihadists, okay? Like, what percentage of Muslims are Salafist jihadists? It is equivalent to assuming every single Christian is a Westboro Baptist Church member, okay? Every single Christian globally is a Westboro Baptist Church member who is actively also engaged in racialized hate crimes, right? You're pointing to a tiny, 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 minuscule percentage, okay? 98% of Muslims are great, but what about the radicals? Islam I don't like, especially not the Salafi jihadists. Groups like Hezbollah are radical. You're grouping, okay? You're grouping people like Hezbollah with Salafi jihadists, which is hilarious, because this is what I mean all the time when I say, like, reactionary thinking is illogical, and Islamophobia of this sort is unironically causing you to misunderstand the situation. Hezbollah is an enemy of Salafist jihadists, like a very active enemy of Salafist jihadists. Now, you might consider them to be fundamentalist as well, even though they are Shia, which is a totally different sect. And in their day-to-day practical application and their associations or like the actions they take, you know, they are diametrically at odds with Salafist jihadists. Salafist jihadists, on the other hand, for the most part, are also fundamentalists of the Sunni variety that are directly backed by the American State Department. Okay? Like in order to have this conversation, I have to describe to you all of these different concepts that you have fundamentally misunderstood, and then have you be charitable every step of the way so that you can actively relearn what the correct definitions of these things are. Okay? Like, Sharia is an application of religious doctrine, okay, for any number of different laws. For the most part, it was heavily localized, okay? Most Muslim countries do not engage in Sharia law, and Sharia law is not what you understand it as, for the record, okay? But there is not like a real application. Sharia in its actual application comes from centralization that occurred after Western colonialism in a lot of these areas that were Muslim in general. And as far as Muslim Brotherhood and Salafist jihadists are both radical and both want to enforce Sharia over everyone, I think this has no bearing on the overwhelming majority of Muslims that are living their day-to-day experiences, their day-to-day lives, as much as the direct undermining of the entirety of the Muslim world, with some exceptions, by Western imperialism. If you're constantly at threat of destabilization, or if your government that doesn't really capture your interests whatsoever has been completely captured by the American State Department, for example, if you're just a client state that is kept incredibly poor, not allowed to develop, and the people's wishes are not necessarily, the people's demands and wishes are never represented in those governments. But those governments never go away because they get American military contracts and American weapons, and they can violently squash any sort of dissent. You will never be able to arrive at civil liberties and a civil rights movement in any of these countries, despite the fact that there are very real interests in the same exact ways that we had in the United States of America in fixing and modernizing a lot of these societies. Having said that, Islamophobia also dictates the false notion that like every single one of these Muslim majority countries are the exact same. But we are under control over the CIA. People's demands and wishes aren't represented. We still have a sort of colonialist government. Wait, what? I think it's also additionally ironic to have this conversation when we are watching Christian theocracy overtake the United States of America by a guy who's not really religious at all, but is utilizing that as a weapon and has done it now successfully twice, okay? Like, you have Christian nationalism as a nascent movement. At a time when religiosity has gone down in the United States of America, Christian nationalism is thriving at the tippy top of American society. And you're literally watching material conditions get undermined in a meaningful way in the United States of America, which is the wealthiest nation on earth, even a place like this that has solid infrastructure and has been the dominant force, the global hegemonic superpower for the past century at this point almost. And even here, you watch people's living conditions worsen and Christian nationalism grow in a openly fascist way, but you cannot comprehend how that could manifest in countries that have been bombed into oblivion. Okay? That's it. The question I have for many liberal, progressive-minded people in this chat is, do you agree with Donald Trump? Do you agree with the way that Donald Trump is redirecting society? Or do you understand how maybe even your immediate relatives have have fallen captive to the alluring nature of American fascism and Christian nationalism? Maybe some of them are voting for Donald Trump because they don't believe that he is actually he is going to implement Christian Sharia. Okay? Maybe some of them are voting for that exact same reason. But ultimately, it's not your wishes being represented by the government, right? If you can understand this in the United States of America, you should be able to understand this in all of these other nations that are being also, on top of everything else, destroyed deliberately, actively, through direct boots on the ground military warfare. That's my point. Treat everybody like normal human beings. If you don't have the capacity to understand where people are coming from, try to draw parallels within your own experience. This is at the heart of my commentary. That's it. And I think when you understand that, you recognize that it's not about Islam at all. It's not about Islam whatsoever. All religion is subject to interpretation. Religion is just a galvanizing principle. It can be used for good. It can be used for bad. Okay? These countries do not become fundamentalist because of Islam. They become fundamentalist because they are led by fundamentalist forces, sometimes directly propped up by the United States of America with foreign intervention, or as a direct consequence of being the only game in town that will actively fight against foreign invaders, like in the case in Iran, and foreign interference in the case of Iran. That's it. And unfortunately, it's a never-ending cycle of violence that we recreate, basically, and then we look at the results of said violence, and then we turn around and say they're barbaric. We have to keep doing this to them. We have to keep doing this violence to them. But ultimately, it's illogical. So if you care about critical thinking, if you care about being logical, okay, you have to try and understand how people get to the points that they're in, and whether or not people are actually fond of these groups. Ultimately, there is a reason that I talk about Ansar Allah in Yemen quite a bit. The Ansar Allah movement, once again, backed by Iran to a certain degree, is a minority leadership, okay? And the other factions inside of Yemen directly engaged in war in Yemen that caused endless famine and has been considered a genocide by international organizations, international human rights organizations, right? Saudi Arabia and the UAE had their own individual forces they were backing, they were arming, and that they were funding and also offering logistical support to. America was giving both Saudi Arabia and UAE the support necessary so that they could support the Yemeni population and the militia movements there. But what caused Ansar Allah to become the official government of Yemen? What caused the uprisings basically to end and everyone to put down their weapons and stop fighting with one another and engage in I guess some semblance of unity? It was the Ansar Allah government's actions against the state of Israel after Israel declared genocide on Gaza. Okay? Aren't you doing a whataboutism though? Can't we just agree that any theocracy is silly and often leads to a subjugation and persecution of types of people? No, I'm not doing a whataboutism. It's not whataboutism when I'm directly explaining the historical context in which how people arrive at a theocratic form of governance. What the fuck are you talking about? You just learned a word, okay, and you think you can apply it in this circumstance. I'm not doing whataboutism in this situation. I'm directly explaining to you the historical framework as to how countries become theocracies to begin with. What the fuck? Historical analysis, when directly talking about the countries, especially when we're talking about Islamophobia, is not whataboutism. It's just historical analysis. Yeah, my Iranian American wife was elected to the State House last cycle. Her centrist opponent says she may be beholden to the Ayatollah during their debate. Most of the audience didn't even notice or get that it was a ridiculous statement. Islamophobia is out of control, even in liberal circles. Yes. Does that make sense, chatter? I'll shut up for now, and I thank you, but I hope you understand. Many are afraid of religion and extremists within, especially Islam. I don't wish to be, but there's literally extremists who want to kill others. I understand. It's by and large to blame you, but I hope you understand. Many are afraid of religion and extremists within, especially Islam. I don't wish to be, but there's literally extremists who want to kill others. I understand. It's by and large to blame on Western influence. Also, the same could be applied to Christians. I also think Christian groups in Africa, some Christian groups in Africa are scary. Okay, brother, here's the difference. Here's the other side of this conversation that you also don't understand, but I think you're close to getting it, okay? We live in a Christian nation that is overwhelmingly dominated by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. That is in our history, right? In the United States of America. When George W. Bush says, God told me to invade Afghanistan, okay? Or when the Republican Party is backed by a white evangelical Christian Protestant base of support that believes in the rapture and has a theological justification for its endless support for Israel, for example, we do not read that as like the entirety of the American Christian movement. We don't look at the war on terror as a global Christian jihad against Muslims, right? We don't see that as that because we live in it. So we have the capacity to understand that these are some people who believe this kind of insane shit, okay? And that most normal people don't agree with it, and that we don't really have a democratic voice in this process. But you never extend that level of charitability and analysis and nuance to the Muslim world. That's the point, okay? That's it. Do you understand? True, I find that scary, but they don't target me. Yes, at least you're recognizing why you don't see it in the same way, though. That's it. And my goal here is to explain to people, is to explain to people that, like, people are just the same everywhere, okay? They are. If they were brought into the same material circumstances, they would have very similar results. They would have very similar outcomes in general. But the notion that, like, extremist Muslims could target you and present a serious threat to you is also silly. Like, a lot of people say this about Hamas, right? Hamas are religious fundamentalists. Like, not every single person in Hamas is a religious fundamentalist. Many have been radicalized directly as a consequence of Israel killing their family members. Having said that, though, Hamas has never operated outside of the boundaries of Gaza because they can't leave Gaza with ease, okay? And they have a singular purpose, which is the end of the Israeli apartheid, the end of Israeli sovereignty over Palestinian lands, okay? Not only is this an emancipatory desire, it is a singular focus of all Palestinian resistance groups. And the hilarity over here, when you're living in the resurgence of the American Taliban, okay, when you're living in when you're staring directly at, like, the Christian fundamentalists dominating your lives in very meaningful fucking ways, you are taught to think that, like, Hamas presents a much greater danger to you. Okay, they're over there, motherfucker. It's the same with the Houthis. People talk about the Houthis being like this ever-present danger to the American suburbs almost, and it's like, it's laughable. And it's the same as the Taliban too. You got to worry about Al-Qaeda, not Al-Qaeda. Okay, you got to worry about the American Taliban, not the fucking actual Taliban over in Afghanistan. You got to worry about the Jihad, not jihad. And yet, I think this hyper focus on Islam with a false understanding that, like, it's scary, okay, and that every single person in the Muslim world believes every single principle of ISIS, which does not represent Islam at all, and is more actively dismissed and fought against by the people there, because they don't end up killing that many Americans or even Israelis, really. And the Israeli government has actively collaborated with, ISIS-style Salafist movements in the region, specifically in Syria, okay? They kill Muslims. They kill Yazidis. They kill other people in the region. They don't kill Westerners, okay? That's the overwhelming majority of the victims of ISIS. And that's precisely the reason why many people despise them. Meanwhile, when you go to the Western world, most people that don't really pay attention to this stuff think every Muslim is like ISIS. You have to look at it in a rational manner and understand the real danger, right? Sharia law was not created after Western colonization. It was implemented based on Muhammad and the Quran by many scholars since the 7th century. I'm a Muslim, by the way, just looking for an insight. No. I said Sharia law and its understanding in the Western world is very different than its practical application in areas where it was heavily localized. Every fucking locality had very different opinions on what kind of laws that they might implement. Okay, Americans, when they think Sharia law, they think hands are getting chopped off if you steal anything. They think that, like, women are getting killed, they're getting stoned to death over and over and over again, and they're thinking beheadings. Okay, having said that, Sharia law, while I disagree because I am a secular person myself, I do on principle disagree with, like, a religious application of or any sort of laws applied because of an interpretation of religious dogma. I don't agree with that on principle. I disagree with it, obviously. But having said that, if you want to understand, historically speaking, this was never a real doctrine applied universally across the globe. And even past the point of local Sharia governance, okay, like that was very different from region to region or even locality to locality, the centralization of Sharia as a religious code to be applied into any sort of like real governance came after the point of colonialism. Okay, the explanation you gave of Christian Sharia law and the Al Qaeda was perfectly effective in getting my normie family members to chill about this shit. It does put things into perspective. Yes. Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Aisha Esquire also says any ethno state is bad and government will corrupt religion and vice versa a Muslim. Yes. The problem in these circumstances is that like when material conditions worsen, just like in the United States of America, the reactionary movements grow, okay? And religious fundamentalists take advantage of that always. And that is historic. That is historically important, and that's precisely what happens everywhere. In America, it's Christians. You know, in the Muslim world, it's, of course, Muslim fundamentalists. That's it. Also, doesn't Sharia mean law? So Sharia law just means law? Yes. It's like saying chai tea. Chai is just tea. Or non-bread. Or I guess the English version of it is ATM machine. If only people understood they shouldn't conflate Islam with conservatism. Exactly. My anger and my frustration always has been with reactionary ideals, conservatism. Okay? And that is a universal principle that I apply. If you don't think that there are progressive people in these Muslim nations, if you don't think that there are gay people in these Muslim nations, trans people in these Muslim nations, feminists in these Muslim nations, you're wrong. Of course they exist. And there are massive numbers. It's just not broadly represented depending on which country you're talking about. I didn't even finish this how Israel uses sex to sell Zionism thing. I don't know how the fuck we got to Islamophobia because that one chatter chimed in and chirped. And I hope it was a somewhat productive session that caused people to develop a better understanding and appreciation of where I am coming from. But let's round this up real quick.
As long as they're between 18 and 26.
Thousands of Birthright Israel participants filling the seashore with endless smiles, scholars, accents, and tent bodies.
I didn't really have a connection to the homeland, and I came here, and just everybody's so great, and I'm just like overcome with like connection.
It's like you're high on Zionism.
I am really high right now.
The trip is sold as a journey home for young Jews to connect with Israel on an emotional and adventurous 10-day itinerary where they're accompanied by Israeli soldiers. That's not a coincidence. In the early days of Birthright, the billionaire co-founder Charles Bronfman said, quote, he was bothered that the kids on those early trips weren't bonding with their Israeli peers. His answer was developing the mifgash, the encounter, between Jewish Israeli teens and their diaspora counterparts. These encounters move very fast to what we call hormonal mifgashim. Things happen.
Countless romances from the trips have blossomed into serious relationships and even marriages.
And it looks like these boys and girls like each other a lot. I mean, you might have a lot of Jewish babies coming out of this trip eventually, a lot of marriages, a lot of relationships. Is that part of it?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be eventually, it can be tonight.
It's not a coincidence that intimacy is a part of the trip. Participants spend the whole trip with Israeli soldiers intentionally chosen to be attractive. They're taken out for nights of drinking and dancing, and some even spend a night in a fake Bedouin tent, quote, where participants sleep crowded together, a setup conducive to first kisses.
I remember even on the trip that I attended, there were 2 Israeli soldiers who clearly were into each other. Like they very much had a vibe. And someone made a joke on the trip that you have to save yourselves for the Americans, basically clarifying that they were there to seduce us.
So why is coupling so encouraged on these?
This is, by the way, exactly what Israelism, the documentary, is about as well, and how Birthright plays a formative role in basically creating this association with Israel amongst young American Jews. Funded in large part by American Christians, but that's besides the point.
These trips. Well, the originator of the idea for Birthright said one of his main goals was to, quote, create a situation whereby spouses are available, because at the time, intermarriage between Jews and non-Jews was at a high, which isn't great when you're trying to build an ethnocracy. To maintain a demographic majority...
Jewish Bag says, this is why I didn't go, I'm gay. Bro, I went on Birthright. It's so funny watching it being broken down. Yeah. Bro, if you're... Dude, this is why I always say the greatest threat to Israel is not Iran, is not Hamas, is not Hezbollah, okay? It's Los Angeles. It is New York. It is Boca Raton. That's it. Why the fuck? Like, why the fuck would you be like, yeah, I want to go and live in Israel if you're like, I love the situation in America, okay? It's great. I am an American. This is a question I present to some of my normie Jewish friends all the time, which is, you're American. The fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? It's just like very hard to shake people off this this notion, okay?
Over Palestinians, Israel needs Jews to make more Jews. So what better way to encourage reproduction and immigration than through a coming-of-age, euphoric, emotional, and adventurous trip? The reality of Israel's nation-building story is violence, displacement, dispossession, colonization, and...
When I first saw Midsommar, one of my buddies who was watching with me was like, holy shit, this is exactly like what happened on Birthright regarding the whole baby-making shit in Midsommar. Yeah.
Settlement. That's not a great brand. In order to get settlers invested in the vision and try to secure the future, sex is a great tool. Beauty and aesthetics and fun are great marketing tactics, and they have tangible outcomes, like more babies. More babies means more people to get conscripted to the occupation forces and maintain the oppressive military infrastructure necessary for Israel to exist. And what better way to convince people to at least look the other way, and at most participate, than by making it sexy?
Do they not select people for Birthright chips? Is they're ugly? I don't know the selection process, but yeah, it's short and to the point. It's great. That was, what was the, wait, hold on.
For a long time.
Oh, that was Uncivilized, which has a bunch of banger videos, by the way, including how Vietnam teaches Palestine to fight invaders. They have a bunch of really cool videos. But the video that we just watched is how Israel uses sex to sell Zionism. How Trump used WWE tactics to win. I'm not going to watch that right now, but yeah. How do I reconcile pro-Israel Jewish friends? I know it's easy to dismiss someone online, but when he's my friend, it's different. He's not bloodthirsty, but is it immoral to remain friends knowing he won't budge? I mean, just be normal, dude. I don't know. I'm not going to fucking tell you guys to just like completely write out people that you know. You should always try to talk to them, and slowly but surely you can convince them and change their minds, you know? I almost went on Birthright. Kind of glad I didn't go, though. I wonder if I had gone, would I have been radicalized sooner? Because I had zero idea that Israel was an apartheid state. I don't know. I've never been on Birthright, so I have no idea what it's like. We have Stellar Blade, Epic Gamer Outrage on the docket. We have The End of England. We have Gotcha Drama in the Korean Gender War. There's a new Wired documentary on Epstein's Island. That's crazy. Moon Channel is very progressive immigration rights lawyer who makes really great video game essays, heavy focus on history, often with very left-wing overtones. You and chat were mistaking him with that weird reactionary guy. Just want to clarify so the chatters don't avoid watching him because of what you said. Yeah. The other channel is just called Moon. This is Moon Channel. It's different. I apologize to Moon Channel for mistaking Broad City made fun of Birthright.
Ilana?
Hi.
And Abby?
Yes.
I'm Jared. Welcome to Birthmark. Surf's up.
Thanks. Cool.
For the next 10 days, we will be traveling around the holiest place in the world, Israel.
For free. Gotcha, Jews. Makes no sense.
Well, our beautiful country will teach you all about Judaism, its rich history, and I'm looking at the two of you, its reproductive future. We're almost home.
I see.
Cool. Jews, Jews, Jews.
There is like definitely a very weird, I mean, the reproductive aspect of like maintaining an ethno state is just like always going to come across as gross to me. I just don't understand it. And I think it's so fucking weird. It's like the freezing of the semen stuff. Like it's the IDF Comforce, the goon platoon. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's odd.
Jews, 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 Jews.
Dude, we better not make any new friends on this trip. It's not about friends. Right, it's that it's free.
Like literally, when you factor this conversation into any other group, you're like, what? That seems a little weird. Like here, I'll give you one example that everybody understands is bad and wrong. White people. When white people as a associated identity, as an identity group, are like, we have to make sure that we have, you know, a decent amount of white people in this country, so we maintain a white majority. You're like, that's weird. But even on the inverse of that, as a protective mechanism, right? Let's talk about a group of marginalized individuals like black people, Dr. Umar. You know what I mean? Even then, it's like, it's kind of odd. Okay, it's kind of odd. Like I get where you're coming at this from. I understand it, but it's still, you know, very weird. Okay, memes aside, you know, not exactly a great attitude to have. Okay, that's it. It's the same shit.
It's about Israel. It's like Africa for Jews. It's about our souls. We're gonna find ourselves in the motherland.
All right, ladies, where are you seated?
I'm 18B.
No.
Oh my God.
No. Hold on.
Okay.
Ladies, is there something wrong?
Yes, Jared. What's up? We love the trip so far. We would love it even more if we could sit next to each other.
This is an all-expense-paid trip to Israel, provided by your living ancestors. So we're seated according to match potential.
Okay. All right.
Okay. You meet somebody very nice, I'm sure.
Hey, I'm Josh. I'm a junior accountant. I write short stories in my spare time, and I'm a Tough Mudder champion.
What? I'm grieving. I've just experienced a loss.
Would it kill you to try?
Enchanté.
Juice. That's funny. Okay. All right. I kind of want to fucking dive into this a little bit. I kind of want to see. I mean, it's so long, but you know.
Everyone, imagine if you.
I want to see the rise and fall of gamers, dude. Really bad.
The culture war, the great clash of ideologies taking place on the battleground of all the media we read, watch, play, and listen to. Then narrow your focus, if you're able, to just one front of that conflict, the video games front. What I'm going to do today is attempt to relate to you a single incident that happened on that front not too long ago. It wasn't a very consequential incident, it didn't really come to much, and it was almost entirely contained on the regressive side of the culture war, and it wasn't even particularly popular there, to be honest, in terms of the number of people who cared about it. Nevertheless, I am going to tell you about it today. So our story begins with a tweet from the 1st of February of this year. The account @Grums on Twitter wrote, "It's AAA game dev, triggering time. New Stellar Blade trailer just dropped." So if you're
don't show me. I hope Sean doesn't show me this Stellar Blade trailer because it's going to trigger me to no end. It's going to kill me to see Korean titties. I will die. I will perish. As a woke man, I hate boobs. Okay? As a woke man, I hate it.
Anything approaching a normal person, you probably have a few questions about this tweet.
It's so funny, by the way, that like gamers have decided, why are we not watching Themasius' playlist? First of all, Sheltered Rosebud, it's the weekend, so I urge you to shut the fuck up, okay? Secondly, I don't even think Themasius sent a playlist today, okay? God damn. Yeah, there you go. I didn't send one. It's like, can I just go a day without Sheltered Rosebud turning around and just like dictating what happens on the stream? There's 24,000 other people in here, but like, nope, we got to listen. Sorry that I'm not doing hardcore news coverage for you. Okay, please stop backseating. Jesus Christ. And we've hit a level 3 hype train.
Who is Grump?
I do find it very funny that gamers have basically made being like an incredibly horny person that is annoying to be around a political movement. Like they have moralized and politicized being a horn dog, where they're like, no, dude, booba is good. It's a political movement. Please, you don't fucking understand it. And it's like, you're such a gross little pervert, dog. What the fuck are you saying? And I say this as someone who also every now and then enjoys a nice booba. But how the fuck do you create a political movement around gooning, dude?
Grums, what is Stellar Blade? It's a video game. And why is a video game trailer being released being assumed here to be, quote, triggering to game developers, since, I mean, that's the sort of thing you'd imagine they'd be used to, right? So let's attempt to answer these
thank you for the 5 gifted. Mythic, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Grums is the Twitter account of game developer
Crispy
Mark
Bacon Fox,
Kern.
thank you for the 10
Mark
gifted.
Kern is best known for working at Blizzard Entertainment on the original release of popular MMO World of Warcraft in the early 2000s. Kern left Blizzard in 2005 and has since spent his time doing sod all. Well, that's not very fair. After leaving Blizzard, Kern co-founded Red 5 Studios, a company he became the CEO of in 2008. Red 5 Studios was creating a game called Firefall, the production of which was very
Satirical
turbulent.
Duck,
Kern
thank you
came
for the
under
10
fire
gifted.
for allegedly massively overspending on advertising for the game, most notably on a custom-ordered Fire.
That's the other part of this that I'm very frustrated by, is that like this dumb fuck has never actually produced positive results and has like unironically done the exact same kind of Kickstarter grift that they used to shit on like Anita Sarkeesian and Brianna Wu over. But gamers don't seem to track it in the same way because Grums is like a gross little fucking gremlin nerd, and he's fighting the good fight against woke in video games.
Firefall-themed bus, which cost millions of dollars and was rubbish. Employees within Red 5 described Kern's leadership style as erratic, impulsive, and very disruptive. He was accused of taking extended absences from work only to turn up and suddenly demand sweeping changes to the game. As such, he was generally seen as a hindrance to Firefall's development, and he was eventually removed as CEO.
How are these gamers so shameless in behaving this way publicly? Because they don't go out in public, okay? They don't. Oh my God, brother, shut the fuck up. I'm not going to talk about NATO right now. Just go, please just go and watch, I don't know, Hasanabi, NATO, Turkey, reacts to Bestie Marks or something, and you'll develop a better understanding. You haven't stopped fucking demanding that I stop everything and talk about NATO. God damn.
By the company's board of directors. Kern then founded Mech Entertainment in 2014.
Are you going to address the allegations? You're going to be coward hiding behind ignorance?
Blockchain integrated.
What allegations? What is it the fact that Korean booba gamers are waiting for me and I haven't played the Korean dating sim? Is that what you're going to say? Is that the allegations? Malsuk is better than Gran. I don't disagree with you. I think Malsuk is still best girl, but has been hard. It's been hard for me to win her over.
It's a virtual reality MMO for the Oculus Rift. And that didn't happen, obviously. Kern's next game, I suppose, was Ember, written EM-8ER, which is touted as a spiritual successor to Firefall. See, Firefall, Ember, you get it. Ember is, as far as I can tell, looking at development videos on YouTube, a game where you play a robot and shoot at little white cubes. Ember was announced 8 years ago and was in its pre-alpha phase for ever. It is still in its pre-alpha phase, I mean. Kern has made a lot of big promises about all the features the game is definitely going to have in the future, but as the years roll by, even the people who pay to support this project are starting to sound a little frustrated with him.
So this part is directly for you, Grums. Get off Twitter. Stop with this anti-woke crusade and just focus on the game. If you want to prove everyone is wrong, then be quiet, hunker down, and make what you keep telling the world you're going to make.
The top YouTube comment on one of these videos says that Ember, quote, is already running the exact same course as Firefall did back then, and for the same reasons. Ages of radio silence, change of gameplay focus, countless redesigns, lack of leadership, mismanagement of project funds. Both projects suffer from the same major problem, Mark Kern. Now, this
is what is so endlessly frustrating about the hypocrisy lovers out there, you know? People love to seek out hypocrisy, or maybe even in certain instances, hypocrisy might not exist, right? Against your ideological opponents. But like, this guy is literally responsible for the exact same type of shit that gamers are supposed to fucking hate. And yet, because he is, on guy is literally responsible for the exact same type of shit that gamers are supposed to fucking hate. And yet, because he is, on this horny crusade, and can so easily create controversy by just simply pointing to the dumbest shit possible over and over again by being like, every game now sucks because there's black women in it, okay? Or this game sucks because Sweet Baby Inc. worked on putting black women in the game. So many gamers just like refuse to reckon with his own obvious hypocrisy here, that he is a failure of a developer and has grifted a shit ton of funders into believing that he was going to make an incredible fucking video game that he never did.
YouTuber in the clip there mentioned an anti-woke crusade from Mark Kern, which we'll get to in a second, but related to that, How do you get people to pay for a pre-alpha game which barely exists? Because people subscribe to support this game. The Ember website advertises founder packs which go up to $1,500 and which offer various in-game perks. And by in-game perks, I of course mean if and when the game actually
The
exists.
exceeding majority of gamers don't know who Grums is, let's be real. I know, they don't, but they know Asmongold. And Asmongold always fucking hypes up Grums. That's the problem. Like, a lot of this shit, a lot of people get their markers from this dipshit, and they basically will look to him as their North Star, as their guider, okay, throughout the stupid ass fucking reactionary slant that so many goddamn oily gamers have fucking gone through. It's so fucking frustrating. Some of it is because 35-year-old men realize that gaming doesn't hit as hard as it once did when you were a baby and you didn't have bills to pay. Okay? Others are understandable frustrations at the state of gaming now as a direct consequence of major companies, developers and publishers basically turning everything into EA. Okay? Recreating the same cycle of FIFA over and over again, but for every other fucking game. There's also live service and microtransactions added on to the fucking bill, and DLCs. Ultimately, it's capitalism, okay? It destroys art. It is not because of wokeness. And I don't know how to get this across to gamers in general who are like, nah, it's not that. It's actually wokeness, okay? Yes, capitalism has a tendency to commodify and then ruin art.
To the point where something could be described as being in it, these perks could be in it. What does it mean, for instance, to buy a character skin in Ember? Well, right now it means you get access to a picture of concept art of a skin for a character which as of yet does not actually exist. And the purchase agreement on the site makes it very clear you cannot ask for a refund on any digital purchase so long as the game is in development. Now, I don't want to make any legally actionable claims here, but I have seen a few people suggest that this whole thing is a bit shady. At a glance, it resembles all the worst of fear of missing out, limited time offer, predatory game monetization, only without the actual game part backing it up. So why, you might ask, would somebody pay money to support this project? Well, if we look through some of these skins, there's certainly a theme, isn't there? A scantily clad lady theme. So keeping those scantily clad ladies in mind, let's talk about the anti-woke crusade. You see, Mark Kern is, to the apparent annoyance of the Ember fanbase, a very active Twitter user, having more than 200,000 followers, and he mainly complains about wokeness, DEI, SJWs, political correctness, or whatever they're calling it this week. For Kern and the anti-woke crowd, there's a battle going on for the soul of video games, you see. Everywhere they look, they see insidious attempts to insert racial and sexual minorities into video games. Not out of some altruistic desire to see wider representation in media, or even a profit-driven desire to market the game to more demographics, but a deliberately malicious attempt to ruin video games. They here can be a very wide variety of people, but it's mainly Western AAA game developers, many indie game developers, most video game publishers, video game distribution services, video game journalists, various video game journalism outlets, consultancy firms who work in the video game industry, woke gamers, and so on. All of those groups, they are part of the woke mind virus, and they're ruining video games by conspiring to put black characters in games and trans characters in games and make all the beautiful ladies into ugly ladies. And why are they doing this, you might wonder? Well, without going on too long of a tangent, if you dig into it, you'll find the same old right-wing narrative about so-called cultural Marxists attempting to undermine society by eroding and destroying traditional standards of beauty. The only difference is when we talk about traditional standards of beauty today, we're not talking about classical art or architecture, we're talking about dead or alive beach volleyball. And it's interesting, isn't it, how once upon a time regressives saw video games as one example of the ugly modern degeneracy that was undermining culture, whereas for regressive gamers today, video games play the role of the culture they want to preserve against the ugly modern degeneracy. It's the exact same cultural Marxist script being run, but video games have swapped sides. Regardless, they being the people who make, publish, market, review, and play video games, are coming to destroy video games, and so video games must be defended. Now, in practice, this usually translates to throwing a tantrum anytime a video game with a character creator has pronoun on.
One of my all-time takes was, how did we on Twitter across the board go from making fun of this guy to everyone actively becoming this guy? Like, and it happened. It was always there. Obviously, the Gamergate crowd never really went away, but it got so much more motion in like the past year where like even the very same people that used to make fun of this fucking guy became that guy. And it happened basically overnight. There are some who actually think this guy's awesome. No, I know. But at the time, you gave him attention. Yeah, I made him. You're right. I made him into a person that everybody was making fun of. Yeah. Yeah. Someone with a much larger platform that churns out this guy's fucking screeds on a daily basis would be Asmongold. Someone who has very similar opinions to this fucking guy. He's not even remotely responsible for this. It's me. I made fun of him with like everybody else. I apologize for making fun of the Eggman.
Options, but it also means supporting video games that come across to them as being anti-woke. And Stellar Blade from Korean developer Shift Up was flagged as a potential anti-woke game soon after it was announced, featuring as it does a protagonist who is a sexualized, conventionally attractive lady who wears a variety of skimpy outfits. Hence, it's AAA game dev triggering time, says Mark Kern. The Stellar Blade trailer is supposed to be upsetting to game developers who supposedly hate conventionally attractive ladies in skimpy outfits. That's what's going on here. The next month, when a demo for Stellar Blade was released, Kern posted on Twitter, "Now that Stellar Blade demo is out, so be on the lookout and DM me or at me any tasty dev or press meltdown please. I'm sure there is some massive triggering going on. Fellow devs," yeah right, "if you have inside stories to tell on the internal reactions to Stellar Blade, my DMs are open." So there is a massive triggered meltdown reaction to the Stellar Blade demo going on. Kern is sure of it. It's just that for the moment it's going on somewhere where we can't see it. It's an internal outrage, apparently. It's a quiet one, and so he has to ask for examples of it. And let's read a few responses to some of Kern's tweets here. "Oh no, beautiful women that for some reason get gay men and ugly women mad. More of this, please. The industry needs to heal. Ah, why do normal people find attractive people attractive? Gaming devs and press. Ah, me. Jiggle physics. He. Pearl clutching intensifies, along with..."
Like, they invented a backlash that didn't even fucking exist. Okay? There are a million different games that have booba in it. Okay? A million of them. Some of them are good. Some of them are bad. It literally does not matter. But they basically invented a reaction against it because it's not good enough on its own. Okay? It's not good enough on its own. You can't just hit it raw. You can't just like enjoy the game on its own. There has to also be a political movement associated with enjoying the game. And that political movement can only be defined by its enemies. Okay? And if there are no enemies against this video game coming out, then we must invent them. And that's precisely what happened with Stellar Blade. Like, it's just so fucking stupid.
A gif of a woman shouting, "I hate you." And there were a lot more responses in this vein. Rather smug gamers posting reaction gifs and writing little skits about how upset the woke game developer...
Just saw your story on IG. I didn't know you had abs. What the fuck? You know what? I forgot to showcase what I did this morning and in my workout. So, you know what? I'm going to fucking do it right now. Look at that.
I was stargazing. Life goes on. I need her, my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. High key, keep a horn on me. That could my seat. IP ownership, the blueprint is by me. Mr. Get Off, I get off at my feet.
Why are pics so small? Shut up.
He nigga couldn't try me in a tri-state. Buddy pass, bet I give him splash till he hydrated. Down south, know he spook town, eyes dilated. I got the money and the power, both gyrating. I feel good, get the fuck out my face.
Doors open.
Good, but she don't got no ties. I walked in, walked out with the size. Man, don't let me know what the plan.
Also this. Yo, I was looking like one of those calisthenic guys. Holy shit, your scapula are fucked? Yes. It is. You held that for a split second? No, I can do an L-sit for like 15 seconds. No, scapula are not the cum gutter things. No.
What's up?
Also, this is the fit pick for today. Anyway, let's get back to the gamers now after I showed you that brief moment. Don't read chat. They're going to be annoying. Do you feel like you're lifting change since Dr. Mike? I focus on eccentrics a lot more and making sure that it's definitely a slower eccentric when I'm working out.
Developer/journalist Mobar about Stellar Blade. You see, the gamer lads here see Stellar Blade's character designs as a political statement, one running counter to their characterization of how the so-called woke mob is trying to ruin games with diversity and ugliness and so on. So Stellar Blade to them represents a pushback against a perceived Puritan attempt to remove all the attractive, sexy characters from video games. Except, I am old enough to remember all the way back to 1 year ago, when Baldur's Gate 3 came out. Baldur's Gate 3, developed by Larian Studios, is the third installment of the Baldur's Gate series and has been a massive commercial and critical success. It's sold more than 10 million copies, it's one of the highest rated games of all time on Metacritic, it won the Game of the Year award at the Golden Joystick Awards, the Game Awards, the British Academy Game Awards, and the Game Developers' Choice Awards. It was also named as Game of the Year by various gaming journalism outlets such as GameSpot, GamesRadar, PC Gamer, Screen Rant, and many others.
That's the funniest thing, that they have no answer to Baldur's Gate 3 because it was literally a woke nightmare, okay, from their perspective. But it doesn't really matter because Baldur's Gate was successful. It was a real gamer's game, which is precisely the reason why this omega gay game, this super pro-trans game, didn't actually invoke the same level of outrage. Because these guys will look to bad games, okay, that are hastily put together by these corporations that just want to serve fucking slop, and will say, oh, these games suck because of woke. No, those games don't suck because of woke, dumbass. Those games suck because corporations are hyper-focusing on farming people as hard as they possibly can with nostalgia and all this other nonsense without actually offering any sort of like artistic integrity or artistic vision. Okay? That's it. When a game sucks, oh, it's because of woke. When a game is good, it's, oh, because they defeated woke. It's a very simple method. Ironically enough, there are a million different examples of video games that were seemingly woke on arrival, that these gamers, and not just like video games, but TV shows too, were seemingly woke on arrival, but actually got major box office success and real audiences that all of a sudden turned into anti-woke games. There are so many of these dipshits out there. There are so many fucking assholes out there who literally don't even delete their former videos. Okay? They don't even delete the old videos. They'll farm it, claiming that like something is going to be woke and it's going to be gay and it's going to suck. And then when people love it, they're like, oh, it's actually because it's not woke. And it's ironic because these are the people who say, why are you making everything political? They are the ones who make everything fucking political and unbearable.
Game developers and game journalists absolutely love Baldur's Gate 3. And Baldur's Gate 3 is horny as hell. To start with, I don't even know if I can show you the character creator from Baldur's Gate 3, but it's got options, let's say. Like, foreskin options. I myself have been playing through Baldur's Gate 3 recently and having a grand old time with it, playing a fancy little gnome bard, but I haven't really been pursuing the romantic or sexual options, and as such I didn't really have an idea of the extent of it. So instead I had to click through the IGN YouTube upload of the romance scenes in the game, which is more than 2 hours long, by the way, and I was red-faced and scandalized clicking through some of this. They do it. You see their bits. And there's everything. There's naked demon ladies and tentacled squid men. I think someone had it off with a bear at one point. They are going for it in Baldur's Gate, apparently. So we've got a seemingly extremely wide variety of romance options, and you can design your character to look however you like, be as attractive or unattractive as you want to be, and your party of conventionally attractive companions can be dressed, or undressed, or romanced by you, and all this raises a question, doesn't it? If so-called woke Western game developers and Puritan journalists supposedly hate sex and sexiness and attractiveness so much, why was this veritable orgy of a game so beloved by them? This would be the exact sort of thing that they're supposed to hate, right? But they think it's great, clearly, so what's going on here then? To attempt to answer this, let's first see if we can try to find any examples of any game developers or journalists actually being mad about Stellar Blade. As it turns out, Mark Kern's call for examples of Stellar Blade meltdowns netted one singular potential lead. A Twitter user replied to Kern on the 30th of March saying, take a look at IGN France. So let's take a look at IGN France. This page is a preview of Stellar Blade, talking about the pre-release demo of the game, which was posted on the 27th of March, in French, on the website IGN France. The writer of this article is on the whole very enthusiastic about nearly every aspect of Stellar Blade, praising the combat, the atmosphere, the soundtrack, and so on. The single exception is the main character, Eve's, character design, which he refers to as bland and likens to a doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman. Now I think this second point here is not really fair for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I'd say that it's a bit hasty to so definitively judge Eve's character design based off of playing a demo which only shows a very small part of the game.
Also, it's a real person, and I was shocked when I found out it was a real person. And then, I had to do some investigations, okay? I had to personally investigate as a video game journalist who cares about the truth. And yes, it is a real Korean model.
Story, because it's possible that the full game would give some additional context to the character designs. It might not be all that likely, but it is possible, so I'd call this a bit of a rush to judgment, to be honest. The article compares Eve's design unfavourably to that of Bayonetta and 2B from Nier Automata, which are designs that I like and think work in the games that they're in, but you might not get the full context of why they work if you've only played a small demo segment of the game, right? So if I were writing this demo review, I'd probably have said something like, from what we can see in the demo, Eve seems bland, and hopefully the full game fleshes her out a bit more, something like that. Next, the doll sexualized by someone who's never seen a woman line could be read as a crack at the developers, and I don't really think it's all that fair to take a crack at the devs having not played the full game. I must say though, I don't think it actually is a serious crack at the devs, since the next paragraph of the review talks about the Korean model, Shin Jae-yoon, whose body scan served as the base for Eve's in-game model, so obviously the author knows the developers have seen a real woman. They're just describing Eve's design in a hyperbolic way. Still though, in isolation this comes across as a bit prematurely rude, and IGN France apparently agreed with this because they later deleted the sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman sentence and apologized to the developers of Stellar Blade. So you might be thinking, is that it? You know, is this the extent of the massive triggering that Mark Kern was so sure was going on? A single sentence from the French preview of the demo of Stellar Blade, which was otherwise very positive about the game and recommended it. Surely that's not going to be enough, right? If we're going to kick off a culture war battle about this, we're going to need a little more ammunition, aren't we? It's going to be hard to claim that journalists are trying to destroy Stellar Blade or something ridiculous like that if you only have one example and it's from someone who likes Stellar Blade. And it's going to be even harder to claim that journalists are biased against conventionally attractive characters in video games, considering the author of this piece spoke favourably about both Bayonetta and 2B from Nier Automata. They just called Eve's design.
What's so insane about this is that it goes back to what I say all the time. Narrative is more important than the truth. Biased political actors with an ideological purpose have basically made millions of people online, millions of gamers online, believe in this false notion that like devs actually fucking hate sexy women. Like, it is so frustrating. To draw a much larger point on this, it is so frustrating to see something so transparently incorrect, and yet it doesn't matter. No amount of evidence that you suggest to the contrary will shake people out of this fucking stupor. That's it.
Design bland by comparison, so surely this can't be enough, can it? Oh no. What's happened here then? It seems we've got some discourse to take a look at. So, where did all this come from? Well, later on the 30th of March, Mark Kern posted a tweet showing the offending sentence from the IGN France article, alongside a picture of the same woman mentioned in the article, who was scanned to provide Eve's character model, as well as a picture of the CEO of ShiftUp's wife, who also works at the company. So this is a classic gotcha, isn't it? The article says Eve is like a doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman. But look, here are some women who worked on the game, which contradicts that assessment. Very good. It is undercut somewhat, though, by the fact the IGN France article does talk about that Korean model, in the very next paragraph in fact, saying, quote, Shin Jae-yoon, the poor Korean model serving as the character's model, is lost under layers of clumsy plastic modifications that make her unrecognizable both in body and face. So this tweet from Mark Kern doesn't really work all that well on that front, does it? Eve was based on a real woman doesn't work as a retort to someone who acknowledges her design was based on a real woman, but dislikes it in part for not resembling that woman. In fact, this tweet only works as a retort if you specifically do not include the context that the IGN France article talks about Shin Jae-yoon, which Mark Kern, of course, does not. Now, many of these videos are just people reading out this tweet from Mark Kern and having a big old laugh about how IGN France doesn't know Eve is based on a real woman, which of course they do, because they talk about her.
For people asking, is this what Gamergate was like? Yes. One statement from an article from a dude who is like outwardly positive towards a game, taken out of context, is enough for this onslaught of right-wing fucking grifters trying to farm desperate goddamn losers into clicking in their videos and getting angry about a thing that is not real. Gamergate was significantly worse than this because there's a whole litany of death threats associated with it too, but it's in the same vein basically.
But these YouTubers don't know that because they didn't go and read the article. All they've seen of it is this one sentence from Mark Kern's tweet.
This tweet by Grumps seems to be going viral currently. It's at over 50,000 likes and almost 2 million views after a day. And that because it embarrasses IGN and two of the arguments they made. It says, so IGN calls the Stellar Blade protagonist a sexualized doll and says the creator's never seen a living woman. And after that, showcasing the not real doll, as IGN called her, and then the creator's wife, who's also simultaneously an artist on the team. So apparently IGN was too lazy to do even the most basic research on the game before publishing such disrespectful statements.
And yes, so IGN calls Stellar Blade protagonist a sexualized doll and says the creator has never seen a living woman. So, as you see, IGN spreading lies, as of course the mainstream always does. And this is only going to get worse because of the left-wing lunatics that are out there.
Because once again, there is no research or nothing being shown. This is why people are calling this out right now. Because it's quite literally a model. This is quite literally a real-life person this is based on.
And I always find this to be kind of a stupid take because this is the model the game is based on, being motion captured here. It is very much based on real women.
I don't know what I'm angry at. I don't know what makes me more angry. The fact that this kind of shit is kickstarted by like one dumbass, or the fact that so many people are susceptible to this kind of framing and get duped by a singular tweet. I don't know. I just like it. It's so frustrating to see this.
Now, Kern's tweet was one way into this discourse. Some other YouTubers were instead reading out this article from boundingintocomics.com, which makes the same mistake as Kern, saying, "Further, while Eve herself may be a fictional character, her appearance is not, instead being based on a full one-to-one body scan of real-world South Korean model Shin Jae-yoon. In light of both their ignoring of these facts and their blatant attempt to insult Kim," that's the CEO of Shift Up there, "both Asola and IGN France soon found themselves facing a massive wave of backlash from the general public regarding their lack of journalistic integrity." Which, one, is very funny talking about journalistic integrity while accusing IGN France of ignoring something that they did in fact talk about, and two, is very funny claiming there was a massive wave of backlash from the general public about this. Yes, they were
This is why I gave up a long time ago trying to address some of the commonly held criticisms around someone like myself. I was wrong. Two mistakes I made in my career was one, openly admitting to being anti-capitalist, and two, ever thinking that people actually gave a singular shit about the truth. Because for people, it's not about a genuine interest or intellectual curiosity or genuine interest in understanding what the reality is. It's simply people that want to have their suspicions confirmed. That's why in so many fucking instances, you see people that are in this chat, okay, that will just straightforwardly refuse to listen to what I have to say. I'll literally be criticizing someone on screen, and in that very same moment, they'll be like, I bet you love this, Hassan. Yeah, I can tell you love this. I mean, we saw this during election night when so many people came in and were like, oh, I bet you're crying right now. And I was like, I'm not. I knew that this was going to happen. I said that this was going to happen. And I was already upset no matter who won. And yet people were just like, nah, you're seething. You're seething. Another example of this is like the famous case of when I was in Australia, having the time of my fucking life, hanging out with my friends, not being online. And because I responded to someone in my Discord as, I'm going to kill myself, all right, which is, classic response online. The very same people that say that on a daily basis were like, oh, he's literally going to commit suicide. He's like actually exhibiting suicidal ideation. And when I corrected the people where I was like, I had no fucking clue this was happening online, I wasn't even online, people were like, nah, you're just lying. Nah, you're just lying, dog. Remember when you almost killed yourself because your view counts were down? It's like, no, I don't, because that's not a real thing. But it doesn't matter. It does not matter, because the truth does not matter. What matters to a lot of people is how many YouTube essays we can make debating whether or not your favorite content creator has good vibes or not. The actual interpersonal relationship in that moment from fucking 5-10 years ago is completely inconsequential. What is more important is the narrative that you can lead on Reddit. And people would openly rather just continue along with a falsehood than to actually understand what the truth is. And when faced with the direct evidence that their narrative is incorrect, they just double down on it. Anyway, when I watched you debate that drama tuber looking for a video, I knew you were right, but disappointed you engaged with this guy who's clearly farming for a YouTube video. The guy had to take a break to watch his own YouTube video mid-debate for talking points, but I was still mad at you for engaging with the drama YouTuber. Yeah. Also, when that girl came up to you about Pepsi or whatever, people thought you were so triggered. But you weren't. Clipchimp's trying to make something more than it is. Yeah. People would absolutely rather have their own preconceived biases reinforced than to develop a better understanding of what the fuck's going on. That's it.
Marching in the streets of Paris, weren't they, about this article? Do you hear the people sing? We demand IGN France acknowledge that Eve from Stellar Blade on the PS5 was based on Korean model Shin Jae-eun, even though they did. Now, the third way that YouTubers got into this discourse was by copying each other's videos. Like, look, he's just nicked his thumbnail and all. Some of these videos were commentary videos, you see, and by commentary videos I of course mean they watched a video that someone else made and paused it occasionally and said, yeah.
Yeah.
And I always find this to be kind of a stupid take because this is the model the game is based on, being motion captured here. It is very much based on real women.
That's big-time internet streamer Asmongold putting his personal touch on this discourse by sitting in the corner there and watching this other video on the channel Yellow Flash Productions, which covers both the tweet from Mark Kern and the article on boundingintocomics.com. The video of Asmongold's stream posted on the channel Asmongold TV got
8 layers of falsehood with something of no material importance whatsoever, by the way. Because the other side of the story is the patently unserious nature of this conversation. What if IGN actually was mad at the titties? Who fucking cares? You know what I mean? Who cares? Even if it was 100% correct, even if Grums was absolutely correct that like they were seething, who gives a shit? Just play the fucking game, dumbass. Why can't you just enjoy the game on its own? Why do you have to imagine some woke libtards being owned somewhere, okay? In fucking France, of all places, too. You know, a nation state known for its unique approach to feminism in general. I think that a lot of these gamers would recognize that they are a lot closer to the average French person in their understanding of sexualized, fantasies than they think that they have disagreements on, okay?
Nearly 1 million views, more than 10 times the views of the video he was watching, but don't feel bad about that. Asmongold is just watching someone read out something someone else said about something they didn't do any research about. It is lazy bastards all the way down today. Lazy and liars as well. Let's take a look at a couple of these thumbnails. This one from the channel Manix has a fake quote from an IGN Twitter account that says, in all caps, "Don't buy this game." This one also shows up in the thumbnails for videos on other channels, like these ones. There's also fake review scores in there, pretending IGN gave the game a score of 3 out of 10, which, I mean, it wasn't even out yet, and they hadn't reviewed it. They gave it a 7 when they did review it. The channel Dread Roberts has a video with a thumbnail that proclaims, "They want this game to die," in all caps, along with the quote, "She's a whore."
Like, this is so unserious, dude. Imagine. Is this the peak of your political movement? Like, even if this was real, even if IGN wanted this game to die, really? That's what you want to associate with on your deathbed? That's what you're going to remember? The conquest you engage in? The fact that it's not real and it's simply just like right-wing hysteria that people associate it with and people just like ran along with makes it even worse. But also, even if this was a real thing, even if IGN actually had come out and was like, I fucking hate this game, I hope it dies, treating this like your own personal 9/11 is just like, how bored are you?
Or under the IGN logo, which, well, IGN didn't say that, of course. Even the IGN France article that criticized Eve's design was broadly positive about the other aspects of the game. I mean, it doesn't make sense, does it? If IGN wanted to hurt the sales of Stellar Blade, why would they attack it in only a single paragraph of an otherwise favorable preview that only went up on their French website? Like, if there's some plot from IGN to destroy Stellar Blade, it's being expressed in the most obscure, contradictory way possible. So why are these videos pretending that IGN did trash the game and try to kill it? Well, for clicks, obviously. They want a big culture war Gamergate moment so badly that they're willing to play pretend to try to get one started. And this is one of the interesting things to me today. It's the yearning for a lost glory, I suppose. Watching through some of these videos reminded me of those Imperial Japanese soldiers living in the jungle who didn't realize World War II was over. These are the bedraggled remnants of the Gamergate army, bravely fighting on long past the point where anyone else cares at all. I think we need to get in touch with Davis Arini or someone so we can formally give them the order to stand down. One thing that stood out to me watching these videos was that the video makers would often make very confident predictions about both 1, Stellar Blade being a great game deserving of very high scores, and 2, the gaming press giving it low scores when it does come out. Watching one of these videos, I heard a guy say he was sure Stellar Blade would get low review scores, quote, "nothing close to the higher scores it deserves." Deserves. And this was posted in a video before Stellar Blade was released. Like, they're already sure it's a great game. It's already deserving of high scores before they've even played it, simply by virtue of what it represents. Now, it would be unfair of me to dole out criticisms of people speaking prematurely about a game they haven't played if I myself then went on to talk about said game having not played it. So I played the entirety of Stellar Blade. I streamed it on my Twitch channel, which I'll link in the description. So out of a sense of due diligence and to prove I actually did play the game, I'm going to review Stellar Blade now for too long. We'll get to the character designs later on, but for now I'll say that whatever criticisms can be made about Eve's character design, there are other characters in Stellar Blade who deserve those same criticisms, but to a much greater degree. If Eve's design is a little uncanny valley, then at the bottom of the uncanny valley is opened up an uncanny sinkhole, which contains neotenous monsters like Kaya and Lily, who make Eve look positively pedestrian by comparison. I'll give a spoiler warning here for Stellar Blade, of course, and I also have to give a spoiler warning here for the 2017 game Nier Automata, for reasons that will become very apparent very quickly. So okay, Stellar Blade. If I had to sum up Stellar Blade in a single word, I'd say it is derivative. As an example here, let's start out by giving an overview of the basic premise of the story. So, in Stellar Blade, you play as an android on a post-apocalyptic Earth that was devastated in an ancient war between what you're told was humanity and a race of alien invaders. Launching from a base in orbit of the planet, your mission is to fight and defeat the invaders on behalf of a humanity that, unbeknownst to you, no longer exists. Now, anyone who's played Platinum Games' 2017 release Nier Automata will right now be saying, hang on a minute, isn't that just the plot of Nier Automata? And yes, it is. The plot of Stellar Blade is strikingly similar to the plot of Nier Automata. The only difference is in the twist, really. In Nier, the twist is that the humanity you're fighting for is extinct, whereas in Stellar Blade, it's that the humanity you're fighting for actually turned into the monsters that you're fighting. So, it's not exactly the same, but it does give big can I copy your homework vibes. Being kind, we'll say it took very heavy inspiration.
Oh wow, I can't believe we both spoiled a video game that you're never gonna fucking play, and also another video game that is a classic that has been around for almost a decade. Shut the fuck up.
The story and world and many elements of the general design and gameplay and music especially are very derivative of Nier Automata, but Stellar Blade also borrowed from other places. The combat system takes inspiration from the likes of Sekiro and God of War. It's got the Souls-like enemy respawn mechanic. There are horror-styled sections that are trying to be like a Dead Space or a Resident Evil. There's a bit where you climb up a train car as it's falling off a cliff, which is literally just the first level of Uncharted 2. The last human city on this post-apocalyptic Earth is called Zion. Like in The Matrix, you might say, but no, this Zion is spelled with an X, so it's different. The people of Zion look up to an old, wise robot leader called Oracle. Kind of like the Oracle in The Matrix, you might say, but no, this is Oracle with no E, so it's different. The android residents of Zion are being stored in a bunch of pods to save power, so they're not generating power, they're in the pods to save power. So again, it's not exactly like The Matrix, but it is heavily reminiscent of The Matrix, yes. Now, there's nothing wrong with taking inspiration from other media, of course. Lots of great games wear their inspirations openly, but the problem with Stellar Blade is that it takes all of this stuff and smushes it together and then doesn't really do anything interesting with it. While a lot of the individual elements of Stellar Blade are fine by themselves, they don't ever really come together. The game feels more like a mix of various things the creators thought would be cool to put in a video game, rather than things that actually made sense to put in this video game. As an example, let's look at some enemy designs. So enemies in this game are called Naytibas, which, if you know about the conflation of V's with B's in certain languages, including Korean, congratulations, you've spoiled yourself on the twist. Although it could be worse, in previews of the game, the Naytibas were called Natives. I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards. Anyway, the story with the Naytibas is that humanity was in a war with an AI that wanted to replace them with androids, and in their desperation the humans turned to bioengineering to evolve humanity to the point where they could fight back. But these bioengineering experiments got out of control or something, and the humans lost their minds and turned into monsters. So that's the setup, but let's take a look at some of these enemy designs. Some of them look like big insects, some of them look like mutated statues, some of them look like squids, some of them look like robots. Some of them look like different sorts of robots with fleshy parts hanging out. Some of them look like giant beasts. Some of them look like organisms controlling a human host. Some of them look like zombies. Some of them look like fungal growths or spores or something. One boss looks like...
Look, it's not like a fucking game changer by any metric. It's just like a bubblegum ass game. A 5 out of 10 ass game. That's it. It looks nice. There's sexy ladies in it. And ultimately, it's the same old shit, which leads me to believe that a lot of people simply did not like Horizon Zero Dawn, not because of its repetitive gameplay, but because the main character wasn't fuckable enough. Like, that's it. That's like this is a worse game than Horizon Zero Dawn, but with sexier characters. So gamers love this game, but hate Horizon Zero Dawn. So it must be, the fuckability metrics not actually hitting for a lot of these horn dogs, which once again blows my mind that people are not more embarrassed to openly state that. The fact that these people are not embarrassed to state that is crazy. Gene Park liked the game. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it's a bubblegum game. Like it's not a bad game. It's just not, moving the needle in a direction. That's the point. Gene also loved Horizon. I personally am not a big fan of like killing mechanic enemies, which is why I while I played the first Horizon game, I didn't actually play the second. Like Zero Dawn, I didn't really play. And it just wasn't like as compelling. And I feel like it's very repetitive. That's it.
Like this, another looks like this, another looks like this, and so on.
Or not. Oh, sorry. Zero Dawn, I finished. I loved Zero Dawn, even though it still had the same issues. I meant the second game, which is what was it called? Forbidden West, yeah.
Theme to these enemies. They seem like a collection of designs inspired by other games and media. Bayonetta, Half-Life, Metal Gear Solid, Ghost in the Shell, Final Fantasy, and whatever else. Did you like, by the way, in Final Fantasy VII, when the final boss had a wing on only one side of his body? Because if you did, all of your Christmases have come at once, I'm happy to tell you. I think they ripped that design off about 6 times. And now, don't get me wrong, a lot of Stellar Blade's enemy designs are fine in isolation, but they're used absolutely thoughtlessly in the actual game, with either zero or very thin reasoning for what you're actually fighting to be designed the way it is, or located where it is. A lot of these designs were peppered throughout the world seemingly at random. Stellar Blade's music is another example of this. I quite like a lot of the game's soundtrack actually, but I disliked and sometimes couldn't stand the way in which it was used in the game. A lot of the music is fine, but whether or not any track actually matched the part of the game it was used in felt like it was random chance. For instance, the underground horror sequences with jump scares and scary monsters and so on have any tension whatsoever completely evaporated because for some reason they sound like this. I confess I'm disappointed with a lot of mainstream game reviews that rank each aspect of a game with a numerical score, but never consider how the different elements of the game work together. Like, absurd example obviously, but Stardew Valley has a great soundtrack for a relaxing farming sim, but Stardew Valley's soundtrack would not be a good soundtrack for Alien Isolation to have, or vice versa, I suppose. Even though it would be the same music, it would be a bad soundtrack because of the context it was being used in. It's an obvious point, but you have to consider the whole package and not just each element by itself. The combat in Stellar Blade can be fun. All the parrying, evading, and executing Eve's flashy special moves can be pretty cool when everything comes together. There's the bones of a good combat.
You can tell he's woke because he's playing the most covered up version of this character. Sean didn't appreciate this game because there's titties in it. I'll say it. He should have been playing on hard difficulty, which is when the character is naked. You want this game to fail.
System here, but unfortunately the game has an issue with balance that more often than not undercuts the fun. The problem is the game has a very flat difficulty curve. Enemies at the beginning of the game are mechanically just as hard as enemies at the end, and there isn't really much difference between fighting any of the bosses in terms of skill either. The game increases the difficulty by simply turning up enemy HP and damage values, but this just has the effect of making the later game feel like a bit of a slog, as you spend a long time whacking away at enemies that are by this point trivial to beat mechanically, but can have what feel like arbitrarily enormous health pools. From Software's Sekiro is a good comparison here.
My fucking least favorite aspect of video games is bullet sponge, which reminds me of the second Horizon game, which is what people say always is like, hey, if you want to actually truly enjoy the combat in that game, you have to play it in hard difficulty. And when you turn it into hard difficulty, it doesn't improve the AI. It doesn't make the battles tougher. It just makes them bullet sponges.
The enemies at the start of Sekiro are both weaker and mechanically much simpler than the enemies at the end, but the game prevents things from ever turning into a slog by means of its death blow mechanic, which is genius. If you can fill an enemy's posture gauge in Sekiro by keeping up the pressure on them by parrying their attacks and hitting them with your own, you can drain their entire health bar in a single hit regardless of how much health they have left, and this goes for every enemy in the game, even bosses. If you prove you've mastered the mechanics of how to fight them enough to break their posture, you get to end the fight right there. I mentioned Sekiro's posture mechanic here because they put a superficially similar system in Stellar Blade. The posture bar is replaced with these little balance pips under the enemy health pool.
This is why Sekiro will forever remain one of the greatest games of all time. Also, I've reconsidered my stance against Sean. Clearly, he's playing the sexy bunny costume in this one. I'm afraid I judged him too early. It seems he is a man of taste, and it seems like he's not woke and giving an honest assessment.
Hitting enemies with certain abilities or executing perfect parries will take away one of these pips, and once you deplete them all, you can execute a flashy special move similar to Sekiro's Death Blow, only here, instead of killing the enemy outright, it does a rather underwhelming amount of damage. I felt a little deflated every time I managed to pull one of these off against a boss. You go to all that effort.
I'm back into thinking that he's actually not, he's actually woke and not being fair in his assessment, considering the outfit of this character that he's utilizing. Once again, I'm back on the he's woke and he wants this game to fail train.
Focusing on parrying and whittling away their balance, and you're rewarded with a big flashy attack animation that ends up not really doing all that much. Feeling that my efforts to actually engage with the game's combat mechanics weren't really being appreciated, I ended up beating many bosses by mindlessly spamming Eve's special moves over and over, because why not? Eve has a fancy combat mode she can shift into, similar to God of War's Spartan Rage, where she gains access to a new moveset as well.
Yeah, he's back to critiquing in bad faith. He's so hard to pin down, which only leads me to believe that, lo and behold, he was always woke the entire time and was critiquing in bad faith, and the only reason why he peppered in a naked version was because he wanted to, draw you off the scent. Yeah. Look at that. Surprise. I was right all along when I first came into this conversation without playing the video game at all. I had already made up my mind, and it turns out I figured out another way to, confirm my previously held positions without changing them. What I just described to you right here is an analogy to exactly how these guys operate. Do you understand? Naked woman, I like. Very good. Clothed up women, I don't like. Seems like this guy is woke. Ultimately, though, I arrived at this conclusion without even playing the game, and I actually don't even care about playing the game at all. I would much rather enjoy the discourse surrounding the game, and I have already made up my mind about these woke libtards, including Sean. That's how people operate. That's just it. No one has any real interest in having a normal conversation. No one has any real interest in changing their minds, changing their previously held positions. It is very frustrating. Oh.
As well as growing a single wing on one side of her body, fancy that. The spin move she can do in this form has a knockback effect that prevents enemies from countering, so you can just press that over and over with no way for whatever you're fighting to ever do anything back to you. It feels like they made the more mechanically interesting and engaging elements of the combat give low gameplay rewards, whereas mindless repetitive spam is much more consistently rewarded. There are conflicting design influences here that work against each other. Stellar Blade feels like it's trying to be a little bit like Sekiro and a little bit like God of War and a little bit like Nier Automata and Bayonetta and Dead Space and so on, and all the different systems can end up getting in the way of each other. I will say though that when the Stellar Blade developers were looking at other game franchises for things to borrow, I wish that they'd also borrowed some character traits for their characters to have. The main character and the subject of all the fake outrage today is Eve, who is a blank slate with the emphasis on blank. Eve is exceptionally one-dimensional. Her only major motivation is to complete the mission she was assigned, and as far as I can tell, there aren't any interesting reasons for her to want to be doing that. She isn't trying to prove herself, she doesn't desire to be seen in a certain way, she isn't devoting herself to the mission to compensate for something else, she just has been given a mission, and so is going to do it, because that's her job. Eve doesn't really have a sense of humour, and she doesn't engage much with the world beyond the extent she needs to in order to accomplish whatever her task is at that moment. Beyond wanting to complete the mission, as far as other character traits for Eve go, after playing through the whole story, all I've got is that she doesn't like swimming, she often complains about having to go in water, and she seems to like collecting the various collectible cans hidden throughout the game's levels. And that's it. It's pretty thin for a main character there. Or is it?
You're not going to address your goat's pathological lying? Yes. I will not be addressing bad faith critiques that are coming from a position of white supremacy, okay? If you say my goat, LeGoat James, LeBron James, La Deity, La God, La inventor of basketball is a serial liar, you are a racist, okay? That's it. We are in the process of going through how one singular Twitter thread can actually cause so much commotion amongst people who are already primed to hate one another, okay? Who are already primed to hate a certain position. And here you are doing that same thing against my GOAT, LeBron James. I'm begging you, man, to stop. He is not going to choose you. Yes, he will. One day he is going to know that I've endlessly defended him against these naysayers, and we're going to play basketball together, and I'm going to pour honey on him.
I mean, a main character doesn't necessarily have to be.
Your goat is washed, bro? Okay, this is objectively false. Like, what do you mean my goat is washed? Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Come on. Okay, all jokes aside, when you say LeBron James is washed, it's like insane. Okay, you will just say whatever kind of ridiculous thing comes to your mind. Okay, that's crazy. Like, even his haters would probably be like, even the biggest LeBron haters would be like, okay, dude, like, calm down. How do you defend his need to, like, lie about things like reading books or watching movies? Excuse me. He is an incredibly personable person, okay? Everybody knows that he has dedicated his life to the game that he invented, basketball. For those of you who don't know, LeBron James invented basketball and therefore does not have time for other, humanly pleasures, okay? But because he is our God, okay, our God, who is an awesome God, he has chosen to make mere mortals feel as though he is just like them, okay? That's what's going on. That's when he says, like, haha, I read this book, or haha, I love watching football, and I'm a big fan of Arsenal. Like, it doesn't matter. He is above that. He is transcended beyond the need to watch a single Arsenal game, but he's just simply saying that so that, you can feel like he's just like you, okay? Remember that. Let's continue.
All that complex, do they? You might say Mario or Link are simple game characters with straightforward motivations, for instance, and they're perfectly fine. So what's the problem with Eve being simplistic? Well, the difference is the way in which the narrative is being conveyed, I think. Stellar Blade has long cutscenes, a lot of dialogue, radio chatter while you're playing through the missions, and if a game is going to make you listen to a character talking for hours, it might be nice if they occasionally had something interesting to say. Nintendo doesn't make you watch hours of Mario talking in boring cutscenes, do they? No, he just says, "It's-a me, Mario, let's-a go," and that's all he needs to say. Let's compare Eve to a few other video game characters here. Cloud from Final Fantasy VII and the remake starts out trying very hard to be seen as a stoic, no-nonsense, just there for the mission kind of guy. But over the course of the story, we realise that this stoic persona is an affectation. Cloud is actually a pretty insecure and vulnerable person who's merely trying to present a cool and disaffected front. He is the way he is at the start of the story because he's trying to protect himself. He's traumatized. The way he's acting.
LeBron did not lie about reading Malcolm X's biography. He did not. LeBron knew exactly what had happened, and it was far too emotional for him to engage with the material because he is such a big fan of Malcolm X. So what ended up happening is when they asked him directly, like, oh, what do you like about the autobiography? Like, or like, what's going on? He was overcome with emotion. He was overcome with emotion. Okay. Because he was thinking about how devastating it was that the state had assassinated Malcolm X. And in that moment, he basically just, said something that comes to mind. Obviously, it didn't come across like, pretty honest. It didn't come across like it was honest only because he was overcome with both the feelings of gratitude for what Malcolm X represented, okay, but also overcome with feelings of deep sadness.
Acting is a defense mechanism. Kratos from 2018's God of War, he wants very much to be stoic and unemotional, doesn't he? Having recently lost his wife, he now has to face raising his son alone, and he's scared, and he doesn't know how to be a good father. He only knows how to fight, so he throws himself into that as a distraction. But below the surface, there's a lot of pain and sadness and anger that he doesn't want to let out. And his character arc in the story he's in involves him coming to terms with those things. A bit of a departure genre-wise here, but Kim Kitsuragi from Disco Elysium tries exceptionally hard to be boring, but, or partly because of that, he ends up being one of the most interesting characters ever put in a video game. Kim doesn't like to discuss emotions, he doesn't want to get personal, he just wants to do his job, and be seen to be doing his job, boringly. Now what makes Kim
the only guy that ACAB does not factor into is Kim Kitsuragi, okay? That's the one good cop, the best cop, my goat.
Him so interesting are the times when that carefully maintained facade cracks and you see the person behind it. What makes all of these characters interesting is precisely that, when you see the person they are behind the curtain, and you find out why it is they act the way they do. Kim, for instance, is someone who's subject to racial discrimination. He's gay, he's been made fun of because he wears thick glasses and for embarrassing assignments in his past. And well, there's a lot we could say about Kim, but I'd be in danger of just speaking about Disco Elysium for the whole video, so we'll simplify it and say that Kim really doesn't like to stand out. One commonality here is that all these seemingly simplistic, straightforward characters have other characters to play off, characters with different personalities who draw them out of their shell. Cloud has the rest of his team, though especially Aerith. Kratos has Atreus and Mamiya. 2B has 9S. Alice, Kim has Harry. You know, these are characters who are not like them. They might be funny or chaotic or inquisitive or troublesome, and they put the stoic characters in situations that cause them to open up and change, to have a character arc. Now, this is hardly Shakespeare, except Disco Elysium, of course, which is Shakespeare. This is just the basics of character writing. All these characters have an inner world, which is what they're like on the inside, and they also have a face that they choose to show to the world. Now, with Stellar Blade, Eve doesn't have an inner world. That's really the crux of it, I suppose. Eve is a shell with no personality inside. Now, this could actually be a good starting point for a story if, over the course of that story, Eve grew into something more complex than she is at the beginning. And reading about the development of the game, it seems as though this was the intention. The director of the game told Games Radar that, quote, as the game progresses, Eve takes on more and more burdens and comes to make important decisions. She gets to interact with more characters and other people and becomes more human. In the beginning, she's more soldier-like and doesn't have that many emotions or show much expression. As the game and story progresses, you get to see the change in her emotions. And while this is a fine intention, it did not, for whatever reason, actually come across in the final product. Eve does not change over the course of the story. She's pretty much the same person the whole way through, regardless of what happens to her. Even the reveal that everything she thinks she knows about the world is a lie, and that the leader of her society has been manipulating her and everyone she knows, and that she is in fact not a human and is an android, and all the monsters she's been killing are actually the real humans, all that hits her like, what's the opposite of a ton of bricks? A single feather, I suppose. She just goes, oh well, alright, fair enough. May as well carry on and finish the game, I suppose. Then again, even if Eve had some hidden depth to her personality, even if there was something to be drawn out or developed in the course of her interactions with other characters, we would likely never see it, because her main companion is Adam, who is so wooden and boring himself he makes Eve seem like a fucking party clown. It's Adam who controls the little robot that follows Eve around and performs long-range attacks for her in combat, in another heavy nod to Nier Automata, and the Vast himself he makes Eve seem like a fucking party clown. It's Adam who controls the little robot that follows Eve around and performs long-range attacks for her in combat, in another heavy nod to Nier Automata, and the vast majority of his dialogue consists of him saying things like, we need to find a way to open that door. And yes, Adam and Eve, literally. And now, hang on, I hear you say, didn't Nier Automata also have two characters called Adam and Eve? It did, yes. Now, our last main character is Lily the Engineer, a character whose design inspired me to Google Stellar Blade Lily alternate outfits and then go and find her something less ridiculous to wear. Lily's character profile does clarify that she is indeed a fully grown individual, which, I mean, I think the fact they felt they needed to clarify that is telling in and of itself. As for her character, though, Lily...
That's insane.
While also boring, tends to be more upbeat than the other two and occasionally expresses interest in learning things about the history of the world, and make the most of that, because Lily's occasional interest in non-mission critical information is by far the least boring that any of the three main characters are ever going to be. And as for the non-main characters, good lord, I would suspect that what they call AI was used somewhere in the scripting or translating of the background NPC.
Like, with that character, I get it. Like, I don't know how she carries herself. But, like, the fact that they had to say she's a fully grown human makes it more suspicious. Like, if they hadn't said that, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't play the game that far, so I don't know how fucking, I don't know how she carries herself or shit. But, like, that makes it way more fucking suspicious, dude. Why'd they have to say that? This is the same thing that, like, animes do all the time when they're like, remember, this character is 16 years old, okay? If there was ever a moment where you thought this character was like, I don't know, in her early 20s, for example, fear not. I will remind you, the character is 16. Or sometimes, my other favorite thing that they do is when they say, the character is 17, on the verge of her birthday. On the eve of her 18th birthday, the character is actually, you might accidentally think Zelda is actually an 18-year-old of age. Let me remind you, she is not. She is 17.9, and it's like, why did you just not make her 20? This makes no sense. It's either very clear, like, there's no normal here, okay? It's either very clearly a full-grown adult woman that they keep fucking reminding people is actually 16, or very clearly a baby, like an actual goo-goo gaga baby that looks like they're goo-goo gagaing, but then they tell you this is actually a 5,000-year-old dragon and nothing in between. Why?
see dialogue in the game. The main story script at least seems like it's had a glance over by an actual human, but the bulk of the background NPC and side quest dialogue strays into the nonsensical. And that isn't an exaggeration from me there. I mean, it often literally makes no sense whatsoever.
Like, I guess with Zelda, I understand, because, like, she's not supposed to be sexualized. You can't stop people from doing it regardless. But, you know, the example that I'm referencing remains in every fucking story.
Joel, lovely to meet you. You don't seem very likable. All right, you're pretty sharp. Oh, I do like this, Angel. You really are my favorite customer.
Now, I don't want to be too unfair. Writing for video games can be very hard, of course. Thanks to reasons the writers often have no control over, segments of the game can be shifted around or cut entirely, and all of a sudden the story you wrote that made sense previously does not make sense anymore. At this point, you can either do a bunch of rewriting.
I have a cringe admission. This might piss people off. I didn't play Dragon Age Veilguard specifically because I saw a lot of people rail on the fucking cringe Marvel Cinematic Universe writing, and I could not get myself to actually play the game for that reason. I saw it and it was like immediately I was like, nope, I'm done. I'm not touching it. It was better than what we just saw here. I mean, everything is what we just saw here seems like AI wrote it, okay?
Writing, or say sod it and just release the game. And obviously the writers aren't always in control of that process. And playing Stellar Blade
at this stage, all it takes for me to fucking get lasered into orbit is someone going, well, that just happened. If that happens at any point in any game, it could be a fucking 10 out of 10 production. Okay, it could be Sekiro. If I saw that, I'd be like, I'm out. Well, that just happened. Oh my God, it like lasers my mind. It lasers my fucking mind. Same principle with fucking, with the Ryan Reynolds movie, remember? It's a lightsaber, dude. When I see that, I'm like, oh my God. So I just did a thing. Huh, he's right behind me, isn't he? I cannot stand those fucking singular bars. I hate it so much. You're such a hater. Dude, I think it's such lazy writing. It's such fucking lazy ass writing, dude. Oh yeah, another one. Ooh, that's gonna leave a mark. I hate it so much that I don't even like it when it's like referential in a critical way. Okay? It causes me to immediately think of the product less. Like it causes me to think of the product as like a worse overall product. Yeah, that will hurt in the morning. Another one. Nobody? Just me? Okay.
Blade, you can tell that the story making sense wasn't really a priority in development. As a small but telling example here, in one mission, Adam, your usual drone operator, is busy, so his duties are taken over by Lily. She pilots the drone and gives mission support to Eve without comment from either of them about Lily's
another one. Guys, a little help over here?
Piloting of the drone being especially unusual. Now, a little later on, Adam has to be away for another mission, so Lily pipes up and announces that she can pilot the drone in his stead. But this time, this suggestion leads to a conversation about whether or not Lily is able to fill in for Adam and pilot the drone on a mission, which is confusing to the player because you're sitting there thinking, hang on, hasn't Lily already been filling in for Adam when he isn't there? Why are they discussing the feasibility of her doing something that she did with no issue just a couple of hours ago? And I would assume that at some point in development, these two scenes happened in the opposite order to what they do in the finished game, and at some other point they got swapped around and not rewritten, so it just doesn't make sense now. Aside from these sorts of smaller plot holes, the overall story of Stellar Blade suffers from one major flaw, which I'd argue was caused by it choosing to not include the most interesting element of the much better story that it's...
Yeah, Dustmore's dialogue was 90% of all the things we just shat on, I know. And at first it was like kind of funny to make fun of it, and then afterwards it was like unbearable. It started off like, oh, it's so bad it's kind of good, to like, oh, never mind, it's just bad. It turned into never mind, it's just bad. That's it. It's just lazy ass fucking writing. I hate it. I can't stand it. And I just, you know, I don't know.
It's ripping off. And that flaw is the Naytibas, the enemies in the game. They are very boring in a narrative sense. I've recently been streaming the Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree, and playing that right after Stellar Blade has me notice...
Your haters are insane that they literally created a whole ass website to try to debunk you. Also, the dude that created the website created a 10-hour video collecting criticism from haters that criticize you. Brother, remember what I said about narrative? Why you hate Jews and like communism? Remember what I said about narrative overcoming truth? There's a lot of people who would rather massage the narrative in a way for people to just never encounter me. okay, in the wild on their own with a crumb of charitability. That's it. Judge me by my enemies, dude. There's also 11 hours of anti-Hassan vids, mental illness. Yeah. If you don't understand, brother, 11 hours of anti-Hassan videos. Like, am I Adolf Hitler? Like, what are you, fucking insane? I can't think of a single person. I can't even think of an 11-hour hater video on Destiny. You know? Like, that's crazy.
To sing a lot of points of comparison. One interesting thing was that in certain dungeons in that game, there are enemies which are these stone golem blacksmith things, and also enemies which are these little lava slime things. And in certain places, before they notice you, you can see the golems gently petting the slimes. And it might seem like a small thing, but seeing a golem petting a slime was literally more interesting than everything I ever saw all of the Naytiba enemies do in Stellar Blade put together. From Software has a history of doing things like that. Some enemies will try to run away from you, some seem too depressed to fight you and just sit there unless you attack them first. Some enemies will be fighting each other. There's a big dragon I like in Elden Ring which can no longer stand up and you can just poke it to death from behind, if you're evil. These sorts of things make the world more varied and interesting. They're things that make it seem as though the world would exist whether or not the player was actually in it, and they can cause the player to engage with that world more by prompting them to think about what it is that they're doing.
It has a way to draw you in and make you feel as though you are living in a universe that is alive, whether you're there or not. Cyberpunk did a fantastic job with this as well. Okay. And From Software games does this all the time. I would go so far as to say the most annoying part about From Software games is that it literally just does exist without you recognizing it. And it's fucking annoying because, like, if you don't seek it out, you're just going to miss it, you know? And many people do miss so much of it. They don't even like attempt to lead you in that direction so you can see it. But I guess that's also what makes it beautiful and amazing. Yeah, RDR2, great example of a living, breathing world. Probably the best example of a living, breathing world, as a matter of fact. RDR2 might be the greatest example of it, like more so than Skyrim, Oblivion, all of that. More so than Bethesda. I think it's just crazy. You RDR2 dude, no. That's crazy. I'm sorry. That is goated. RDR2 is fucking goated, dude. It is the best example. Like, you want to patch that fucking game? End the first chapter. Eliminate it in its entirety. No more, and also eliminate all the fucking hand-holding that has to exist. Eliminate all the hand-holding that has to exist in every fucking mission where you're like, this is a beautiful universe and you have to take it in at every fucking step of the way. It's like, I don't like it. I don't like that. I think it's annoying. It's tedious. It's boring. It kills the replayability. Having said that, however, the world is damn near perfect.
The golems petting the slimes, or this hollow chilling out on a ledge in Dark Souls, those moments make those enemies more than just mindless monsters to be defeated in combat.
Is he petting that? Dude, is he petting a slime? Buddy, he's petting it. I can't kill this man. He has a pet.
Now, I'm not saying this is necessarily the right way to do things, to be clear. Everything I'm saying right now is dependent upon the type of game that's being made and what the creators want the player's relationship to its enemies to be. You can have a game with mindless inhuman enemies if you want, that's fine, but Stellar Blade, in its cutscenes and in its dialogue, is trying to ask questions about what it means to be human, so it seems like a big missed opportunity to have all the enemies in the game act so relentlessly inhuman. The reveal that the Naytibas were indeed once humans is treated as though it is important, as though you're supposed to have some thoughts or feelings about it. But the fact that every regular Naytiba enemy you meet is mindlessly aggressive and has no personality really undercuts the twist, because all the Naytibas do is immediately try to bash your head in.
Elden Ring seems like a bad example of that. It's hardly a living, breathing world. If you don't think Elden Ring is a living, breathing world, you haven't paid attention. Especially for the type of game it is, because it's not like a narrative-focused game, obviously. Many people don't even... I would say that the majority of people that finish Elden Ring don't even understand the narrative. I myself don't even fully understand the narrative. Okay? But in spite of that, in spite of the lack of focus on the story in and of itself, it very clearly is a world that is alive with or without you in it. And I mean, I think Sean did a great example. Sean demonstrated it with a great example. I think the only reason why people don't understand that Elden Ring and many From Software games have a living, breathing world is because From Software will never, even at gunpoint, never put guardrails on their fucking narrative, ever. Okay, they will literally you could kill them. They're barely gonna put a fucking map in there. Okay, talk for yourself, bitch. I watched around 30 hours worth of Elden Ring lore videos just to come out with more questions. Bloodborne was my first interaction with From Software, and I was immediately captivated by it. I could not understand that so much of the lore was densely packed into item descriptions. Okay, I never thought that I would. I didn't say Bloodworm. I said Bloodborne. Did I say? You guys heard Bloodworm. I said Bloodborne. Anyway, I never thought that I would have to read endless hours of FAQs to basically, like, endless hours of walkthroughs to basically figure out how to play the game right. And it was awesome.
And I've never seen them do anything else, so who cares? You know, whether they are actually alien invaders or they are former humans, it doesn't actually matter, right? As regards you fighting them anyway. All they try to do is kill you, so whatever. It's as though Stellar Blade is expecting me to care about the concept of humanity in an exclusively biological sense, rather than in the sense of the qualities that make...
If you have to watch YouTube videos to understand a game story, the game failed. I disagree. I mean, I think it's the maxed out version. It's the maxed out version of show, don't tell. It's not even show, don't tell, actually. It's basically don't show, don't tell, make people search it, make people seek it out. Genuinely, this is a symptom of Marvel brain for a decade.
Make one a human. That the Naytibas were once biologically human is not really that meaningful if they don't have the ability to express the qualities of humanity. To imagine a different story, what if in Stellar Blade you played an android who had been indoctrinated with a bunch of lies about how Naytibas are all mindless alien monsters who need to be exterminated, and you get sent to Earth to do that, and then you start seeing Naytibas who are not like that, maybe doing things that mindless monsters shouldn't be doing, like communicating or forming factions.
Marvel hate jerk is strong? Yes, because it's bubblegum, dude. You can just sit through it without ever having a new thought, a unique emotion ever. Okay? And there's a place for that. There is a place for that. It's great. I'm not discounting it, okay? But if every piece of content turns into that, then it sucks. It sucks.
Maybe not immediately attacking you always, which is, of course, the plot of Nier Automata again, isn't it? In that game, your main enemies are the machines, who you start out believing are all mindless killbots programmed to fight you and nothing more. But then they start talking and acting scared of you. And the two android characters, 2B and 9S, have to reassure each other that the machines do not have minds or personalities, that they're just saying random words, that they don't have feelings, so you don't have to worry about killing them. But of course...
For the record, I do want to point to something that a chatter said. That's why a chatter made a Cyberpunk take. There's nothing in Cyberpunk 2077 that informs you Johnny is an unreliable narrator, but it's flavor if you take a deeper dive into the lore medium between Marvel and Elden Ring. One of my greatest game takes of all time is the Cyberpunk 2077, if playable, which I was very fortunate, it was playable for me, is one of the fucking best video games, okay? It had a shit ton of issues, but it had everything that I wanted in a video game. Everything that I wanted in a video game, okay? Old school, narrative focused, incredible story, incredible world building, incredible world in general, okay? And I said that at the time. Some people yelled at me. I played it to the bone. Yes, I finished the DLC as well. It was fan-fucking-tastic. Okay? It was fan-fucking-tastic. And I think it's one of my best takes because they went back. It's the greatest thing that Poland has ever done. Okay? They went back to the game. They fixed it. They made it playable. They fixed all of the issues after years and years and years of working on it. And I'm so glad that like people have gone back into that universe, dove back into it, and realized how fucking amazing it was. They saw what I saw in the game. Okay? Moon just played it and rated it at 9.9. Yeah. It is a perfect game. It is a perfect game. Even when it was imperfect and even when it was fundamentally broken, I could see exactly what the game was supposed to look like if given a little bit more time to ferment. Okay? Oh, so fucking good. So many options, so many pathways, so many parts of the lore that are just like that left me wanting more. You know what I mean? It left me wanting to play more of it. I wanted to dive further into the normal corpo life, like normal existence of being a corpo. You know what I mean? Yeah, it did need a little bit more polish.
Some of the machines have developed feelings and personalities, and you go on to meet whole societies of machines who are emulating human philosophy and politics and religion. And this recontextualizes both the characters and the player's relationship with the enemies in the game.
I did
Firstly,
play.
they don't
I did
always
play the
try to kill
DLC
you,
chat.
and you
What are you
don't
talking
always
about?
have to kill them. And when they do try to fight you, it isn't always out of some mindless antagonism. Sometimes they fight you because they're scared of you, or out of religious fanaticism, or in defense of a society that they see you as a threat to. And all this plays into the twist with the humans being gone, of course, because while humanity, the biological beings, might be gone, humanity, the concept, is everywhere. And if that's the case, what does it mean for our characters to be fighting on behalf of humanity when their enemies are often acting more human than they are? Stellar Blade is like Nier Automata if the mindless killbots really were mindless killbots and never had anything interesting going on. And now you might say, Sean, are you really going to criticize Stellar Blade for copying so many things from Nier Automata, but also criticize it for not copying more? And I am, yes. If they're already copying so much, they should have just gone all in and copied this bit as well, because it's the most interesting bit. Outside of the main story, there are various side quests in Stellar Blade, and while a few are kind of interesting, most are unfortunately of the go to this place you were before and get me a thing variety. Nothing about the area you're sent back to changes or updates on these fetch quests, they're literally just busy work to pad the game's runtime. For example, an NPC in Zion called Barry asks you to get him some bottles of wine from a shop located in a ruined city that you'd visited previously. Now, because the game's fast travel system is area specific, getting back to that city involves heading to the nearest phone, fast traveling to your ship, talking to Adam to select a leave, picking your destination from a list, going to a phone at that location, fast traveling to the point
Starfield
nearest the shop, running to the shop, getting the bottles of wine, and then teleporting back to Barry. Now, if you think that sounds boring, then just you wait. Completing Barry's wine quest unlocks another quest where another resident of Zion says that they saw Barry had some wine, and now they too would like some wine. So can you please go and get them some wine? Now, where is this wine located? Well, in the exact same place you just got the wine for Barry, of course. So back to the phone, back to the ship, back to the city, back to the next phone, run to the shop again, pick up the wine again, deliver the wine. The exact same
Starfield's best Starfield's best fucking quests were not the main line. Okay, as always, classic Bethesda. I'll stand by that. Like the war, the war that you wage between the factions as you go, as you have like a full blown choice of whether you can, whether you can align yourself with the Crimson Fleet or the fucking Navy or whatever. Like that is literally better. Like that's 10x better than the actual mainline quest. The mainline quest sucked so much ass.
Thing you just did all over again. Stellar Blade's level design is, well, it's kind of a blast from the past, I guess you could call it. The game is divided into linear corridor levels and 2 large open areas. Multiple of the linear levels contain claustrophobic sections set in sewers and other enclosed areas, and the 2 more open zones, the desert and the wasteland, are, as you can imagine from the names, sparse stretches of terrain without much interesting going on really. In a bygone era, you might chalk this sort of thing up to technical limitations, ones that shouldn't really exist on the PS5. I guess it's nostalgic level design, if nothing else. I actually have a theory that a lot of the elements of Stellar Blade poked gamers of a certain age right in their nostalgia zones. The game reminds me a lot of a certain type of anime-inspired hack-and-slash game from the early 2000s that got praised for its flashy combat animations but criticised for its weak story and characters. But also, who really cares about that because you're clearly not here for the story or characters, are you? Something like Chaos Legion or Bujingai, The Forsaken City. Games that nobody has thought about for 20 years. But I know there's some people watching this video who are seeing this gameplay and saying, oh, I think I remember playing that on the PlayStation 2 when I was like 10. Stellar Blade is at its core just one of these. It's like one of these games got put in a time capsule 2 decades ago and then they unearthed and released it today. Now, to clarify, Stellar Blade is not the worst game in the world by any means, and it's not some huge crime for a video game to be a bit mediocre. Not every game can be the best game ever made, can it? But on the other hand, it is certainly not going to be this big cultural reset industry shift moment that the Gamergate remnants seem to expect it to be. It's just not that good. Ultimately, I'd say Stellar Blade is less than the sum of its parts. A lot of those parts are fine in isolation, it just never really comes together to form anything all that interesting. To use a cliché food metaphor, it's the difference between a meal and a bunch of uncooked ingredients. And Eve's character design is just another of those uncooked ingredients, I'm afraid. I've got no big problem with Eve's design myself, in a vacuum, but like a lot of the other elements of the game, it feels very arbitrary. One of the questions I had when deciding to play through Stellar Blade was, does it
Stop
ever
kissing.
matter what Eve looks like or is dressed like in terms of either her character or the story she's in? And after having played it, I can say that the answer is no. What Eve looks like never really matters in the universe of the game. She doesn't know that she looks like this, and it doesn't suit what little there is of her personality for her to look like this. Eve is straightforward, serious, mission-focused.
God.
She's never flirtatious or irreverent, so she wouldn't be getting dressed in a bikini to go into battle, obviously. Ditto for the other female characters in the game. They don't know that they look how they look, and how they look never matters. And this lack of connection between how
Like, even that alone, a lot of people were mad at Hideo Kojima for being a gooner with Quiet, but like, there was at least some kind of like tongue-in-cheek story reason for it, right? Like, it's a fully flushed out game. That's the difference.
How the characters look and how the characters act feels like another outdated element of Stellar Blade. I recently played the second part of the Final Fantasy VII remake, and in that game the characters travel to a resort town and go to the beach, and since they're at the beach they dress in swimwear, and the game uses that occasion to show you some character interactions. Cloud gets flustered when he sees the ladies, Barrett gets embarrassed wearing his sailor suit, Tifa and Aerith ask Red how they look, and in trying to compliment them he compares them to animals, because he's an animal and he doesn't understand how human beauty works. Again, not saying it's Shakespeare necessarily, but how the characters look and are dressed at least exists as a thing that is acknowledged and could matter within the universe.
Literally bare minimum, by the way.
Of the game. How the characters are dressed is being used as a way to show the audience more about them.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 5 was not fully fleshed out. I know, chat. What, you think I don't fucking know that? I'm the #1 Kojimbo dick rider. And even then, a non-fleshed out forced video game that ends up literally having a second act that is a copy paste of the first one is still infinitely better than this. Well, not this, but infinitely better than Stellar Blade. That's the point.
Their personalities. And I hadn't really thought about it, but I suppose at some point I got used to games that allow you to change outfits, acknowledging what you're wearing in some way. In Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, for example, characters will react to the different outfits Link wears, as well as if he talks to them while only in his underwear. And there's also certain places in the game world that Link can only access if he's wearing certain outfits. In Skyrim, the NPCs will comment on the armor set you're wearing, or tell you to put some clothes on if you walk around naked. It might not seem like much, but all this helps build the sense of the characters actually existing physically in the game world as people who can see one another, and not just as names interacting in a script. And the lack of this sort of consideration can work the other way, of course. For instance, in Stellar Blade, there's a character called Kaya who looks like she should be playing the monster in a horror movie about a haunted sex doll that murders pedophiles. Kaya runs a store called Sister's Chunk, a name I was surprised to find out is not an intentional joke, and she tasks Eve with finding her sister, who's gone missing out in the desert. The sister is almost certainly dead, but Kaya maintains a childlike insistence that she's sure her sister is somehow alive. Eve goes looking for the sister, and when you find her, she is gone missing out in the desert. The sister is almost certainly dead, but Kaya maintains a childlike insistence that she's sure her sister is somehow alive. Eve goes looking for the sister, and when you find her, she is dead, oh no. Eve then has to explain to a child that her sister was killed and is never going to come home, and then attempt to console said child while dressed like this. Now, okay, to be fair, I dressed Eve like this on purpose for this mission because I thought it would be the funniest outfit to wear while breaking the news to Kaya that her sister was dead. But still, it's not like the majority of Eve's outfits are much more appropriate, is it? Stellar Blade isn't a purposefully funny game. It doesn't have a goofy or silly tone. It's most often expecting the player to take what's happening in the story rather seriously, and Eve's skimpy costumes pretty much always clash with this expectation. Now, there's a range of justifications for skimpy costumes in video games, of course. We've already mentioned Bayonetta today, and that game does have a camp, silly tone. Bayonetta isn't expecting you to take it all that seriously, and notably, Bayonetta, the character, knows that she looks like that. Her sexualization is, within the universe of the game at least, deliberate and something that is under her control. In Nier Automata, 2B's design, as well as the designs of the other androids, have been both praised and criticized. I happen to like the android designs in Nier Automata, mainly because I think they play into the twist in that game very well. The androids look like these particular idealized versions of humans.
Yeah, he likes it because he's horny. I mean, that's it. And there ain't nothing wrong with that, King.
Which contrasts them very sharply with the tin can looking machine enemies, and that makes it all the more surprising when the game flips the script and has you empathizing with the tin cans, often over the androids. The androids might look like humans, but it's the tin can machines talking about human concepts like love and reproduction and raising young, and there's an early game machine boss which is obsessed with looks and making herself more beautiful. It's a fun reversal of what you might expect just looking at the character designs. Of course, as well as the more defensible instances of skimpy outfits in games, we also have the ones at the bottom end of the scale. Now, one of these for me is Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5.
You better not be fucking coming after Kojimbo, dude.
The silent and nearly naked sniper lady who goes out of her way to awkwardly shove her ass in your face when you're riding in the helicopter with her like she's a cat in heat or something. Although Hideo Kojima made a memorable assurance that Quiet's design made perfect sense, this turned out to be a rather arbitrary need for her to photosynthesize.
But once you recognize the secret reason for her exposure, you will be ashamed. You will feel ashamed of your word and deeds.
Like a plant, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense because Kojima already used the photosynthesis trait for the old sniper man in Metal Gear Solid 3, and he just wore clothes. Commit to the bit, you coward, and show me a 100-year-old man in a bikini. Of course, it is up to your own judgment what you think is sufficient justification for any particular character outfit or design, and if you're happy to accept actually she has to be naked because she caught clothes fall off disease, then that's up to you, honestly. I'm not going to argue with you. So where does Eve fall on this scale? Well, with Eve, there's no real attempt to ever justify or even address at all how she looks. Eve herself is a sexless character, who exists in a largely sexless world. What she looks like is arbitrary. Eve's character design is almost completely divorced from any other aspect of the game. And not to get ahead of myself here, but I would argue that this lack of explanation for Eve to look the way she does is kind of the whole point. And to explain what I mean here, we can start out by looking at another tweet from Mark Kern. If you look at AAA gaming, beautiful women are the most marginalized and unrepresented segment of the market, he says, before posting a collage of video game characters that he considers to be too ugly. A collage which includes...
I think one of the funniest aspects of this is that Grumps himself is like a horrifyingly ugly man who also happens to be a video game developer, or used to be. I don't think you can call him that now. And that is precisely what is so funny about this, where he's always like, oh, these ugly ass video game developers are making ugly ass characters. It's like, bro, have you seen yourself?
It's a character from Wolfenstein, Billy, who is an actual child. So Grums, Mark Kern, is here complaining about the lack of beautiful, sexy children in video games. He would like to see more of that, apparently. Very brief tangent here, but internet dickhead Dr. Disrespect recently got into some hot water due to allegations he was exchanging inappropriate messages with underage fans via a Twitch chat app, which was later revealed to, allegedly, again, be the reason he was banned from Twitch in 2020. In the wake of these allegations, Mark Kern shared a conspiracy theory on Twitter that Twitch had intentionally baited Dr. Disrespect by impersonating a minor in order to trick him into doing something they could use as a justification to ban him. Which, for one thing...
Isn't that the entire basis of, like, the pedo hunters, by the way? That's obviously not what happened, but it's, like, crazy that he's like, oh, dude, they baited him. They baited him by behaving like a minor. Like, that's just what fucking, Chris Hansen does. Isn't that? Oh my God. Oh, dude. Oh, God. This man is like 56 years old, by the way, which is holy fuck. It makes it so much sadder.
I'm not sure why Twitch would engage in a conspiracy to fabricate a reason to ban one of their biggest streamers, but even if they did, I'm not sure it would be all that exonerating, would it? What sort of person can be, quote, baited by someone impersonating a minor on the internet? Or indeed, what sort of person would even describe such a thing as bait? I'm not saying anything. I'm not making any allegations. Anyway, tangent over, back to this silly internet post. Firstly, of course, this is an example of cherry picking, isn't it? We've already talked about the ladies from the Final Fantasy VII Remake today, for instance, one of the biggest games of the year. But I know the response will come. That's a game from Japan, isn't it? They haven't fully caught the woke mind virus over there yet. These are all examples from Western game companies. To which I'd respond first, Mark Kern didn't say Western, he just said AAA, so nah. But also, this is just another example of cherry picking. We've already talked about Baldur's Gate 3 today, for example, with everything going on in that game, and that was made by a Belgian company. And the Witcher series, for instance, has an array of conventionally, or even more than conventionally, I think in-universe, sometimes magically beautiful women with romance.
There's also a shit ton of American games, like Western, at the heart of Western creation, that have like sexy ass characters in it. It's very stupid.
Plots and sex scenes and whatever else, and that's made by a Polish.
And there's also disfigured, horrifying monsters in Japanese games. Like, what are we talking about?
These are games made by Western game developers that make Stellar Blade look tame by comparison. They have romance and nudity and on-screen sex and whatever else. Stellar Blade doesn't have any of that. Anyway, the cherry picking in this image even extends down to the individual characters. For instance, taking a still from a stylized animated trailer featuring Apex Legends Lifeline rather than showing her in-game character model. Many of the characters also just are unarguably conventionally attractive. I guess Senua from Senua's Sacrifice made it on here because she's shouting. I have no idea what Jessie from Control is doing here, and I have a lumbering suspicion that many of these characters ended up on here simply for not being white. I mean, Billy Lurk from Death of the Outsider just looks like a fashion model or something in that picture. There's an obvious point about appropriateness in character design to be made here. Xenia from Assassin's Creed looks like an imposing pirate captain because she is. This other character from Rage 2, who I suspect also made it into the collage just because she's shouting, looks like some sort of post-apocalyptic Mad Max-style bandit because she is. You know, these characters look like what they are. The now classic example of appropriateness in video game character design is this Twitter post from 2021 complaining about Sony's apparently masculine-looking female protagonists. Pick from the game on the left, fan made on the right. Higher fans, lol, says the poster. The picture on the left shows Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn, and the picture on the right shows an Uncanny Valley Photoshop job of Aloy with a full face of makeup and perfect teeth. So for those who don't know, Horizon Zero Dawn is set on a post-apocalyptic Earth where all
Hire this man, please.
Modern human civilization has been destroyed, meaning it would be extremely bizarre for Aloy to look like she does on the right there. You know, she's a hunter who lives in a mountain.
I do think when this shit was popping off, I did think that this was like actually a very resilient, overt example of porn addiction. I think like these guys are coon brained. Like I think they actually do have porn brain. Guy watching Zone of Interest being like, why are the characters not fucking sexy, dude? What the fuck? Why are the fucking Nazis not hot?
Mountain tribe. The original image here was made as a joke on Reddit, actually. It was intended to mock the sorts of people who then went on to take it seriously and say they thought it was good design. And I am interested in why someone would prefer the design on the right there, I confess, because it seems to me to be completely ridiculous, right? I logged on to nexusmods.com, which is a website that hosts mods for various video games, and I took a look at some of the popular entries for Horizon Zero Dawn, and what I found were mods to fix Aloy's face.
One of the main Gamergate narratives is that Western games do not have any sexy characters. Yeah, I don't want to say what I truly think you should do to yourself if that's like your, number one concern, because I think only time will sort that problem out. But honestly, please step away from the ledge. Like if this is a real galvanizing force for you, okay, you have to fix your life immediately.
Give her whiter teeth, make her outfits more revealing, or even outright remove her clothing altogether. Now, I confess I thought it would be more difficult to find these sorts of mods in the list, but they're some of the most popular ones there. If you search by the most downloaded mods of
like the nude mods and shit, that actually is classic. Gamers have been doing that in perpetuity, okay? They've been doing that forever. It's still weird, but they've been doing that.
All time, Aloy explicit outfit.
I just don't understand, like, why don't you just, why don't you just go jerk off? I don't get it.
It's Aloy Nude Mod and Aloy Explicit Outfits 2 are all there, and they've all been downloaded hundreds of thousands of times altogether. Unless you think this is just random base smut, Aloy Explicit Outfits comes with a small passage of fanfiction justifying itself, and I quote, "Story thus far. When Aloy was an outcast, she had trouble finding all materials for crafting her outfits. Even after she began adventuring, that curse lingered on. So whenever Aloy gets a new outfit, parts are often missing, explicitly showing her nude body. Oh well, what can Aloy do but continue on?" That's a narrative justification for nudity worthy of Hideo Kojima there. So, what's the point of fixing Aloy's appearance by changing her face, giving her makeup and skimpy outfits and so on? I'm going to go ahead and make the assumption it's not because they believe it makes any sense from a narrative or character perspective for Aloy to be walking around talking to people with their kit off. And the latest version of this fixing of female characters' appearances is even worse. They're even doing it to Angela from the Silent Hill 2 remake, a character who was a teenager traumatized by a lifetime of physical and sexual abuse. It's not just nonsensical in this example, it actually runs totally counter to the text of the game. The root cause of this expressed desire for all women in games to look like bikini models, regardless of if it makes sense or not, is usually suggested to be simple mindless horniness, right? Juvenile masturbators who want all media to resemble pornography all the time. People say, oh, you must be playing one-handed, not every woman has to be designed to give you an erection, things like that. But I think this is oversimplifying it a little. Discounting any hypothetical, actually mindlessly horny.
Yeah, I mean, it's mindless horniness, but it's also about controlling women and desperately trying to claw back desperately trying to claw back this forgotten time that they've created in their minds where like women were dominated, and that's what it is. It's about enforcing your will upon those who have wronged you. A lot of these guys have had their brains broken. Okay, they've gotten their brains broken, and they personally believe that like women are responsible for all of the wrongs in their experience, all the wrongs in their immediate development, and they have to engage on a path of vengeance. It's vindictive. They must dominate. They must control women's bodies. They must force women to be an object of their sexual desires.
Horny people who really are objectifying these characters for the purposes of sexual gratification, there is a stone-cold, sober, unhorny objective here for the rest of the sad gamer men. And what it's really about for them is two things, I'd argue. It's about nostalgia and control. I got thinking about these mods because with their arbitrary, seemingly nonsensical objectification, they remind me of Stellar Blade, of course. A mod that makes it so Aloy is running around the snowy mountains in a swimsuit makes about as much sense as many of Eve's outfits in Stellar Blade. And the fact that it does not make sense is important, as I said before, because it signals and amplifies the objectification of the character. The less sense it makes for a particular character to be presented in that way, like if there is nothing in their character or the story that justifies it, the more clear it is that the only reason they are being presented in that way is to appeal to a particular audience. The objectification functions as a sign above the door that says, "This was made for you. You are the assumed default audience here." And this is really the desire of the regressive gamer boys, to once again be the assumed default audience for video games. They don't want to have their own desires portrayed as merely one option among many. They want their own desires to be the default, like it was in the past. More traditional conservatives might complain about having to press a button to select their own language on a telephone, and what we've been talking about today follows a similar logic. The rose-tinted past that the Gamergate crowd are nostalgic for is one in which all gamers were assumed to be straight men, and if women were there at all, it was to take their clothes off. There's a close association between young cis-het men being the assumed default video game audience and the objectification of women in games, one with roots not just in how many video games used to be designed, but also how they were advertised and talked about in the gaming press. If you're of a certain age, you might remember the way video game magazines used to be, assuming all gamers are straight men and women are sex objects used to advertise the games. Video games and other nerdy hobbies are sometimes seen as an escape from a misogynist, toxic masculinity for sensitive boys who are above that sort of thing, but that's not always the case, is it? Nerdy hobbies can be every bit as objectifying and exclusionary as any others. A lot of this sort of advertising portrays games not as an escape from traditional masculinity, but as another avenue to reaching it. Play this game to get the girl, to be a tough guy, to prove you're not gay or whatever. I don't know how much I'd commit to saying the roots of Gamergate were in this sort of environment, but at least one root was probably dangling somewhere nearby. This era is what the Gamergate crowd see as the gold.
God, Duke Nukem was such a dumbass game, bro. God damn, Duke Nukem.
Golden Age. This is what they want to return to. So I would argue that the point of fixing female characters' appearance...
I'm so fucking old.
...to make them more objectified is much less about the simple desire to see a sexy lady, and more about changing the products those characters feature in into something that appears to have been designed as if they were the exclusive audience. What they want is to be pandered to. Objectification is just the way they see that pandering being conveyed, and if the developers choose not to pander to them by objectifying their female characters, they have to fix it. So it's less about jacking off and more about trying to transport themselves back in time to when games were just for them and Crash Bandicoot had 4 sexy girlfriends. Now if all this sounds like a bold claim, let me see if I can justify it with another example. You see, running alongside this very one-sided discourse cycle about Stellar Blade were various other one-sided discourse cycles related to Supergiant Games' early access release of Hades 2, which came out in May of this year. This is the sequel to Hades, which came out in 2020,
which is literally the most bisexual game. Hades did a lot for bisexual visibility and bisexual representation, I think. Like, bisexuals were on top when Hades came out, and then Kirsten Cinema ruined it.
Which is an absolutely excellent roguelike action game with a brilliant story and characters and character designs. I really like Hades. It's one of the best games I've played in the last few years, and I'm very excited about the full release of Hades 2 when that comes out. If you've not played Hades, go and give it a go. Now, for those who don't know, Hades is a story set in the underworld of Greek mythology, and as such, Greek gods and mythological figures make up the cast of characters. The early access release of Hades 2 introduced some previously unseen characters to the cast, as well as showing some updated character designs for the returning characters. Of course, the fake outrage clickbait merchants on YouTube watch every new game release like a hawk, looking to see if they can brand a game either woke or anti-woke to get a desperate little discourse cycle out of it. And let's look at a few they managed to toss off for Hades too. So first up is Hephaestus.
This time around, the game doesn't only promote gender ideology, it also goes out of its way to promote racial and body diversity as well. I mean, why would a god be in a wheelchair?
Yes, because I'm sure gods are just fat, frumpy weirdos who can't fucking walk and have to travel around in wheelchairs, even though they can control anything about anyone. They have to be in wheelchairs because they can't walk. Yes, I'm sure that makes perfect sense in your absolute small brain, low IQ head of yours. I'm sure.
Yeah, only high IQ people have high enough IQ to be like, I saw a character in a fucking wheelchair, and that actually made me very frustrated. I will not look into the actual fucking Greek mythology and the canonical reasons as to why this character is actually in a wheelchair. I will instead talk about how high IQ I am. The higher IQ I am, the more I shit on people in wheelchairs.
Or he does.
The wheelchair? He's a god. Hephaestus is a god. Why is he in a wheelchair?
So much of this is just stupidity, by the way. Like, so much of this is just Dunning-Kruger being fucking stupid and creating a hug box where, like, there are enough stupid people around you so it doesn't fucking matter that you're stupid. No one checks you in this situation. And if you are laser focused on this style of content and there's a steady flow of garbage coming out always, you won't even accidentally encounter Sean's video or even someone like myself who would be like, what are you talking about? That is the problem. There are so many people who are just like confident in their rhetoric and incredibly dumb. And plenty of other incredibly dumb people tune into that to feel good.
Wheelchair.
But these are some of the characters here, and obviously all of the games journalists are soy-facing over this because of the fact that now they have a Greek god in a wheelchair. I'm really glad to see everybody pretty much calling this shit out and saying how fucking ridiculous this is.
So yes, Supergiant Games had the temerity, the gall, to put a god in a wheelchair. What sort of a god would need to be in a wheelchair? Now this video is long enough already, so I'll try not to belabor.
Like, all you needed to do was just Google it, man. To be like, Like, even if they actually put a god in a wheelchair and it wasn't like canonically accurate, why are you so fucking bent? That's the question. But also, once again, you don't even need to ask that question because there is a canonical reason for it. Okay? But because you're so laser focused on DEI narratives that you look at the most bisexual, diverse game of all time and its second version of it and immediately laser focus on DEI. They're Greek gods, man. They're gay as fuck. What are you talking about? Why are there so many examples of this where there are so easily dismissible criticisms? Just one fucking second of Google would allow you to immediately understand that maybe I'm being primed in this direction for no reason. That's what frustrates me the most. Aside from the bigotry, the endless well of bigotry that people are tapping into, okay, which is very frustrating in and of itself. It's actually the stupidity because it spells trouble for the future prospects of this country and the world in general. Okay? It's just no one fucking cares about the truth. No one cares about intention. No one cares about nuance. No one cares about context. No one cares. It feels like people would rather feel comfortable in their hug box and in their preconceived notions without ever even demonstrating a fraction of intellectual curiosity. I hate it. I'm not saying you should be debunking everything, okay? But like this is a telltale sign of our own willful ignorance, our own our society getting stupider and fucking stupider year over year. I hate that. I actually fucking hate how dumb people are. This is how I feel about my parents. I hate how dumb people are, and I hate how confident they are in their stupidity.
Labor the point, but firstly, Hephaestus is the ancient Greek god of blacksmiths, carpenters, craftsmen, and the likes. He makes things, basically. He's also described as limping on account of having a lame leg, which in different tellings either caused him to be cast.
You could do this about, I'm sorry, because Asmongold is just basically repeating everything that he gets from his subreddit, who is, you know, and the subreddit is filled to the brim with like a bunch of people who just follow Grums and all these other fucking dumbasses. You could do this about every single Asmongold video, pretty much. It's just like incredibly easy to Google shit. It's like bottom of the barrel, incredibly easy to Google shit that would destroy this fucking narrative in a fraction of a second. And yet, seemingly, no one fucking cares. And when faced with the reality, okay, when faced with that reality that like people are wrong, no one even goes, oh shit, maybe I got duped. At least back in the day, I feel like people would go, oh man, I think I got duped here. Here, I'll give you an example. Dr. Mike Israetel. He is at the very least a skeptical person, right? I think this was on camera when he asked me about AOC changing her description on her Twitter. If you recall, he was like, so let me ask you something. Did you see the AOC thing? And I was like, I knew exactly where it was going. And I said, oh, did you see the AOC thing where she took off her pronouns from her bio? Did I get duped on that? Or was that a thing that happened? And I said, no, she had actually changed her description a couple years ago, but people actually fucking ran with that narrative as though it was recent. And like there are multiple different ways of tackling that, but at least like Dr. Mike Israetel had a healthy dose of skepticism there, even though he had seen a narrative online being repeated over and over again. He at least was like, one, able to see through it and had like some degree of skepticism that he demonstrated. And also he very quickly went, oh, okay, I guess I was duped on that. People have completely lost the plot. Most people don't do that. Okay. Most people do not do that. Most people don't come at it with like, am I being duped by this thing that I saw, this prevailing narrative online? Okay. That's all you need for a lot of people. If you want to bring them back to like reality, that's all you need to do. Okay. And it's ironic because these are the same people that say like common sense is no longer commonplace. Common sense, not so common. And yet when faced with a world altering reality, a cold, hard dose of truth, they just double down and go, nah, fuck you. When you say that most people, do you mean most people online are in reality? Unfortunately, as time goes on, online is becoming reality. It has the capacity to change and alter the way you see reality. It's very frustrating. We need to still maintain skepticism. You say that, but when people like Asmon make a dumbass video like the one Hades, it gets 2 million views and that's the narrative, even if it's not real. I know. And it's very frustrating to me. Not because like, it's frustrating to me twofold, okay? It's frustrating to me for two different reasons. Okay, it's frustrating because on the one hand, well, like you got shit like this. Time for a spicy one. Hades and Hades 2 definitely has woke elements. However, aren't we the side that just wants to see good games that are also non-predatory? These games are fucking awesome. It's always been, if the game is good, I don't really care exactly. Usually it's bad because the woke is getting in the way of making it good, and usually characters are, oh, they're so close. They're so fucking close. They're so close. Supergiant makes good games, and to my knowledge, while they might pander to games journals with the inclusivity stuff, oh, they're so close. But the point I was going to make is this, okay? It's not necessarily that when Asmongold does like a YouTube video about Hades and how fucking woke Hades is or whatever the fuck, okay? And how woke Hades is ultimately, okay? And how many views it garners. What's frustrating is people don't personally recognize that like there is an answer to these questions, okay? There's an answer to these questions. And yet people do not care about the truth. People do not care about like why people make these decisions. And it makes me so mad because you can't convince people that are primed into believing a certain thing. So here, we watched it when this happened. The Adpocalypse was a great example of this, right? It was a month-long smear campaign created by a group of people that were butthurt that they were banned from the fucking platform, okay? Directed by like a person that was butthurt that they were banned from the platform, who's, you know, say unimaginably, ruthlessly toxic shit on a regular fucking basis. And then they went to advertisers. They mass spammed advertisers. It didn't work, but it didn't matter. Even when it didn't work, people were still running along with the Adpocalypse narratives, okay? Look at this. Ludwig will protect his girlfriend Hassan. I like how Ludwig goes over Hassan a few seconds like he isn't 95% of the reason. Issue with Ludwig is the vanilla fence sitter. Like, they move on to the next thing instead of addressing the issue head on and maybe recognizing that, like, yeah, I guess we were wrong. I guess, like, the adpocalypse didn't actually happen. It doesn't matter. We'll find another thing to get mad at in the process. And the thing that they got mad at was, like, Ludwig protecting his girlfriend Hassan. I didn't even know he had made this video, right? Every new talking point in this process is yet another point of misinformation that now has to be addressed. I saw someone blame you for allowing Ludwig to stream a fucking fighting game tournament earlier on Twitch, completely unrelated to anything on screen. Yeah, all it took was for Pirate Software saying it's not happening, and then one by one they were like, oh, moving on. No apology or admitting they were wrong. They just moved on. Exactly. It's not happening. And then one by one they were like, oh, moving on. No apology or admitting they were wrong. They just moved on. Exactly. And it's sad. It's a sad state of affairs. And I don't just say this because I'm, like, very commonly placed as the, I'm very commonly in the crosshairs of this kind of mobilization, because a lot of these dumbasses end up portraying me as the villain of their world, right? I represent everything that they fucking hate and despise. But I want these people to be happy, okay? And constantly feeding into this cycle of despair and depravity is not going to make you happy, okay? You are just losing your humanity in the process. And not only are you losing your humanity in the process, you're also just, like, living in an alternative plane of existence. And it's very fucking annoying. Like, look at this. Ludwig dropped a DEI complaints, LMFAO. Ludwig basically a liquid from how much spine he doesn't have. Like, everyone's just, like, shitting on fucking Ludwig. What the fuck did he do? He's basically done nothing, you know? Northernlion had a great take on it.
We got grown adults that are when the VTuber is, like, singing a song, they're, like, typing the lyrics in chat, even though they have, like, their telomeres are shortening, right? Now, I would never.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember this. Yeah, he was just talking about, like, why do you fucking give a shit about Apocalypse? Like, you're a watcher of the content.
Off Mount Olympus, or was caused by injuries he sustained in being cast off Mount Olympus. So Hephaestus has a disability, canonically, in the ancient Greek sources. But he's a god, you might say. Can't he just fix it with magic god?
I don't see Hassan as a villain, but I do sometimes see him enabling and coddling the woke. When there are valid criticisms of some people just being lazy writers or trying to push niche messaging, but most of the time I agree with them. No. Okay? The Hades devs literally could have put Hephaestus on a donkey as shown here, but they went for the low-hanging symbolism, which is what they do all the time, and then get mad when people call them out for it. Brother, you are actually very easy to fucking pull off this ledge, so I'm going to be as charitable as I possibly can here, okay? Putting Hephaestus in a fucking wheelchair, which I'm sure Sean is going to explain now, in this circumstance isn't fucking low-hanging fruit at all. What are you talking about? He already is a blacksmith. Why the fuck wouldn't he invent a way for him to move around? What are you talking about? It's not low-hanging symbolism. You've just been primed into thinking that it's low-hanging symbolism. Okay, low-hanging fruit symbolism. Do you understand? They reinvented it. The donkey was canon. You're dumb. They're taking an artistic liberty here. Okay? And redefining this canon in a way they see fit. Why the fuck is it not a donkey? Okay. Who gives a shit? That's the point. Artistic liberty is not an excuse. Artistic liberty is not an excuse, chatter. It is a formative part of the art-making process. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know if you know this, but Greek mythology isn't real, okay? And not only that, but also it is redefined in a way that actually suits the character. But I will give you a great example of why you're just primed into thinking this and you don't actually feel this way, okay? It's the same principle behind Toph, okay? Nobody made a big stink about Avatar having, a broad scope of representation from indigenous people all the way to people with disabilities, okay? Because back then, this wasn't an overarching narrative because all those fucking people, all these dumbass neck-bearded fucking losers would cry about like the nostalgia component being lost in their lives because the flavor has been sucked out of their lives. And that, you know, games don't hit as they did when I was a fucking child. Andy's over here didn't actually fucking feel that way about Toph. Okay. That's the problem with the woke. Don't tell people how to feel while getting mad when you say the chuds tell you how to feel. What are you saying? There is no woke. There is no the problem with the woke. You're always going to lose the young male vote. Brother, you are a fucking intellectually deficient moron if you think this has anything to do with fucking politics, or if the end all be all of your politics is you saw a person in a fucking wheelchair. Okay? Oh, dude, I'm voting for Donald Trump because I saw a fucking like crippled deity in a wheelchair instead of a donkey. Okay, brother, you deserve the fascist destiny that you have then. Okay? That's how a lot of these young men feel it. Yes. I need to smack the fuck out of those young men then, okay? And snap them back to reality. You fucking pussy. Have some fucking shame. Have some goddamn decency, dude. Men used to go to war. Men used to build things. Men used to protect those who are vulnerable. Now, all men do is sit around pimply-faced and cry about bisexual video games having fucking wheelchairs instead of a fucking donkey on a Greek mythological figure. What the fuck? You are a deeply unserious person if you want to tie this back to like what men are being afraid of or what men are sad about. This is all men see. Jesus fucking Christ. I saw pronouns in a video game and that's why I'm voting for Trump. What a fucking stupid way to openly admit that your existence is so pathetic and fucking meaningless. You're openly saying you're a dumbass. You know that, right? You're openly saying you're a weak person, that you don't have any sort of empathy or no like moral rudder, nothing guiding you, no moral compass whatsoever. See, your mods didn't even show the rest of the argument. That's not how anything works. My mods aren't stopping something, okay? Isn't Hephaestus the one that forges weapons? I don't think I've ever seen him depicted in a wheelchair until Hades. I read the Aeneid in Latin. I still don't remember the wheelchair. Wikipedia says nothing about him being a wheelchair either. It's only Reddit and Steam talking about the backstory of the wheelchair. It would be more accurate to have Hephaestus crawl around. This would explain his great arm strength to forge the weapons for gods. You understand that that is your own personal artistic interpretation in this situation. Okay? As I said, those men see it as a microaggression. Microaggressions? Now we're talking about men and the microaggressions that they see? Shut the fuck up, pussy, is what I say to these people who are crying about a microaggression. And the microaggression is seeing a person, a character in a fucking wheelchair. God damn. Have some fucking backbone, dude. I can't believe you're trying to make a broader fucking argument about how this is the reason why men are right-wing now. What the fuck? How do you not see? You just snap out of it. How do you not see that you're being a fucking ginormous pussy? Okay, be a man. Be a man! Stop being a fucking pussy! I saw someone with a disability visibly, and it hurt my fucking feelings. That's a microaggression for me. An able-bodied man? What do you mean? That makes no sense. And I saw it in a fucking video game that is going to be played by globally 1 to 10 million total fucking people. Okay, what are you talking about? You think this has any fucking bearing on the political outcomes of American society? Holy shit. We are so far removed from any sort of materialist understanding of the fucking world that we're talking about video game characters, like the third most important character in a fucking video game. Oh my God. The wheelchair argument is dumb because he's literally in a wheelchair here. No, but that guy read it in Latin, dude. And we don't know where this is actually from. They probably made this up later, okay? But he read the Aeneid in Latin. I swear to God, we need to do a fucking jobs program. Federal jobs program for all young men immediately. Instantly. They need to stop. This is ridiculous.
Powers. And no, the second...
I hate this permanent victimhood, dude. Holy shit. Permanent victimhood. Especially coming from people who don't understand who their masters are. Who just fail to recognize where the hurt is coming from and immediately fucking swing the crosshairs in the direction of those who are less powerful than they are, who are less represented than they are, is so sad. It's weak shit. You're a fucking weak little coward, okay? And instead of addressing the real problems that you are experiencing, you just hyper focus on punching down. That's what weak men do, okay? Strong men don't do that. You are fucking weak. And you need to snap the fuck out of it. It's so, like, where is the shame? I don't understand. Society's already designed in a way where you are disproportionately fucked if you have any sort of disability, let alone a visible one. And these guys who are able-bodied are fucking crying about the minor representation that is also, like, canonically adequate as far as the artistic interpretation goes. Like, that's crazy to me. Okay? You are a weak person. You are a weak-willed and weak-minded person. But you can be strong, okay? You can become strong. But this way of thinking is actually leading you to become a weaker person. Okay? Stop punching down.
Second thing you need to know here is that the gods in Greek mythology are not omniscient or omnipotent. They're not all powerful. They can't just do whatever they want. Now, of course, this combination of a god who both has a disability and is a great inventor has given rise to modern portrayals of Hephaestus as having created mobility aids for himself. It's sort of an obvious way to portray the character, right? So obvious, in fact, that it was obvious to the ancient Greeks, who portrayed Hephaestus in a wheelchair. He made himself a winged
I should have just played the fucking video. God damn it.
chariot thing with wheels that he used to travel around, and some depictions of Hephaestus have him using this wheeled chair. So the depiction in Hades 2 of Hephaestus in a wheelchair is totally fine, accurate to some ancient Greek.
Even if this didn't exist, it still doesn't make sense. It's still, it's like getting upset about that is still stupid. I just want you to understand.
Greek depictions even. I don't want to be too mean to Asmongold and the other whiny gamer boys here, so I'll just say, read a book sometime. You ignorant, snivelling worms. Or even do a basic Google search before you turn your mic on and just start saying whatever old shit off the top of your head. It's embarrassing. Anyway, that was Bullshit Hades Discourse number 1. Who's up for Bullshit Hades Discourse number 2? This one had to do with the design for Hestia. So in Greek mythology, Hestia is the elder sibling of Zeus.
Where's Mr. I read Ain't It in Latin. I'm a black man, but I understand white supremacy systems very well, but your view to not see how small details over time inflame the majority, and your approach is why marginalized groups end up in a state of Sisyphus. Exactly my point. You are just as reactionary as the right. Didn't even let the video play. Dog, I'm sorry. I think you're too stupid to understand what just took place. Okay? First of all, I don't give a fuck what your background is. Okay? Your stupidity is universal, regardless of whether you're black or white. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the video disproved your jackass and actually made you look like an absolute donkey, okay? The donkey that you claim Hephaestus' only rode and never a fucking wheelchair. You understand that? Exactly my point. You're just as reactionary as the right. Didn't even let the video play. You don't know what the word reactionary is if you think that what I just did there is reactionary. You just think reactionary means reacting to things, I believe. And that's not what that means, okay? The word you're looking for is reactive, which I am, for sure. I react quite a bit, both to YouTube videos that I pause regularly and to dumbass chatters, no matter how fucking stupid they are, with the hopes that I could change their minds a little bit. But it seems like you are incapable of that. The video actually disproved your Aeneid reading ass, okay? Oh, I read Aeneid in the original Latin. I still don't remember the wheelchair. Wikipedia says nothing about him in a wheelchair. Still not getting it, and it makes you look worse. You wasted 20 minutes arguing with me, and you could have let the video play. I said something that stun locked you for 20 minutes when the truth was 2 minutes after you paused. Still not getting it, but move on. I'm just pretending to be R-worded is not actually, has never been in the history of mankind an adequate substitute for what you just engaged in. Most people just look at you and think, oh, you're literally brain broken. You understand that right here. Let's time you out a little bit. Maybe you can go to a quiet place and just, think about the way that people are looking at you. Video game characters are important. It was the online vote that won it for Donald Trump. Most of us have good jobs. It's y'all progressive men that don't. Bro said trying to educate me makes you the bad guy. I know. This is American individualism right here in display. Okay, this is exactly what the fuck I was yelling about. This is the through line of Sean's video and my anger and my resentment for what society has become. Okay, that person, objectively wrong in every aspect, has, instead of looking at why he was wrong and saying, you know what, my bad. It turns out I think I just I just fired from the hip there. My bad. That's what normal people are supposed to do. That's what I do when I'm wrong about something. I apologize, okay? But instead, now the conversation turns into one surrounding me trying to be like, here's why you're wrong, and here's why it's not that big of a deal. But no, he has to smugly double down and just be like, huh, well, I guess my idiocy allowed you to be derailed for 20 minutes. Be a man. A real man, okay, recognizes when they're in the wrong. You're weak-willed.
She is the goddess of the hearth and the home, and is depicted tending to the hearth fire on Olympus. And we see Hestia in Hades 2 here has a fire poker, a crown of coals, hot coal earrings. She's very fireplace themed in general, and she's an older lady being older than Zeus, as we said. In terms of character, she's presented like a kindly grandmother type. She's warm, you could say, and in terms of gameplay, she grants you fire-based attacks that burn your enemies. She contrasts well with Demeter, her sister and another elder sibling of Zeus. Demeter is portrayed as an older lady who's very stern and cold, and who grants you frost attacks that freeze your enemies. You see, their designs not only reflect their personalities and their role in the story, but also how they function in terms of gameplay. It's character design. So why are we talking about Hestia? Well, on the 7th of May, very strange Twitter account V made the following post. I am unironically not buying Hades 2. The people who made Hestia just committed a crime against nature. They are so phenomenally shit at their job, and by existing in the industry they are taking away the position of someone more talented. And V attaches an image which contrasts a, quote, Greek depiction of Hestia with Hestia, quote, according to America, that's the design from Hades 2, and Hestia according to Japan, showing an anime girl. This post was later shared by Mark Kern, who added the statement that, quote, anime Hestia is the best girl. I thought long and hard about when it would be funniest to reveal to you how old Mark Kern is, but it's probably right here after he says anime Hestia is the best girl. How old would you reckon he is, if you had to guess? You might say, well, you mentioned he worked at Blizzard in the early 2000s, so say if he was in his 20s then, that would mean he's in his 40s now. That's a bit old, isn't it, to be saying things like anime Hestia is the best girl? And it would be, yes. And also, Mark Kern is 56 years old. 56 he is. I feel too old to be talking about some of this.
Dude, I would Sudoku at that point. You know what I mean? It's like the collective total of all of my work on this planet amounts to that shit. I'm gonna play Sudoku. I'm Brian Kill Me at that point. Straight up.
It's nonsense, and he's old enough to be my dad. Anyway, who is this best girl anime Hestia? Well, she's a character from Danjon ni Dei o Matomoro no wa Machigateru Daroka, aka Danmachi. In English, is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Probably. Out of another sense of due diligence, I watched a few episodes of this anime, and I can report back that it's your standard, shallowly horny fantasy thing. If you want a one-sentence review, Danmachi, it's as generic as they come. There you go. The world of Danmachi features various god characters who've come to Earth to mingle with humans, each leading a retinue.
It is a fun little way to tie up a narrative when I shit on something early on in the stream, completely randomly, and then I'm proven by a totally different YouTuber's YouTube video essay that spans over 2 hours, and in the 1 hour and 18th minute, he ends up basically proving exactly what I was talking about. That is wrong with fucking anime. Incredible.
With adventurers who explore a dungeon and fight monsters or something. The main character is the sole follower of anime Hestia there, and she's in love with him and gets jealous when he talks to other women. That's their deal. Character design-wise, anime Hestia is pretty basic, I think it's fair to say. Women, that's their deal. Follower of explore a dungeon, and she's in love with him and gets jealous when he... I think it's fair to say. Her clothes are a bit torn at the edges there, she's got some ribbons. That's about it. Well, actually, the fan wiki for Danmachi points out that she's also known for having large breasts. Really pushing the boat out there in terms of anime girl design, aren't they? Breaking new ground. And what does her design have to do with the Greek Hestia, really? She's supposed to be the elder sibling of Zeus, but he appears in Danmachi as an older man with a grey beard. So why is anime Hestia designed like this? He asks, facetiously. Well, for reasons of fan service, obviously. The fans of this sort of thing are a bunch of horny little goblins, and this design is saying, do not worry, horny little goblins, this product was made with you as the target audience. Which, whatever, I'm not going to shame the horny little goblins. They can like whatever they like. What I would impress upon them, though, is that when you see a character design that was not created with your particular brand of juvenile horniness as its prime consideration, that doesn't mean it was a mistake. In fact, it was almost certainly not a mistake. Hestia from Hades 2 is a really bad design if the target audience is anime perverts whose favourite character is nicknamed Lolly Big Boobs. But it isn't, thank God. Hestia from Hades 2 had a rather different design brief, I would imagine. The third bullshit Hades 2 discourse cycle I'll talk about today is the most interesting and relevant for us and has to do with Aphrodite, who is of course the ancient Greek goddess of love and fertility. Like the other characters, Aphrodite's design reflects her personality and role in the story. It has a lot of love hearts and roses. She's a conventionally beautiful woman whose gameplay power is to weaken and charm enemies so they either do less damage to you or they fight on your side. So she's seductive and charming. Character design again. She is also, you might have noticed, almost completely naked. So, almost completely naked, conventionally attractive lady. This is exactly what the anti-woke outrage gamers claim to want to see. So you'd imagine they'd be pretty happy about this design, right? Well, on April 19th, Kotaku published an article written by Alyssa Macante entitled Hades 2 is the kind of hot we need right now, which praised
That dumbass chatter who doesn't know what reactionary is, the word itself, is about to learn exactly what reactionary as a political method looks like. Okay, it's not about reacting to something or just reacting to anything or how you react to certain things at all. It's this.
Praises Hades 2 for the diversity and depth of its character designs. And now this article caught some flack from the sad gamer men by making comparisons between the characters of Hades 2 and Eve from Stellar Blade. The article calls Eve's design bland by comparison to the Hades characters, which is of course entirely correct. Now it should be noted here that the complaint about the character design is not solely about looks. It's not how Eve looks, it's that it doesn't suit her character or role in the story for her to look the way she does. Whereas it does suit Aphrodite's personality and her role in the story for her to look the way she does. This was always the point being made with regards to Eve from Stellar Blade, by the way. If all you have is the looks, but there's no character there backing that up, it's boring. That's the problem with Eve's design. It's not that she's hot, it's that she's boring. Of course,
I completely agree with you, but coming out of the gate swinging it hard at those guys just affirms they'll never see your perspective. Nah, dude. Sometimes you need... Dude, that's what being a fucking man is, all right? Big dog? Sometimes you gotta fucking learn cold hard truths, okay? Maybe you just need to be yelled at a little bit. A lot of these guys have not had any sort of tough love from their parental figures, okay? No daddies in their lives, okay? Sometimes you need a man to tell you to fucking man the fuck up, nut up or shut up, okay? And to stop being a fucking pussy. If you're chirping about something that you are completely wrong on, okay, in terms of like aesthetic choices that a video game designer has made in the second iteration of a franchise that many people are not going to even play, okay? And if you think that that is the guiding principle, if that's your fucking North Star, and that is the reason, that microaggression is the reason why your entire worldview has fallen apart and you have found yourself in the throes of reactionary sentiment, sometimes you need to hear from, an older male figure that you are being a fucking pussy. And here, I'll take it one step further. That's what Andrew Tate and the like do all the time, for the record. They do that all the time. They tell people to stop being a pussy. They just tell them in the wrong direction, okay? They'll tell you, like, stop being a pussy and start grabbing pussies. So why are men so responsive to someone like Andrew Tate saying that, but not responsive to someone like myself? And also, I think you're arguing for a man that doesn't exist. This is a made-up person.
The outrage merchants missed this point, either on purpose or out of ignorance, and made a whole bunch of videos highlighting the supposed hypocrisy, or hypocrisy even, of Kotaku saying that one of these designs was good and the other was bad. But I'm not all that interested in that point. They're just obviously responding to an argument that wasn't actually made. What I'm interested in here is that these videos gave the opportunity for the video makers to comment on Aphrodite's design.
So this whole time, the lefties didn't take an issue with fan service or the male gaze. They just wanted all the male gaze to be towards queer characters, queer identity, and what they find attractive.
I feel like there's a little bit of hypocrisy going on right here. Is it because Hephaestus is fat and disabled and checks off all the echo boxes? Is it because this person has a pointy-ass Pinocchio nose?
We got our female characters with a manly jawline. We got Aphrodite with a masculine face and masculine features.
It's a manly face. It's probably a trans woman.
You know what they call T-coded, like transcoded, T-coded? That's what I get from that. It's like a T-coded design.
It's like
but you shouldn't know that. If you're like, why do you know that term? Why? It's weird that you know that term. If you're not trans and you don't have any trans friends and you invest this much fucking time and effort and energy into like being transphobic, it's weird. Like, what the fuck?
Feminine body, masculine, vaguely.
The face is androgynous.
Yeah.
Androgynous, yeah.
Those are some reactions to Aphrodite's design from both Hades 1 and 2 there. Around this time, Mark Kern shared an attempt to fix Aphrodite's Hades 1 design on Twitter, a picture which removes her prominent cheekbones, makes her thinner, thins her eyebrows, and so on. And Kern says, removing the man face makes a huge difference, but wokies don't get excited unless a character looks trans.
What does this motherfucker look like? Someone show me a goddamn picture of this motherfucker. what's his government name again? I need to show. I need to. I've seen it before. I just need to. He looks like his avatar. Yeah, Mark Kern, right? That's his name, bro. That's in 2011, dog. This is what he used to look like in 2011. He doesn't look like that anymore. He looks way worse now. Okay, this photo has aged so much that Mark Kern would jerk off to a artistic depiction of it. Okay, I'm saying he likes lolly. Don't misunderstand me. Yeah. Peak Western masculinity guy. Grums isn't happy he got made fun of. He posted this 3 hours ago. I'm the one that prevented a boycott of Stellar Blade. I'm on multiple videos and posts that show me telling people not to boycott, instead buy and support the game. Never harass the devs. What? Yeah, he owes child support as well. I can't believe someone fucked him. Married 20 years, never divorced. Wife and happy kids. But thanks for showing who is spreading the real disinformation. And yeah, he did harass the devs because they tweaked one fucking article of clothing a little bit in a game where you could just straight up be naked. Out of like 300 different items of clothing that you could change, they changed the bunny suit a little bit. They added like a lace bra, and he fucking lost his mind. Was it confirmed he was a titty milk thief at Blizzard? No, it was not confirmed. I think people understandably draw that conclusion when they see him, though, and the way that he presents himself online. Like, nothing weirder than this fucking dude constantly chirping about like how certain imaginary depictions of women are not fuckable enough for him.
So I have a few things to say about this. Firstly, you might be tempted to see all this as simple knee-jerk contrarianism, right? Since a Kotaku journalist praised Aphrodite's design, they now have to dislike the design on principle. And I'm sure that's part of it. But I also do think that the inclusion of a more diverse range of body types really does alter their perception of the character designs that in other contexts would more usually appeal to them. The problem is, as the Kotaku article points out, variety and choice. You see, it's not enough for the anti-woke gamer types for a game to have something that appeals to them. The game needs to only have things that appeal to them, exclusively. If it's got something else, it's almost like it cancels out. Just as they take objectification and the lack of diversity as a sign the product is for them, the presence of diversity, variety, and choice is a sign which says to them, this was not made for you. So the inclusion of character designs like Hephaestus and Hestia really does alter their perception of Aphrodite. They now second-guess themselves with regards to her design. They can't trust the developers anymore to solely pander to them. So even this very feminine design of a conventionally beautiful naked lady reads as masculine and ugly to them. Of course, if all the characters were conventionally attractive naked ladies, they'd think the game was great, but it really does have to be all, not just some. It's not that their tastes are not included here, they are, it's that they've excluded themselves. As a side note here, one surprising thing I saw watching videos about this were some people who appeared to be confused about the Hades series going woke.
Did these guys read the dialogues from the first game, or did they just keep hitting everything they saw in front of them? Hades has been queer as F since the first game. I played the first game quite a bit. I got close to beating it, put in probably a dozen hours, talked to all the side characters. I really enjoyed the first game despite its shortcomings. And yet I didn't get this whole super queer LGBT.
You didn't think Hades 1 was queer? That's insane. Horseshoe theory is real? Well, I didn't like the Joker. 33 minutes. EFAB responding to Jay Nicholson's "Well, I didn't like the Joker." 11 hours and 44 minutes. Ben Shapiro versus 25 Kamala Harris enjoyers. 3 hours and 25 minutes. Yep, that is the horseshoe theory.
Alphabet Mafia vibe. Apparently, I wasn't paying attention.
What do you mean you didn't get queer vibes from Hades? It's Greek for a start. The main character's bisexual. There's a whole gay romance story about reuniting Achilles and Patroclus. The character Chaos is genderless. You can start a polyamorous relationship. No, you weren't paying attention. Anyway, back to fixing Aphrodite's design. Similar to fixing Aloy's design.
He didn't even need to go that far. All you needed to do was just show the character designs and be like, yeah, you think this game isn't queer? You fucking idiot.
There's a problem here, isn't there?
Goddamn donkey, you fucking baboon.
To do with the categorization of certain facial features, prominent cheekbones and jawlines and so on, as necessarily masculine. So just for the anti-woke gamer boys today, I'm going to introduce a new video feature which I'm sure is going to be a big hit. Okay, let's play. Let's look at some women. And here are the women we're going to be looking at today. Olivia Wilde, Liv Tyler, Angelina Jolie, Keira Knightley. Some women there. I hope you see my point here. Also, those aren't random women, obviously. They are famous celebrities, commonly cited as being among the most attractive people on the planet. It's kind of sad that my version of a reality check for the gamer guys is showing them Hollywood celebrities, isn't it? I think if they went for a walk in a public park, their heads would probably explode. Also, there's a further disturbing tendency here, which is the conflation of certain...
Yeah, you would have been like, they'd be like, whoa, wait a minute, this is Unreal Engine 5 has ruined the world. The character development here is too realistic. I don't like it. I don't like the way that these women look, you know, some of them even have like a little bit of peach fuzz on their cheeks. I hate that.
Common adult facial features with common masculine facial features, and then using that designation to brand adult women who have those features as unfeminine or ugly. When, no, some women have prominent cheekbones, prominent jawlines, there is nothing necessarily gendered or even to do with attractiveness about those features. The problem with Hades 2, of course, is choice, it's diversity, it's that there is more than just the one thing on offer. And this answers my question about Baldur's Gate 3 from earlier, by the way, because while, yes, in that game you can play a straight-down-the-line, heterosexual, cisgender man and pursue a relationship with a conventionally...
I think the funniest thing, Trump one dumbass cry about it. I know, I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm very excited at your dropshipping business falling apart, collapsing, you know, when the tariffs kick in. Listen, dog, my merchandise is made in the United States of America with union hands, okay? I don't think Trump supporters can say the same about whatever fucking Trump merchandise they sell in their Trump stores.
Attractive woman, you have to select that option. You have to be involved in the process to declare your own desires. You have to press 1 for English, basically. The anti-woke gamer men we're talking about today don't want that. They don't want to be a part of diversity. They want to be separate from and superior to it. Again, we're talking less about sex or sexuality and more about who media is being made for. For the anti-woke crowd, this is what is actually attractive about Stellar Blade. It's not the sex, because there isn't any, and it's not the romance, because there isn't any, and it's not even the sexualization, really, in isolation, because they will turn on a game with sexualized characters if they perceive it to be too diverse or inclusive. It's the lack of diversity and the objectification. It's a fine line between definitions here, but there are certain conservatives who dislike sex and sexuality in media because they view it as a kind of modern moral degeneracy, but they do like the objectification of women because that reinforces a conservative hierarchy. And this objectification doesn't necessarily mean sexualizing women in the way you might expect. In fact, it can even come in the form of the desexualization of women. Less important than the sexualization itself is that women do not have agency, that they are there to be objects acted upon by men. And just as this can take the form of telling women to get their tits out, it can also take the form of telling women to cover up and be ashamed. These are just two sides of the same coin, really. The important thing is that women are being told what to do and not choosing for themselves. So women should conform to certain beauty standards, but in an automatic and unconscious sort of way, because the conscious choosing of those standards requires women to have a level of agency that socially conservative men find unacceptable. And Eve is perfect here, of course, because while she looks like a bikini model, she has absolutely zero idea that she does. She and the rest of Stellar Blade's female characters didn't choose to look the way they do, they just look like that, for zero in-universe reason. And the socially conservative gamers took this to be a political statement on behalf of the game's developers. Stellar Blade must be intentionally on our side, they thought, deliberately championing our cause. It must be making a political point with its scantily clad ladies. Now, just to clarify here, it isn't. Stellar Blade makes zero intentional statements about real-world society or politics, and certainly doesn't offer any opinions about silly culture war nonsense. As far as I can tell, Eve is designed the way she is because her designers like looking at bikini ladies, and they didn't really think about it harder than that. Eve's design certainly doesn't seem to be intended as any sort of intentional cultural statement. Nevertheless, in the run-up to Stellar Blade's release, the Gamergate remnants went to lengths to try to divine this intention from the game's marketing and social media posts. For example, about a week before Stellar Blade came out on the 21st of April, the Stellar Blade account on Twitter posted, "Stellar Blade offers the same uncensored version in all countries, including the Japanese version." And then they posted the same message in Japanese. Now, seeing this in isolation, you might assume it to be a message intended to assure prospective Japanese buyers of the game that the version of Stellar Blade released in their country was not going to be censored. You see, you might know that Japan's Computer Entertainment Rating Organization is relatively strict on new game releases compared to ratings agencies in other countries. For example, they censored some of the violence and sexual content in The Last of Us Part 2, and they've previously refused to issue ratings to games that feature violent content like Dead Space and the Callisto Protocol, to name a couple of examples. So this tweet was clearly intended to dispel worries that their Japanese audience might have about receiving a censored product, you might think. But no, it turns out this tweet wasn't about that, it was actually Stellar Blade giving a middle finger to the woke. That's right, just before the game releases, there's barely enough time to squeeze in one more discourse cycle about Stellar Blade versus the woke mob. Stellar Blade uncensored worldwide, Shift Up announces amidst puritanical and feminist criticism. Stellar Blade scores massive win against the woke. Game will be uncensored for the entire world. I can't be censored, says Eve. I like this video thumbnail, which has Eve flipping off the other person.
Two things that are consistent in all of the criticisms. Number one, it's almost always about controlling women's bodies and enforcing that mechanism of control, which they feel is lost in their immediate lives. Women are the, arch enemy. They've refused to have sex with them. Women have refused to have sex with these fucking losers, and therefore all of society's problems can be attributed to that. So we must go back to a traditional way of existence, a traditional mode of existence. Hassan, thank you for this. I struggle to understand your non-political content, but I see how such trivial things like a person shitting needlessly on a video game character stems from a larger societal problems. They can also be casually reinforced, like toxic masculinity in an online space, is really eye-opening. Hell yeah, chatter. I'm glad you're recognizing that. This is why, yes, everything can be political. But like I said, it's about controlling women's bodies and like maintaining that they are objects of desire or making sure that they are more modest in their appearance if they choose to see fit. It's more about taking away that bodily autonomy from a woman. And then number two is just an endless well of stupidity. Okay. Every single point that Sean in this video touches on stems from a made up hysteria. This is why I always yell at reactionaries. This is why I always yell at right wingers in general, conservatives in general, because they make up false narratives and then they get angry at that false narrative that they made up. And instead of just like, I don't know, scratching the surface a little bit, engaging in a little bit of self-reflection, they refuse to do so and look for more people and more content that corresponds to their biases. They just genuinely, deliberately look for more false narratives that give them comfort. And it's ironic because these are the same guys in the Gamergate era that used to claim that the left is in an echo chamber. And they still kind of do that. I will never understand why someone will go out of their way to look at a false narrative, recognize and get so close to understanding its falsehood and refuse to interrogate it. I just don't get it. I just don't understand it. I don't know why people would rather, instead of facing cold, hard truths, refuse to do so and make themselves dumber as a consequence of that.
There, someone who I guess we're supposed to infer is a woke person who really wants Stellar Blade to be censored. Can you believe these sorts of video thumbnails are still being pumped out, by the way? I saw a channel while making this video that was created 3 years ago and has 2,500 videos on it. That is multiple per day, and all of them are exactly the same, and all of them have thumbnails like this.
Like, I am entirely too insecure, but I feel like it's a healthy dose of insecurity that I routinely worry that I might get something wrong. And I try to make sure that I have a decent enough understanding before broaching a subject matter. And sometimes I still end up getting things wrong. I talk for 8 to 10 hours a day, and I immediately apologize for it if I do. This is why I hate when people say, "Oh, you're backtracking." It's like, no, it's not backtracking, and it's not something that should be punishable either. It's something that should be welcomed. When you get new information that actually goes against what you have previously thought was the way things are, you reconsider the way, the ways in which you arrived at that conclusion. It's called growth. It is not a vice, it's a virtue. And yet many people present it as a vice. I don't like that. Society also rewards people who double down.
With all these stock woke stand-in characters they've been using for 10 years now. Can you imagine making multiple of these a day? Forever. It's like a horrible recursive nightmare. Anyway, this rather generous extrapolation of the tweet about censorship cemented Stellar Blade's reputation as the anti-woke flagship game of the moment. Stellar Blade is refusing to be censored. It's taking a stand against the woke. It's going to take us back to the past and make video games great again. Now, unfortunately, something happened to interrupt this rather premature victory lap. Stellar Blade came out. Oh no. What's this? Stellar Blade censored on day one. Gamers are pissed. Stellar Blade censored now. They betrayed us. PSN accounts cancelled over Stellar Blade censorship.
This was what broke my mind about Gamergate 2.0 narratives. Like, I did some videos on this, and at the time, many people were like, oh, Hassan, why do you care about this? Who cares? It's inconsequential. It was a representation of a much larger problem, okay? That's why I was like losing my mind over it.
Well now, what's happened here then? Let's go to our reporter live on the scene, Mark Kern, and see if we can figure out what's going on. More rumours coming in about Stellar Blade as the situation is organic. People are reporting that these outfit nerfs were weeks before the day one patch. There's speculation that the more risque versions of the outfits may be New Game Plus unlocks, but there is no confirmation yet. Taking down the Stellar Blade outfit post until I can get more confirmation. Stellar Blade needs to release a statement now. I'm waiting for more confirmation tonight/tomorrow. Thinking is better than reacting. Took down my tag post of Stellar Blade. Let's see what happens tomorrow. As more information comes to light, I'm taking down my tweet about should I buy Stellar Blade.
Again, 56-year-old man, by the way, 56-year-old man. I just want to remind people how 56 years old he is.
Until I see full confirmations tomorrow. One thing to be aware of is that there are people who want Stellar Blade to fail. There can and will be misinformation posted, so we should all be vigilant. They want those pre-orders cancelled. And as I've pointed out before, in corporate warfare...
Like, not only do they make up this conspiracy that everyone is against Stellar Blade, they're now doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on said conspiracy that, like, in fact, definitely does exist, I promise you, and we have to combat against it. This way of thinking is the most Reddit way of thinking imaginable. It's something that I see quite frequently, perhaps most frequently on Reddit. Reddit has this way, I've addressed this before, right? Oftentimes, you'll see something that is objectively untrue on a subreddit, right? A commenter will make a statement that is objectively untrue. And instead of addressing whether or not this statement is true or not, people will then engage in jokes as a way to reaffirm the truth of the thing that is objectively false. They'll double down, triple down, and create entire worlds off of this false premise. It's a very strange thing. And yet it happens all the time. It happens on TikTok as well. But the reason why I'm using Reddit is because, like, LSF, for example, is a great example of this. Just a genuinely false thing can be brigaded into oblivion. And instead of people examining what the actual truth of the matter is, like the Adpocalypse situation, instead of examining where this is coming from, people would rather start assuming that that falsehood is real and then launch additional jokes off of that underlying false premise. Very strange. I think it's a cycle of reinforcement that occurs. And Reddit is the best example of this because there is this like Bill Maher style smugness associated with Redditors usually, right? Where they feel confident. They feel like they have arrived at a truth that other people were not aware of. And now they're making jokes about that because they're so superior. When in fact, most people would look at that and go, what the fuck are you talking about? You're wrong.
The bad actors can be rival company PR firms. Be careful. I posted before I had the full story, but took it down within minutes. We'll be more careful next time. It's not looking good. Here are the screenshots and build numbers from Reddit user DewShelter1349. Same outfit. Censored. Uh-oh, it looks like Stellar Blade was censored, and you can see the horrifying effects of that censorship there. It's unrecognizable, isn't it? It's like a completely different game now. A little bit more fabric has been added to one of Eve's outfits. But wait, if you can believe it, things get even worse. This is another confirmed outfit censored in Stellar Blade, original on left. We're working on changing...
Dude, I'm telling you right now, if you were to go out in the real world and try to explain to a bus driver this exact predicament, the bus driver would kill you with hammers, okay? Like, if you try to walk outside and explain what happened here in your favorite video game that has 300 outfits, including one that is like entirely naked, getting what you describe as like a First Amendment violation because they added some latex to a latex bra to one of the 300 outfits, that person has the moral responsibility at that point to deal with you, okay? And, you know, either they would kill you with hammers or immediately call the authorities to 5150 your ass and put you in an involuntary hold because you present a danger to yourself and others around you. And yet this kind of narrative, because of the way that the internet works, can continue to manifest and fester. Wanting nudity in video games is worthy of violence. Yeah, dude, thank you. Thank you for doing the thing that, once again, everybody hates, yourself included. No, I did not say I hate waffles. I said I like pancakes. Okay? That's a whole different sentence that you just came up with on your own. The left is refusing / not able to give any reason to come to their senses, and I challenge us all to look at the irony of inclusivity here. Saying that the sexualization of humanity can't be done ethically is why we're going to lose the next election as well, man. These people need to be brought into the fold, and that requires doing something seemingly impossible. Consensual sexuality being fine and okay from a movement standpoint? Yeah, I think we need lobotomies. I take it back. Nah, gamers got to get lobotomized, dude. Nah, we got to bring back lobotomies, actually. Dude. This is not a political movement, okay? What you are describing is not a political movement. Like, this has no bearing on the election. I hope you understand that. It is akin to saying, I'm a flat earther, and liberals need to actually acknowledge that there is validity to the claims of the flat earth. The right owns sexuality, though? No, they don't. What the fuck are you talking about? Have you met a right-winger? The fuck are you talking about? Not only do they not, but also you're hallucinating and demanding that we subscribe to your hallucinations and act as though they are real. What? I already said I had no idea what's going on. Yeah, you clearly don't if you say stuff like the right owns sexuality. Oof. Not only did you say the right owns sexuality, but also this is why the left will continue losing elections, because I guess they've made a big deal about titties in video games, which is not even a thing. It's not even a real thing. The entire premise of this video that Sean made is to show that it's actually not a real thing. It's a fake outrage. Notice how the title says Stellar Blade, the fake outrage, because it was made up. There was no outrage against it. I played it. Okay. I played it. Great. I looked up at the sky to look at the undercarriage, look at the fucking ass cheeks of the main character. I did that. She was dope. That's not a real thing. Okay. This is the problem. The problem is we're currently addressing how the outrage around Stellar Blade was entirely concocted by these fucking weird, sweaty little gross loser perverts. And then instead of people going, what are you talking about? We don't even know what the fuck this is. People just went along with, no, people are actually objectively outraged at this game, and they're very angry at this game, and they want this game to fail. And they just kept leaning further and further into their hallucinations. The problem, this is not a left-right dichotomy. Okay, this is a much larger problem. Left-right dynamics exist in this conversation, but the much more consequential problem is truth versus falsehoods. Okay, people's willingness to believe in falsehoods as long as it, goes against their as long as it corresponds to their own personal biases that they've developed around their ideology. We're watching people collectively hallucinate. Okay, getting together online at a time when we are increasingly isolated, increasingly alienated, with no sense of community whatsoever. There is no bus driver to check you, okay? That's why I talk about the bus driver test. There's no normal, real human being that actually checks one another at this point. If your only interaction with the outside world is other like-minded individuals that the algorithm shows you, okay, you end up arriving at false conclusions and then seeking out further false narratives that correspond to the false conclusion that you started off with. And at no point do you go, maybe I'm wrong.
Get back. Who are you? It's not about inches of fabric. It's about fighting the double standard and getting Stellar Blade customers what was advertised. #free Stellar Blade. Now then, I have a lot of things I find funny about this. Number one, it is very funny that Mark Kern decided to talk about all this in the manner of a news reporter breaking a story about Air Force One going missing or something. Like it's a developing situation that we need to be careful how we talk about. Very good. I love that. Secondly, there are outfits in Stellar Blade which are still much more revealing than any of the, quote, censored outfits, which leads me to believe the outfits were not in fact censored and were merely changed in the course of the game's development, something which the Shift Up developers later stated was the case. Also, the scale of these outfits
Yeah, here's another great example of that, because I remember covering this at the time to make this broader point that a lot of these people are just like deluding themselves into believing in falsehoods. Okay? I realize that now there's a shit ton of ableism and reactionary garbage attached to the sexualization thing. Not trying to defend anything. Into believing in falsehoods. Okay? I realize that now there's a shit ton of ableism and reactionary garbage attached to the sexualization thing. Not trying to defend anything. Okay. I don't even know what you mean by that. I don't know how you came to that realization, but listen to the major point here. The point is there was no leftist or liberal outrage towards this fucking game. They concocted it themselves and then believed their own concoctions. It's like if you have a partner, okay, if you have a girlfriend, let's say, okay, and she gets mad at you in the morning and you're like, what the fuck did I do? And she gets mad at you and says, well, you cheated on me in a dream and now it's your problem, okay? Conservative politics, especially in the gamer field, is basically just that. I have hallucinated an alternative reality in which you've done something that's pissing me off. And now it's your fucking fault. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous mode of existence. And the internet and the way that algorithms work is making it worse. Same thing happened on SNL with Sydney Sweeney. Boobs killed woke. Exactly. But because people never actually breach the boundary of their ideological enemies unless it is directly to combat them in an incredibly uncharitable way. No one actually arrives at this conclusion. No one actually sees the other side's position. And this does not mean that your interlocutors automatically have good points. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. But it's important to understand where they are coming from. What do you think about AOC changing her bio? See, this is what I mean. This person is doing the meme right now. She changed her bio. She changed her description on Twitter years ago, man. Years ago, okay? And I don't know why she did it, but it does not matter. But someone told you it happened overnight. Someone told you it was a direct response to this last election. Everyone is fucking QAnon now. There's something that every single person has a QAnon type belief over, no matter how silly it is. The guy you're covering uses tweets of one dweeb. Why are you saying it as a whole gamer community? Wait, what? Like, bro, the vid you're watching covers one dweeb gamer. Yeah, that one dweeb gamer is basically the figurehead that all these other hundreds of videos that he's shown are getting their markers from. Okay? Like, what do you mean? He also perfectly showed exactly how this kind of false narrative manifests. One fucking dipshit tweets something, it goes viral. A million dipshits on YouTube make YouTube videos. Asmongold watches those YouTube videos and reinforces that narrative. And the only victim in this situation is just the truth. The secondary victim in this situation is all of those fucking dumbasses who believe this as though it is the truth when it's not and get mad about it. They made a fucking petition at the time over this, by the way, with 95,000 verified signatures. There are still people signing on to this petition to this day. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? I think you guys forgot how insane this was. We watched the videos that people recorded at the time. I couldn't believe it. It's collective hysteria.
Outfit changes is so minor. From how Mark Kern's talking about it, you'd think Shift Up swapped Eve from a bikini to a nun's habit or something. So actually, while we talk about this, I'm going to leave a couple of GIFs of these outfit changes on the screen, just so we don't lose perspective on what exactly it is we're talking about here. Next, I think it is completely hilarious that Mark Kern is up in arms about Stellar Blade customers, quote, not getting what was advertised, given that his job is selling skins for a video game that doesn't even exist. And you'd think that he would understand how this sort of thing works, given that he's a game developer himself, remember? For example, Mark, have a look at this. Here's the Ember Twitter account advertising an in-game character skin for purchase, represented by a 3D character model of a cat girl. It's a mock-up because there is no game to put her in yet, of course. The thing is, though, you had already sold access to this skin before, when it was represented by 2D character art. And the earlier version of the skin, which you sold on your website for money, is more revealing than the newer version. Look how much more fire is showing in the earlier version of the skin. You sold this, and then you changed it to be less revealing. So can we get a discourse cycle out of this, maybe? Hashtag free Ember, perhaps? Because this is exactly what you're criticizing Shift Up for doing. Well, it's not exactly the same, I suppose, because their game actually came out, didn't it? Next, I really appreciate that this air quote censorship controversy came so quickly after the Twitter post which stated the game would not be censored. Shift Up unintentionally caught the anti-woke culture war YouTubers off balance there. They were led into seeing Stellar Blade's uncensored release as a victory over the imaginary woke mob they were pretending were trying to censor the game, but then the game came out, and it was censored. Or at least they thought it was, which turned their fake victory into a real defeat. They built this imaginary woke strawman that was trying to censor Stellar Blade, and then it won. So I'll claim that victory then on behalf of the woke mob. Well done, everyone. We won that one, and we didn't even have to do anything. Congratulations. Now, one of Mark Kern's tweets there talked about changing Stellar Blade back and said #free Stellar Blade. So let's talk about that. You see, in the wake of all this traumatizing news, Mark Kern posted a change.org petition with the aim of getting Shift Up to revert the outfit changes to the versions shown in the game's trailer. And let's read that page together. Stellar Blade is a phenomenal new game that just launched on PlayStation 5 worldwide, but it has a problem. The content has been censored from the original trailer version posted by Sony. We, as gamers, want this content back. We relied on it. We made the game the #1 pre-order worldwide because of it, and this is the true game we want. What do you mean you relied on it? You relied on this. Stellar Blade is more than a game. It's become a cultural beacon for freedom of expression in a time where game publishers like Sony are censoring games more than ever. Stellar Blade was a breath of fresh air, and Gamer rallied behind it because it meant things were changing, getting better, and the voice of creative freedom was ringing loud and clear. Beautiful. Notice here how Mark Kern is avoiding saying that Sony censored the game, because of course he has absolutely no evidence that that is true, so he has to say things like game publishers like Sony are censoring games in general. Talking about creative freedom and freedom of expression is also funny because 1, I didn't see you talking about that when you were sharing edits made to the work of other game designers, and 2, of course the only word out of Shift Up so far is that they wanted to make these changes. They said this is the final version.
Remember when I said narrative overcomes truth? When the actual fucking director of the game came out and was like, what are you guys talking about, dude? We made these decisions on our own. What the fuck are you talking about? They didn't believe the fucking video game developers. They were like, nah, you're lying because you caved to the woke mob. What do you do? What do you fucking do in that situation? It is such an objectively pathetic existence, only fucking made worse by the fact that these people are hallucinating it. What do you do? And there are literally millions of people like this. Another great example that I'm reminded of is when Asmongold was talking about how Yakuza was going woke or something, not knowing the fucking history of the goddamn franchise at all. I say this as a massive fan of the Yakuza video game franchise, okay? Massive. It's people who don't understand the genre and people with no interest of like, with no interest of like interrogating or examining the underlying political motivations in a sea of people who are just careless and don't care and only want their version of the world to be the reality. Yeah, Kiryu was a trans ally in Yakuza 3, okay? Many years before people even thought about hating on trans people. Same with fucking One Piece. Like, people who are One Piece fans who also have like right-wing opinions blow my fucking mind. Some of the main characters, some of the main heroes in the story are literally trans. The fuck? And they were invented like in 1997. You know what I mean?
Of the game they wanted to make, and you're the one trying to make them change it. Now, Mark Kern had 2 paths forward at this point. Either he could accept what Shift Up said about not being censored and cut his losses, or he could spiral into delusion and conspiracy theories. I wonder what he did. First, they tried to search ban me. Now they're stopping #free Stellar Blade from trending. Who are they supposed to be here, even? Tell me again this is just about some silly video game controversy. These people are very threatened by the normal sexuality that Stellar Blade represents. That is definitely the word that comes to mind for all of this. Sign the petition. It's important. It really isn't. You see, even though Shift Up said Stellar Blade is not being censored, it is being censored. We just don't know how, and whoever did it is so powerful that they can somehow force Shift Up to lie about being censored, as well as force Twitter to limit Mark Kern's social media reach, all in the name of destroying normal sexuality, represented here of course by maybe an inch of fabric on a video game bikini. And sadly, this campaign of censorship didn't stop there. On the 24th of May, patch 1.003 for Stellar Blade was released. This patch added new content to the game, including 2 new Kunoichi outfits. Now, even though these outfits were only obtainable after the patch, 1.0 versions of the outfits existed in the game files, and those outfits were slightly different. Do not panic, however. The website freestellarblade.com has a little write-up on the changes and a guide to accessing the original versions of the outfits, and I quote, "The skirt on the Kunoichi nanosuits were lengthened and made more rigid in version 1.003. The skirt's transparency decreased in version 1.003. Changes were made to Eve's body structure from version 1.0 to version 1.003. The Kunoichi nanosuits are available on the disc. To access them, you need to have Roxanne's affinity maxed out, then you would need to up patch to version 1.003. As soon as you load into the game, you should receive a prompt with the rewards. Immediately back out of the game and down patch to avoid save file incompatibility. I just thought I'd give that a signal boost here so we can all get access to the earlier versions of the outfits. It certainly looks worth the effort."
I'm sorry, dude. Your life is so fucking meaningless if this is something that you ever considered even for a moment. Okay? It's meaningless. There is no meaning in your life. There is no glory that you will ever retain. You're done. You're nothing. You're worse than a bottom feeder. You're worse than actual dog shit that someone steps on. It's crazy. How can you be a human being, okay, living in 2024, where man has achieved such impressive feats, overcome nature, built skyscrapers, visited the moon, okay? We have a goddamn international space station up there, okay? And this is what you worry about? Pathetic, okay? You are a pathetic thing. I have a hard time even acknowledging your sentience. It is shocking. I don't know. This shit black pills me into oblivion. When I see stuff like this, when people take it to this level over such minute differences, it actually hurts my brain. It kills my soul. And I think people come to this with the recognition that it's a little, childish. And that's why they have to slap on this is actually a war against free speech and protecting, war against censorship. And it's actually a free speech argument. Because, like, if your argument was standalone, you wouldn't feel the need to add on these additional identifiers that your conquest is actually something that transcends beyond you being a horny little gremlin. But it's not. I mean, this isn't even horniness. Like, it's so fucking pathetic, dude.
Doesn't it? Now, this patch also added in 2 other outfits for Eve, Midsummer Alice and Midsummer Red Hood. These are 2 variants of 2 of the controversially changed outfits we've been talking about. The Red Hood outfit swaps Eve's undershirt for a body harness and adds thigh-high stockings, and the Alice outfit adds in a bow, a collar, and some lights down the front. So these are new outfits, but they are also clearly iterations on the earlier versions of the supposedly censored outfits that Mark Kern and the Horny Goblins are upset about. Now, this introduced a little awkwardness into the Free Stellar Blade movement. You see, Shift Up added in 2 outfits, which are kinda like the ones we said we wanted, so we could claim that as a win, but also, they didn't uncensor anything that we wanted them to uncensor. These are new outfits, they didn't change the old ones, and all the rest of the outfits we're upset about are still censored, supposedly, so what should we do? FreeStellarBlade.com is very clear about where they stand on the update. Do not accept these outfits as a win. The entire point of this is freedom of artistic expression. There's now 12 outfits that are censored with the latest update. So that's where they are. Mark Kern, however, decided to split with FreeStellarBlade.com and took a rather different approach. We did it! You did it! Hashtag FreeStellarBlade celebrates as Shift Up and Stellar Blade uncensor outfits. Thank you everyone who participated in the 8-step plan and the petition. Please sign the petition, which will now be sent as a gift to Shift Up. Lucky them. So many have helped to make this possible.
This is the peak of American activism, dude. Fucking porn-brained Coomer consumption. That's it. Americans got one fucking speed.
This is what
here. Yeah, this is it. This is the truest fucking skit ever told about us.
Europeans think America is like. I wake up at 8 a.m. to the sound of gunshots and violence. Then after that, I have breakfast, an 18-piece fried chicken bucket with a 2-liter bottle of Coke. Then at 9 a.m., I start my daily commute from Los Angeles, California to New York City. Along the way, I drive through intense poverty and homelessness. I will do nothing about it. At 10 a.m., I arrive in New York City. I talk loudly about how great America is. At 11 o'clock, I decide to head down to Miami. At 11:45, I arrive in Miami. This is where I get my tan. After that, I head back to Los Angeles. It's awesome that I'm able to visit all 3 American cities in one day. Around 1 p.m., I go out to eat for lunch. I leave the waiter a large cash tip of $100. At 1:30 p.m., I publicly lean against the wall to rest. Around 3:30 p.m., there's another shooting. At 6 p.m., I have dinner, an entire apple pie that I wash down with a 2-liter of Coca-Cola. Then at 9 p.m., there's an alien invasion. This seems to only happen to the important countries. And that's my day.
Did you know?
You sent the bad link, a broken link.
Everyone worked so very hard. That's right, we did it. Stellar Blade has released 2 new outfits for the game, and that means we win. That's what we were asking for all along, of course, 2 new outfits, and we got them. In my favourite history podcast, The History of Rome, host Mike Duncan has a recurring joke about generals and emperors who would extract themselves from an unwinnable military situation by simply declaring victory and going home, and this is the culture war version of that, basically. Even though 0 of our original concerns were addressed, we won. And the replies to this tweet are quite funny. We've won nothing. The original...
Minute differences. How dare you try to minimize the issue and not realize they're radically different looks, leading to a radically different experience in a game that was paid for. You are victim blaming. Come on. Bait used to be believable, dumbass. I know it's Bait because I recognize his fucking name. No person that knows what Anatolia is gonna fucking craft a statement that fucking stupid. Sincerely, okay? Also, we don't need believable Bait. There's plenty of it, okay?
Censorship is still there, but they've won from your reaction. No, they know they can bribe us and distract us. Your reaction means we've...
What is this? I'm sorry, but this is fucking crazy. She should be bannable. Denims talks about you. What did he say?
Denims talks about you? Dude, I only watch Denims clips offline. Yeah, with my pants off. Yeah, I can't watch those on stream. Yeah, just shouldn't bother.
Same principle as what we were just talking about. Okay? Oh, damn. Someone talked about my sexual assault allegations from former partners. Yeah, I jerk off to them. That's sick. I mean, this is it. There's a lot of people that have this sort of tendency. They need to fucking grow up. Okay?
Lost. You are wrong. They added outfits in order to...
This entire video is you know, talking about people that behave this way.
Distract from your real intention, which is that they are actually just keep spitting on the fans by continuing to censor the game diligently. They are insulting the players' intelligence by thinking we wouldn't notice. Look for yourself. We have nothing to celebrate. It only get worse. Discord in the ranks here. Now, the latest twist in this tale is that ShiftUp recently went public and posted a job listing for an investor relations manager, one of the duties of which is overseeing the publication of ESG reports. Now, you might say, Sean, I don't know what that is, or how it could possibly matter. But no, it does matter, it turns out. ShiftUp sells out and embraces ESG. Stellar Blade is doomed. Stellar Blade developer ShiftUp goes public, will now publish ESG reports. Stellar Blade sells out to ESG, ShiftUp goes public and becomes compromised, and so on and so forth. Also, this news led Mark Kern to rather dramatically declare that ShiftUp has fallen. After going public, they will be required to publish ESG reports. So okay, what the hell are ESG reports? Well, ESG is one of those acronyms, along with DEI, that 2 online right-wingers have come to see as a synonym for wokeness. It stands for Environmental, Social and Governance, and ESG reports basically detail the environmental and social impact of the practices of the company. Now, I have my own anti-capitalist opinions about the actual point of this sort of thing, of course, but I can relay that the...
You're a content creator? How much of this is farming? I think there's a healthy dose of farming, especially from the content creators that engage in this kind of rage bait, but there is definitely a real audience for it, and it's growing, and that's really fucking scary. And it's not scary because like, misogynistic men are scary. Like, I don't give a fuck. First of all, I'm a man, okay? So it doesn't impact me in the same way. But secondly, it's scary because society is fucking collapsing, okay? I can't stand this level of stupidity and the incompetence and the purposeful ignorance at play here. I hate it. I hate it so much. Could it be that we are so terminally online that we think this is a serious discourse? I don't hear this shit outside at all. No, this is absolutely a terminally online piece of discourse. But there's 2 different problems here. 1, unfortunately, as we become more and more isolated and alienated, things online do have the capacity to impact things in the real world. And last but not least, if online is your only interaction with the outside world, then this does have the capacity to fucking dupe you. And this kind of idiotic hallucinations end up reinforcing a lot of bad behavior and a lot of bad ideals. And in the interest of pursuing this shit, a lot of these losers then make it their lives' mission to endlessly harass video game journalists and the developers that make these fucking video games. Stop saying still on this vid. It's almost done. And it was actually a very fucking informative video. Shut the fuck up. The trolls are purposely weaponizing being naive in the real world. It's mostly people being lazy and just taking information by osmosis. Yes. I mean, you guys saw an example of this that is very close and personal to me. This, a version of this cynical, bad faith smear campaign happened with this platform that you're on for the past month. It was completely concocted by bad faith actors with an agenda to undermine the platform with a very specific goal of either unbanning a person that was banned from the platform for good reason or banning me, a person that they have identified as their enemy. And when that couldn't happen, they went after people in my orbit. And then when that didn't happen, they went to other organizations to try and apply even further pressure. They went to advertisers directly. And when that didn't work, they still went along with this narrative that it was actually successful. And in that process, I'm sure there were thousands of people who just go about their day-to-day existence that just took that for granted and will never think about it ever again. But now in their minds, they think I am an anti-Semitic terrorism lover, and Twitch is defending me because Dan Clancy loves me personally, and that advertisers actually left in droves, and Twitch took a major hit, but they still wanted to protect me because they also are anti-Semitic terrorism lovers. You know, look, there's still people in here that say, ha ha ha, nice accountability. Like this person legitimately probably believes everything that happened in this process, despite the fact that this is why you've fallen off projection. Ha ha ha, nice accountability. Like, do you see what I'm saying? And he's, this is a sock account that they created in October 5th, 2019. Okay. And they've obviously been following for quite a long time and have unfollowed in the process and followed again as recently as July 15th, 2024. And they're still in here. Some people would much rather believe a lie than dare to interrogate what the truth is and self-reflect. Bro, you are on video. What are you even saying? This is what I mean. There you go. This is it. Accountability. It's always accountability. Gamergate was about ethics in video game journalism. And this last iteration of Gamergate, this like microcosm of Gamergate here, was also, once again, accountability, bringing about accountability to a platform. Like, why are you defending the point of view of the cartel's law? Mexico equals cartels to Hassan. Like, this person is defending Donald Trump's possible moves of bombing Mexico or invading Mexico to, destroy the cartels or whatever. So they're at least Trump adjacent. Okay. And here in the very same breath, a day later or 2 days later, they're talking about accountability. You are on video saying the dumbest shit every day. Brother, for most normal people, and I can't stress this enough, they do not see the world in the way that you see it. I know it's virtually impossible for you to comprehend this, but most people in the real world actually are diametrically opposed to your way of understanding the world. Okay? If your framework revolves around defending Israel, you are, unfortunately for you, the minority. You are the overwhelming majority of Congress, but you are the minority in even American society. Defending Israel, Trump adjacent. Okay, what's your perspective then? What a phrase. It's impossible for you to comprehend accountability. I used to think you were an intellectual. Okay, now I know is pseudo. You moved on from one person that you thought was an intellectual, me, to another person that you think is an intellectual because you have no opinion for yourself. Okay, you hopped around person that you thought was an intellectual, me, to another person that you think is an intellectual because you have no opinion for yourself. Okay, you hopped around. Explain to me what your worldview is. Why were you defending Donald Trump's policy of potentially sending SEAL Team 6 into Mexico? My worldview is that you're an idiot. Exactly. Exactly. That's it. That's what's that's the point. I know. That's why you're a dumbass. You have no genuine politics. You have no genuine interest in anything. You've overwhelmed with hatred. Why would you openly admit that about yourself? I'm asking you, trying to have a normal conversation with you, asking you what your personal politics are. And your personal politics is that I'm wrong and that I'm stupid. That's not real politics, you fucking moron. You have lost your humanity. You basically have lost any sort of comprehension. You are simply a pawn for another content creator who doesn't even know you exist. Okay? You're in here trying to fight his battles. Your viewers are pawns, dumbass. Again, I will ask you one more time. Why are you defending Israel or Donald Trump's policies of invading Mexico or engaging with the cartel in a violent manner, thinking that this will be a successful way to combat drug trafficking in this country? This is the worst part of parasocial relationships, man. I know. Go take some Fent. Do everyone a favor. Buddy, between you and I, who do you think is closer to the verge of suicide? The guy with a fucking sock account titled Twitch Viewer 05978, who's been following me since 2021 and crying in here? Or the Twitch streamer that he's watching? I'm crying so hard, we can tell. Anyway, we'll get back to you when you have a coherent thought that is individually, a coherent thought that you came up with on your own, okay?
Nominal point of this sort of thing is to attract socially conscious investors.
I know where that kind of hatred comes from, okay? I've been angry and vulnerable in the past myself. I know where you're coming from. I know what it feels like when you are desperately looking for a sense of community online, okay? But the moment that you absolutely fucking despise a Twitch streamer, okay, a dumbass Twitch streamer like myself, to such a degree that you are in the chat like trying to wage intellectual battles in your mind to feel a sense of humanity, to feel a sense of recognition that you have lost in your own personal life, is a moment where you are diving deeper and deeper into the sadness, the pit of despair. I want what's best for you, okay? I promise. You pulled me up, dumbass intellectual battles. Oh my God. All right, well, I hope you get better. Let's finish this video now.
Invest in us not just because we're a good financial investment, but because we are good for society, that sort of thing. Of course, even the mildest corporate overture towards any sort of social responsibility is read as Marxist infiltration by the sorts of people who see Marxist infiltration everywhere they look. And so Shift Up hiring someone whose job will be, in part, to publish ESG reports is seen as necessarily compromising. They have caught the woke mind virus, in other words. Alas, they were supposed to save our culture with their video game bikini ladies, but it turns out that was probably just a really strange thing to expect. Something that jumped out at me watching dozens and dozens of horrible videos over the course of making this horrible video was how few of these video game commentator channels seem to be run by people who actually play the games they're talking about. I saw a lot of people not just talking about how great Stellar Blade is without having played it, but talking about Hades without having played it, Baldur's Gate without having played it, and so on. Like, I didn't play Hades, and I have no plans to play Hades 2, but I'm outraged about these Hades character designs, and, like, why? Well, we know why, don't we? People like Mark Kern and the YouTubers who make these videos are outraged tourists. They don't really care about what they're talking about, they just want attention. And something happened quite late in the production of this video which illustrates this point rather nicely, which is a little annoying as I now have to add this part you're hearing right now into an already long video, but on the other hand, it is a good example. So on the 20th of August, Mark Kern posted the following tweet about an upcoming game in the Monster Hunter series, Monster Hunter Wilds. And he says, "What happened to Capcom? From Monster Hunter World to Monster Hunter Wilds." And then he posts two pictures comparing two seemingly random characters from those two games. The Handler from 2018's Monster Hunter Worlds, and a new character called Olivia, shown here in a frame from the third trailer for Monster Hunter Wilds, which was also released on the 20th of August. The intent here was obviously to get another "they're turning the beautiful ladies into ugly ladies" discourse cycle started, but this one was thankfully killed before it got off the ground. Monster Hunter fans ruthlessly mocked Kern and his silly cherry-picking until he was forced to delete the tweet. Kern then posted another tweet about Monster Hunter Wilds saying, "Took down the Capcom tweet, Monster Hunter Wilds is safe, my bad," and he attaches a picture of Gemma, another...
Bro, so much of this is just fucking fake outrage. That's the greatest antidote, though. Other fucking vicious nerds being like, "You better shut your fucking bitch ass up. I love Capcom games. They never miss. Fuck you." Asmon believed this shit, No, dude, he didn't. Okay. He believed the fucking 1.5 million views that he accrued on his YouTube channel from believing this shit. That's what he believed. Come on. Come on, dude. Jesus Christ.
The Monster Hunter Wilds character, who he apparently does find attractive. Good for him. But Kern has accidentally revealed something here. You see, Gemma was shown in the first Monster Hunter Wilds trailer, which was released back in May. Any Monster Hunter fan paying attention to Monster Hunter Wilds would already be aware of this character, so Kern doesn't know what he's talking about here clearly. But even worse, Gemma also shows up in the third trailer, the one featuring Olivia, the character Mark Kern was complaining about in his tweet, so he must not have seen it. He's only seen this screenshot. So it's not just that Mark Kern isn't some big Monster Hunter fan, he hasn't even seen the trailer that he's complaining about. Kern and the outraged tourist YouTubers like to complain that their hobby has been infiltrated by fake fans.
Listen, as long as your audience does not care about the truth and they only want a comfortable hug box, which is ironic because many people project and say that that is my audience, okay? It doesn't matter. You will never get punished for being wrong. How many people yelled at drama farmers that were like, Hassan was wrong about the Al Ahli hospital being bombed by Israel, when everything that Israel said subsequently after, before bombing every other fucking hospital in Gaza, okay, came out to be completely false? How many people punished those guys? No one. Zero. The answer is zero, because those guys were not interested in Israel or Palestine. They were interested in fuck Hassan content. Do you understand? So for a lot of these people, they have no well-established opinions. They have no interest in what's going on. They're just in it for the battle. Okay. They're in it for the blood sport. They've decided someone is the fucking enemy, and that person needs to be humiliated at every step. And they also don't understand, just like that one chatter that I was talking to earlier. Like, they don't understand why normal people don't respond to these endless fucking maniacal smear campaigns, not just against myself, but against like these video games and shit too. Do you not understand? They literally are so firmly grounded in a falsehood, in a false narrative, that they can't comprehend why most people in the real world don't give a fuck. They don't understand when their narrative that they've developed in a hug box is not reflected by the majority population in the real world. That's the problem. They get worked up, and even when the thing that they got worked up over doesn't actually follow through, when there's no actual material gain to be made, they just move on to other things or decide we won anyway. It was actually a victory nonetheless. That's the reason why that dumbass Dan Saltman, who's now fucking actually Dan Can't Stream on Twitch for, you know, doxing people and shit, was running around being like, I actually took away hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue from Hassan. What have you guys done? I saw that. Like, he was doing victory laps. It's like, I don't like running ads anyway, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? Oh, I'm suffering so much. No, he said 3 to 4 million. That's hilarious. I refuse to take on advertisers that I don't want to get money from. I deny advertisers to the tune of $1 million specifically for the election night coverage. If I cared about like farming higher amounts of revenues, I wouldn't work with fucking American made union shops when I'm doing my merchandise. I just go to fucking China. Okay. I go to Indonesia. If I cared about farming as hard as these fucking delusional losers care about it, I would take on any advertiser that wants to pay me. Okay. I don't need it. So you push them while not getting paid? What do you mean? The point is, not only am I principled in this circumstance, but also when the narrative fails, okay, when the narrative fails, they just move on and they try to like derive a victory from some other place where they're like, no, we still got a victory here. Lobo literally laughed at you for getting cucked on ad revenue on your contract. I know. He showed you run a lot of ads by posting a proof of how many times ads are mentioned in the chat. Yeah, of course ads are mentioned a lot in my chat because we gamified the advertising when I had a contract that forced me to run the minimum amount of ads that I could, okay, which was 4 minutes. And in the process, before Twitch told me I can't say it any longer, I used to tell people to use an ad blocker to avoid seeing those ads. That's what's so funny about this process, that like people max out on the 22 minutes of ads an hour on this fucking platform. Nobody says a goddamn thing, and they run it periodically or randomly. I wanted to do it in a way where it wasn't as disruptive and that people could fucking not see the ads. Just show this to the haters. Yeah, I mean, this is a fucking silly flex too. Like, yeah, I have a lot of subscribers. I mean, that number will go down next month after the election. Okay, it will, but it still doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, I used to tell people to use a VPN or an ad blocker to avoid seeing the ads. And we're gonna advertising with accounts that spend millions per month. We don't care what delusional internet nerds think. I know. Can we get this guy off stream? No.
But that's all projection. It's them. They're the ones pretending to be fans of video games for attention on the internet. Now, it wouldn't really be right for me to armchair psychoanalyze people based on just a few tweets or YouTube videos, of course. But if I was going to, watching a lot of these videos, I'd say I saw a lot of people who seem to have lost their passion for their hobby. They've got bored, but they aren't moving on. And this is a thing that happens sometimes. Someone was into a thing when they were young and carefree, but now they're older and more cynical, and they're not really having fun anymore. But instead of moving on and trying something new, they get angry. This thing is part of my identity. It's not that my earlier appreciation for the thing was that I was excited about having new experiences. It's that the thing was good, and now it's bad. So someone ruined it, and I'm gonna moan at whoever I reckon that was. What a lot of these commentators seemed to want from Stellar Blade was for it to take them back to the good old days, before all this politics and wokeness, a simpler time where you could leave your door unlocked, and you couldn't move for video game bikini ladies. This is of course just the video game version of the standard conservative nostalgia for a past that doesn't really exist. You know, the world was a brighter, happier place back when I was an actual child and didn't have to pay rent or know about wars. What a coincidence. For any of these people who are watching this video and have actually stuck around to the end, which I seriously doubt, I'm going to do a bit of a selfless public service right now and go back over what we've talked about today and explain what was actually happening. Okay, so first of all, individual video game journalists are not generally in the business of trying to destroy video games. Reporting on video games is how they get paid, after all. They might call certain games or gaming tropes bad, but that's just their own opinion as critics and reviewers. They're not trying to hurt you. It's got nothing to do with you, in fact. They're actually trying to make games better, according to their opinion of what better is anyway, but that's not to spite you. Again, it's got nothing to do with you. That's just what their opinion is. Next, big mainstream video game journalism outlets are not generally in the business of trying to destroy video games, especially video games from big publishers like Sony. They make money from running ads on content related to game releases. IGN, for instance, makes guides and videos about Stellar Blade. That's part of how they make money. For this reason, mainstream journalism outlets actually tend to be rather generous with review scores for big game releases, because publishers pay to advertise on their platforms, so they have an incentive to stay on friendly terms with the publishers. And of course, if a mainstream journalism outlet was trying to destroy a video game, they wouldn't bury that attempt in an otherwise positive demo preview on a single foreign language website, would they? Next, if a video game company does censor violent or sexual content, it is vastly more likely that decision is being motivated by getting particular ratings from media ratings agencies, rather than anything to do with some amorphous idea of wokeness, i.e. it's mostly being driven.
I just keyed on to why you're particularly proud that your merch is made in the US and some creators' merch, Teddy Fresh for example, was claiming to be ethical and sustainable, see made in China. It's a subtle diss. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that this has anything to do with Ethan Klein, brother. Are you insane? No, my merchandise has always been made in America by union hands, far before I even knew who Ethan Klein was, okay? Get the fuck out of here. No, it is not a sneak diss at all.
And by older, socially conservative people.
Yeah, my entire worldview is actually a sneak diss of Ethan Klein. That's why I'm fucking pro-union labor. To sneak diss Ethan Klein. The fuck? Come on, guys. Please, stop obsessing over Ethan Klein, please. It's unhealthy, okay? It really is. It really is.
And capitalist financial incentives, not blue-haired feminists on the internet. If some ratings agency says you need to tone down the violence or sex or change the blood to be green or whatever, or you don't get to release in our country and therefore potentially lose profits,
I mean, you knew who he was, but you hadn't met him yet. I feel like annoying people will call you a liar. Yes, I meant I hadn't met him yet, okay? I knew him as the Vape Nation guy, and I did not know what his brand was at that time. My mistake. I know that if I'm not hyper specific on every little thing that I say, there's an army of little gremlins. There's an army of little gremlins out there that are just like going to clip everything to be like, oh, see, he did this is a sneak diss. I think they were literally like covering me reading a chat to make it seem like I was actually saying something about Ethan the other day. It's fucking nuts.
Companies will do it.
Please,
but that's got shit all to do with
let's be done
wokeness.
talking about Ethan.
And that's the next point, of course. There wasn't some big woke mob push to ban or censor Stellar Blade. A couple of journalists criticised some aspects of the character designs in the game because it's their job to give their opinions about video games, and that is the full extent of what actually happened there. The narrative about the woke mob coming for sexy ladies in video games used to be built on cherry-picking and misrepresentation, only watching very particular sentences of Anita Sarkeesian videos and the likes, but today it's more like an ancient superstition or something. We are long past the point where that argument was centre stage now. The industry and the discourse are both moving on. The woke mob isn't coming to try and take Stellar Blade away, because, to be blunt, Stellar Blade's character designs don't really matter all that much. The argument really was about a lack of diversity in character designs, and Stellar Blade's style of character design just isn't as prominent and overrepresented as it once was. This isn't a two-sided culture war battle anymore, if indeed it ever was. It's the outrage tourists versus their own imaginations. Next, I have a note about concepts of attractiveness here. Now, this goes beyond the remit of talking about video games, of course, but watching all these videos, I heard a lot of talk that was very obviously coming from people who just assumed that they were the default type of person, and that only people who are like them play video games, and furthermore, that any attempt to appeal to people who are not exactly like them must be some evil scheme or other. I heard a lot of gamers want this is what gamers want to see, when what they really mean is, this is what I want to see.
Yeah.
It's a very basic point, but there is a much wider range of what people...
I think the inherent irony of this kind of fucking, this kind of cause championing is that, like, they get mad because they think, like, video game companies are making decisions specifically on the virtues of diversity to appeal to a different demographic. And they want themselves represented more. Like, they're doing the same thing. They're like, oh, well, I want anti-woke representation. Please, what the fuck? Why are you doing woke representation? I want anti-woke representation. When in fact, like, gaming companies don't give a fuck about woke representation all that much either. They just care about making money. That's the only thing they care about. And that's precisely the reason why games are dog shit. Or I wouldn't even say games are dog shit, because I think this past year had a litany of sick-ass games. Well reflected in the award season representation right now.
People are attracted.
With one exception, 5 Hearts Under One Roof. That game not being represented as the greatest game this year, it was a snub, and I'm sick and tired of avoiding it. Okay? It's a real fucking snub, dude.
To them what you're attracted to or what you see as the default. There are people who are attracted to a whole range of appearances, body types, fashions, whatever else, and some of them are even attracted to that part of the range that is more traditionally considered to be unattractive, something which a lot of the people whose videos I was watching could probably stand to appreciate a little more, shall we say. Also, when you see big corporations diversify their products and publish reports about the social impact of their activities and market their products to multiple target demographics, do you know why they do that? It's to make money. Big corporations aren't trying to usher in some Marxist takeover of society. Unfortunately, they're trying to get paid, so they market their products to appeal to a wide variety of people. What you see as going woke is, when it comes to big corporations, mostly just a profit-motivated diversification.
Yep.
They want diverse demographics to feel included, sure, but that's because they want to sell products to those people. There's no need to go on the hunt for the shadowy Marxist puppet masters pulling the strings of society, when actually the things that you're annoyed about are being caused by boring old capitalist economic incentives. The right are in kind of an awkward spot here, because of course they can't say they think capitalism is bad, but also they hate diversity. So if a profit-motivated capitalist corporation diversifies its products to target a wider audience, they're kind of in a bind. They can't call that out for what it actually is, so they have to sub in the spectre of communism and blame that instead. Not to go off on another tangent right at the end here, but I guess part of the issue is that the right see capitalism as something close to human nature, the system that best reflects humans at their default. And I suppose if you believe that, and also you're socially conservative, you'd expect capitalism to produce products that were narrowly targeted towards each type of person, and those products to be consumed by that type of person. And of course, the gamers we've been talking about today thought that video games fulfilled that role for them. So faced with inclusive media featuring a diverse cast of characters targeted at a wide range of different people, and that media being successful, that's a challenge to the whole conservative worldview right there. Probably even more so in the cases where the diversity is merely profit-motivated tokenism, because that communicates that even the cynical capitalists have calculated that enough people like diversity to justify making diverse products. If there was more money in producing only regressive, non-inclusive, narrowly targeted content, they'd be doing it. But since they're not, that means the conservatives must either be wrong about people or wrong about capitalism. But that can't be true, so enter the cultural Marxist puppet masters perverting the true course of history or whatever. Now, the
all the bad things about capitalism are actually secretly communism is such a common take. I know. It's just the classic dumb guy opinion.
annoying thing here is that this push to make products that appeal to different demographics is one of the more benign economic incentives driving corporate decision-making. But some other economic incentives really are hurting gaming. Right now, a lot of gaming conservatives have the strange idea that if a game or gaming company or journalism outfit fails, it's only because it's gone woke. This is a worldview sustained with a constant regimen of confirmation bias, where all examples that don't work are either ignored or attributed to conspiracy theories. But in truth, it often doesn't matter how well things are doing. You can have the most profitable or critically acclaimed gaming company or website in the world, and it can still be destroyed from the top down by finance people who care more about the next quarter's profits than any sort of long-term sustainability. We've seen companies broken up, sold for parts, the employees all fired or poorly replaced by air quotes AI. We've seen games ruined by pay-to-win mechanics, arbitrary microtransactions, and other predatory monetization schemes. We've seen CEO payouts skyrocket while their employees, the ones who actually make the games, can get laid off at a moment's notice. These are the actual things that are hurting the games industry. Anyway, I'll wrap up today with a message to Mark Kern. So, Mark, you can't just hitch your culture war wagon to whatever new game is passing by and expect that to reset media back to how you thought it was 30 years ago. Obviously, it's not going to happen. It's not possible. And if you think I'm wrong there, and it is possible for a video game to do that, you are supposedly a video game developer. You are allegedly making a video game, if you can remember. So why don't you be the change you want to see in the world? Listen to the people who, for some reason that I do not understand, actually still look forward to Ember. If all you do is react in the culture war, you lose. You're not going to get anywhere by just complaining about how the tide is turning against you. You need to create your own things. And not just for silly culture war reasons. You have taken a lot of money off people with assurances that you would make a video game. But Crumbs is much too busy, of course. You see, Subnautica 2 has some characters who aren't white in the trailer. He doesn't like the new Tomb Raider cartoon. The next Assassin's Creed game has a black character in it. Hephaestus from Hades 2 is in a wheelchair. Oh, we did this one. Just the same old rubbish over and over again. The grift economy grinds on, and poor old Stellar Blade, once the centre of attention, is now all but forgotten, as all these new grifts will be too in time, to be replaced
Okay, we didn't spend that much time on this.
With newer, equally pointless ones. Each piece of media being examined with fickle and fleeting attention, scanned at the surface level solely for the purpose of sorting it into one of two categories, the sole determinant of worth: woke or unwoke. What a shallow and frustrating way of engaging with art, using up your limited time on the earth to experience it. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching today, folks, and thank you especially to all of my supporters over on Patreon. Patreon supporters get early access to all my videos, so if that's something that interests you, I'll leave a link in the description for you to check out. Okay, that's all from me today, folks. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Bro, I took a nap and came back and it was still playing. I took a nap. Time to visit Grand Canyon. We're not going to do Grand yet. Jesus Christ. Y'all are fucking crazy. That was a banger video from Sean, friend of the show, Sean. Came back in a big way. And I'm, I was very excited. I normally don't watch these like long videos, but I think that's some old hat shit, you know? I used to do that. And I'm glad I did it. And I don't really care if you had an issue with it, okay? I think it was an awesome video. We got gotcha drama and the Korean gender war. I kind of want to watch that. This was a fun watching commentary, but I just remember why we don't watch normally long videos in here. No, I mean, it's the weekend. We can dial it back a little bit and dive into some stuff that has been annoying to me that we haven't gotten a lot of time to cover in the sea of all of the awfulness that is happening in the real world, in the real world of politics. And yes, it is infinitely better than me watching fucking Jubilee brain rot.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This guy was arrested and brought into an interrogation room at a police station for some pretty...
What is this? Hassan is currently eviscerating Grums right now on stream to 27,000 people. Been watching him for like 4 hours. No one told me Hassan's stream was this good. It's like the first time I watch him other than clips online and people shitting on him here. I honestly got... Hassan is great. Do not believe the lies. I honestly got caught in the lies. I thought he was a super like hardcore activist dude with crazy takes, and he's ultra reasonable and entertaining. Don't do Twitch a lot. So yeah, there's so many people like this. This is why I say I saw clips of the Korean dating simulators. Okay, this person is a op. This is a psyop. There's no way. I saw clips of the Korean dating simulator stream he did, and I was crying laughing. That's why I tuned in today. Gaming Watcher trying to get me to game more. I won't fall for that. This is why you need the game for it. Your haters literally set up a face in the door technique to make you seem more reasonable. Talk about backfired. No, I won't fall for that. This is why you need the game for it. Your haters literally set up a face in the door technique to make you seem more reasonable. Talk about backfired. No, it doesn't work because Twitch is like impenetrable. Twitch is like too high of a fucking barrier for a lot of people to broach. And there's a lot of people in the real world, not you guys, okay? Because you're already in here, right? You might be a normie in your normal life, but like you've already breached that. You've already breached that boundary. But for most normal people, they think like I'm either like Destiny or Vosh, or I'm like the fucking kick streamers. Like most normal people think like, oh, Twitch, isn't that the website where they're like always violating laws? So yeah, of course, if that's the only thing I see about live streaming online, then yeah, I would never fucking in a million years go to this random dickhead Hassan and his Twitch stream to see what he's all about. I would never do that in a million fucking years, especially after seeing a bunch of these clips that go viral about like any number of different opinions that I don't actually have. Yeah, most people will probably think I'm like fucking Johnny Somali. My normie friend got immediately converted once we watched a best of compilation of you and your takes on immigration policy. Within 30 minutes, he watches your videos now. Hell yeah. Can we learn why Korean people aren't fucking today? Yeah, let's do that.
Is in the midst of a very bitter civil war, one that you might not even realize exists. And no, I'm not talking about the conflict with North Korea. Real life Lore's office is down the hall, to the right. The civil war I am referring to is the South Korean gender war, a conflict between Korean men, whom the women in this conflict might call male chauvinists or misogynists, and Korean women, whom the men in this conflict might call radical feminists. Now, Mooney, I can hear you say, we have gender war in my country too, why the feminists and the chauvinists are constantly going at it on the internet. South Korea is different. The gender war there has escalated to the point of physical violence, terroristic behavior, and even—
Is this real or is it anti-Korean propaganda? No, I think this is fucking real, dude. At least like, listen, all I'm going to say is this. You wouldn't have a movement like the 4B movement, which is like a bunch of women saying like, we're not even interacting with men at all, if this was not a very glaringly obvious, very real, and like uniquely bad problem. Because like a lot of Americans after the Donald Trump election victory went on TikTok and were like, oh, let's do our own version of the 4B movement. And I don't think it'll stick. Partially because a shit ton of women in America are also obviously very misogynistic. There is a racial dynamic at play here as well. 55% of white women still voted for Donald Trump. That's something that you got to remember. And outside of that, I just think that it's like, it's bad, but either people are oblivious to how bad it is, like women and men are oblivious to how bad it is, or it's nowhere near as bad as it is in South Korea, from what I understand. Like these guys, like think of the worst type of person that you know that just like fucking hates women and wants to do like school shootings and shit. And maybe you don't know a person like that, but like think about the worst person that you see online, right? The type of person that like hails what's his face as like a hero, the gentleman or whatever the fuck his name was. God damn it. Was his Supreme Gentleman? Everyone's saying Tectone. No, I'm talking about Elliot Rodger. Okay. Yeah, Elliot Rodger. Like people that think he's a hero for killing a bunch of people at UCSB. I feel like in Korea there's like it's more permissible to be that outwardly incel.
Even political upheaval. And the tension in Korea.
Don't just say white women, why are you doing that? No, I'm saying that like there is a shit ton of internalized misogyny amongst women in America. Like the majority of white women voted for Donald Trump. Also, white women make up the majority of women. So,
between chauvinists and feminists is so substantial that even the tiniest bump can cause an eruption. This is the story of one such an eruption. A new front in the war between men and women in Korea started over something almost unbelievably trivial. That thing being gacha game art. In case you don't know, gacha games are generally mobile games that—
Oh my God, I'm gonna die. This coming right after we watched the Sean video about fucking Grums and how like American gamers and Western gamers like constantly talk about booba in video games. Oh my fucking lord, dude. Oh god. Oh, G, save us. Even though you make so much gacha. Oh my god, I just realized G is not going to save us. He's making gacha as a weapon. He's making gacha games as a weapon. Oh my god, dear leader G, you have unleashed such a devastating tool upon every capitalist nation on this planet. Oh my god. Fuck.
That implement a randomized vending machine mechanic, or gacha mechanic, so named for the sound a Japanese toy capsule vending machine makes when you turn its crank. In gacha games, you pay in-game currency which can sometimes cost real money and you receive, well, something. That something very often being a character or character skin that you can then use in-game. The very notion that mobile gacha games could lead to political upheaval is absurd. How does a society as sophisticated and wonderful as Korea's arrive at a point where animated waifus can result in terrorism? This conflict has deep, winding roots in Korea, and we're going to try to approach this topic with a nuanced perspective. To do so, we'll explore both current events and historical context, both his story and hers story, in order to understand why little C's can cause such big trouble.
Stop sending me the BBC semen extraction video, please. I'm not gonna watch it, okay? Please.
But first, a quick word from our returning sponsor, Brilliant. Moon Channel viewers have enthusiastically told me about how Brilliant has worked for them.
Remember,
And so I'm happy
this
to have
channel is
Brilliant
a new
sponsoring
channel that I'm reacting to. It's called Moon Channel. It is not to be mistaken with the reactionary channel Moon, okay? I made that mistake. You shouldn't. And we're doing ethical react, so I'm gonna let this ad run.
Brilliant has thousands of interactive lessons ranging from basic to advanced topics.
Also, you can still
You can learn
subscribe.
math
You
or
can't
computer
avoid this
science or data
ad,
analysis
but you can
with
avoid
only
all the
15
ads
minutes of interactive problem solving a day.
if you subscribe, even though I'm not running ads. But you can show your support by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Primes are still free. You can send me links of videos that I probably will not watch, or maybe might if it's actually interesting. By subscribing, you can also get gifted a sub.
Even get 20% off an annual subscription. That's brilliant.org.
Oh, and Gila, thank you for the 5 gifted
Why settle
subs.
for smart when you could be brilliant? Our story begins in February of 2023 with a small but rapidly growing indie game studio called Project Moon. No relation. If you don't play mobile gacha games, you might know Project Moon from their games Library of Ruina, a card battler somewhat akin to Slay the Spire, and Lobotomy Corporation, a roguelite that plays like a combination between Fallout Shelter and Dwarf Fortress, with an SCP Foundation-like setting and a difficulty slider locked to masochistic. Project Moon's earlier games were standouts amongst their competitors for 2 reasons. The first reason was Project Moon's unique art style, which was simple but very sleek and stylized. The second reason was the lore. Project Moon's games are built around grim but fascinating stories which together create a Project Moon universe of sorts. And so, when Project Moon announced that it was producing a horror role-playing gacha game for mobile devices, there was a surprising amount of enthusiasm. Gacha games are notorious for being cash cows, but usually gacha games are published by big players in the industry like MiHoYo, Cygames, or Nexon. Creating a gacha game that players will actually enjoy and spend money on is quite an endeavor. It's literally like creating an MMO, not just any team can do it. But Project Moon is not just any team, and they did indeed release their gacha game Limbus Company to very positive reception. Fans of Project Moon were, well, over the moon with Limbus Company, and they promoted it far and wide, with whispers of the game's surprising depth and unique art reaching even the dark, festering grottos of Western gacha Reddit. Limbus Company exploded in popularity, far exceeding the expectations of Project Moon. I would know, I fell for the hype myself and tried it back in early 2023. The game is a little bit like Darkest Dungeon mixed with Project Moon's former game in Library of Ruina, which I also happened to play. I determined back then that the game was neat, but too involved for me. I just didn't have the time to play. Evidently, not everyone shared in my sentiments. Limbus Company's player count grew and grew and grew. Prior to Limbus Company's release, Project Moon's highest ever player count for a game was in 2021 when Library of Ruina briefly saw a peak player count of roughly 7,000 players. By April of 2023, Limbus Company reported roughly 260,000 players and a revenue of $1.8 million within just 2 months of release, as per MMOByte.tv. MMOByte goes on to say that Limbus Company's launch was only a modest one, coming in at 15% of what Eversoul, another gacha game, launched to just 3 months prior. But Eversoul was published by Kakao Games, which is a subsidiary of Kakao, a South Korean internet giant that reported an annual revenue of $5.89 billion in 2022. Limbus Company taking home 15% of what Eversoul launched to is an extraordinary achievement for an entity as small as Project Moon. However, this smallness, this relative inexperience came at a cost for Project Moon. Their diehard fans, the ones that had promoted Limbus Company everywhere, knew the score. Their expectations were tempered with the knowledge that Project Moon is a small indie dev, and that problems with the game would be resolved slower than a larger, more experienced dev team might manage. The new players, though, well, they were much less understanding. Gacha devs are usually from big companies, and those dev teams can gauge the expectations of players more accurately and respond to complaints more quickly than a small, inexperienced indie team like Project Moon can. The new players, missing the context that the old players had, were upset.
I'm legitimately shocked at how this is going to turn into the gender war, but I guess we needed to understand, like gacha games and you know,
that their expectations
and how they
were
play
unmet,
a formative
and
role
that
in
balance
this.
changes were slow. But there is another thing that these older players knew that these newer players didn't about Project Moon. Their expectations were tempered with the knowledge that Project Moon is a small indie dev, and that problems with the game would be resolved slower than a larger, more experienced dev team might manage. Oh. But there is another thing that these older players knew that these newer players didn't about Project Moon. Project Moon, you see, has an unstated anti-lewd stance. Their characters can be attractively designed, sure, but they make it a point to avoid egregious fan service, meaning sexualization. And so when Project Moon announced—
Boo! No fan service, boo! Woke got him, dude. The player crashes and reloads that in a few frames, I think. Boo!
That Limbus Company would be adding 2 swimsuit characters for the summer season, the older players weren't expecting anything lewd. But the new players, the overwhelming majority of players, were expecting what every gacha offers for summer swimsuit characters. Fan service. Lots and lots of highly provocative, prurient fan service. One of the 2 summer characters was a male character named Summer Sinclair. He wore swim trunks, a collar, and not much else. Whereas the female character released was Summer Ishmael, and she wore a skin-tight diving wetsuit. Ishmael's usual outfit is a suit and tie, and so the wetsuit is quite fan-servicey. The skin-tight nature of a wetsuit, the focus on the character's body, it's all heavily sexualized, and this is for a company which has a history of avoiding such sexualization. But this wetsuit was not revealing enough for the new players, who were expecting the usual. What happened next shook the entire Korea gacha game industry to its very core, and the aftershock reverberated into wider Korean society. It started small, just some grumblings on various Korean forums by disgruntled players. But these grumblings, like a tiny snowball at the top of a snow-covered mountain, rolled along, collecting additional grievances as they went, each grievance compounding the severity of the last. The wetsuit being insufficiently
Bro, this is literally, oh my god. This is the exact same thing. Oh my god. This is Korean Gamergate. We just spent like 4 hours watching Western Gamergate, only to be hit in the face with, yet again, you guessed it, Korean Gamergate, which I suspect is going to lead to some serious systemic consequences as well. Grums, if he actually had motion,
Sexy wasn't just Project Moon keeping to some policy of anti-fan service, no. It was intentional. And it wasn't just intentional, it was malicious. And who was the malicious actor? Who was acting in bad faith to desexualize their gacha games? Well, it must have been a feminist. A radical feminist. Someone purposefully designed swimsuit—
Limbus Company is a feminist game, so be careful, friends. This director allows depicting men in the form of slaves and refuses to communicate. If you don't want to pay money, avoid it. Oh my god. Okay. I'm calling for a mass purging of the gamers. We need to put them in the work camps immediately. Okay? I'm realizing that it turns out the real problem was gamers all along. It's making me it's making me go against my normal materialist analysis. It's making me focus maybe entirely too much on one specific group of people on the virtue of their consumption, but honestly, it's valid.
Ishmael and the Korean gacha gamers would find out who. The spark is lit, the powder keg fizzling. The event now infamously known as the Ishmael swimsuit incident has begun. On August 5th, 1997, Korean Air Flight 801 took off from Seoul en route to Guam. The aircraft, a Boeing 747-300, was in good working order. The pilot was Captain Park Young-chul, age 42. Captain Park was previously a pilot in the Korean Air Force and had accumulated a total of 8,932 hours of flight time, roughly 2/3 of which were as a civilian pilot. His first officer was Song Kyung-ho, age 40. He too was previously a pilot in the Korean Air Force, and with over 4,000 hours of flight
How
time
is
under
this
his belt,
related?
roughly
I
half of
don't
which were as a
understand.
civilian pilot. First Officer Song was no greenhorn. The journey across the Pacific Ocean progressed without any apparent issue. As the flight approached Guam, however, it encountered a storm, which obscured the plane's final destination, Antonio B. Wonpat International Airport, from sight. In aviation lingo, these weather-related problems are called IMCs, Instrument Meteorological Conditions, conditions in which one has to fly by flight instruments instead of utilizing one's sight. You may be familiar with the incident that follows. Perhaps you've already read a version of this story in Malcolm Gladwell's book, Outliers. Well, instead of reading anyone else's words to you, let's read the pilot's words together and do a play-by-play. This is the intra-cockpit communication transcript taken from Appendix B of the National Transportation Safety Board's Aircraft Accident Report. At 15:21 UTC, the first officer notifies the captain that the condition at Guam is no good. The captain acknowledges this by stating that it rains a lot. As the descent continues, the first officer asks the captain, "Don't you think it rains more in this area here?" The captain doesn't respond to the questions. He makes further statements, and the first officer answers simply, "Yes." At 15:26, just 5 minutes later, the flight engineer notices that something is wrong. He asks about Guam's condition. At 15:27, the flight engineer then states that the weather radar has helped us a lot, to which the pilot responds, "Yes, they are very useful." At 15:29, the captain states, "We should be getting onto the route," to which the flight engineer responds, "It is rising instead." The captain answers in the affirmative, "Yeah, you are right." 10 minutes later, the first officer discovers that their incoming runway's glide slope instrument landing system appears unresponsive. He appears to make a statement about it, which is then corroborated by the flight engineer, who asks aloud about 30 seconds later, "Is the glide slope working?" Glide slope, yeah? The captain replies, "Yes, yes, it's working." The flight engineer can only utter in response a baffled "ah." So, another voice interrupts, but it's unclear who it is. We can presume it was the captain. He asks,
This video has nothing to do with gender wars, Lamau? No, I think it's going to tie itself to, this is, remnants of sexism and misogyny and how quickly people can fucking whip up a hate campaign surrounding like not having their needs met, that not having their misogynistic needs met. This is a story about Korean culture and not speaking back to your, not speaking back as a subordinate. And then this will then, Korea is a hierarchical Confucian society. And then he's just giving you certain key aspects of Korean culture and how they arrived at this situation.
If the glide slope is working, to which the first officer replies, "Not usable." Finally, the captain acknowledges that since today's glide slope condition is not good, we need to maintain 1,440. Please set it. An unknown voice, presumably the first officer, replies with a simple yes. The flight engineer jokes that the guy working here probably was a GI in Korea before. Remember this line for later. The captain responds with a simple affirmation. The crew then goes through their landing checks, but about 1 minute later, the captain asks again, "Isn't glide slope working?" And then notes, "Wiper on." Nobody responds to his query this time. The flight engineer merely replies, "Yes, wiper is on." Not even a minute later, the first officer asks, "Not in sight?" The captain replies, "Oh, yes." The first officer then states, "Let's make a missed approach." The flight engineer confirms, "Not in sight." The first officer reciprocates the statement, "Not in sight, missed approach." The flight engineer says, "Go around." The captain says, "Go around." And then there's silence, save for the ground proximity warning system, calling out numbers. 50, 40, 30, 20. At 1:42 Guam local time, Korean Air 801 slams into the side of Nimitz Hill, just 3.5 miles away from the airport. Of the 254 people aboard, 229 perish. Let me ask you something about what we just read. Does that conversation seem fitting for an imminent plane crash? Why doesn't the first officer take more direct action? Why doesn't anyone tell air traffic control what is going on? How is it possible that the first officer and flight engineer can directly see what is happening and yet apparently fail to even utter a protest as the captain charges the plane directly into a hillside? The words in the transcript are translated into plain English, but there is an additional layer of context required to understand how this plane crash happened, and that is cultural context. Korean culture is extremely hierarchical, more so than China, more so than even Japan. When the first officer asks the captain, "Don't you think it rains more in this area here?" he is trying to respectfully communicate to his superior, an elder in age with more flight hours.
Bro, that's I'm not gonna die over manners. Yeah, that is pretty fucking wild. I stopped watching for 2 minutes. Is the video still about misogyny? It's just giving you, oh my god! god, chatters are so TikTok brain, bro. Let this fucking guy cook, dude. He's literally he's teaching you some aspects of fucking Korean culture first and foremost, okay? He's contextualizing how Korea became so fucking misogynistic.
That the area they're in has more rain, and that they should try to avoid it. When the flight engineer chimes in later, stating that the weather radar has helped us a lot, this flight engineer is also trying to relay a suggestion to change course and avoid the weather conditions. When the first officer and flight engineer discover the glide slope isn't operational, the first officer mutters something about it, and the flight engineer asks the captain if the glide slope is working. This is a suggestion to the captain that the glide slope is, in fact, not working and that he should check it. But the captain responds that it is working, which is his statement to the flight engineer that the flight engineer needs to keep to his role and have some respect. The flight engineer replies with a baffled, so. Knowing that the captain has realized his disrespect, has issued a condemnation, and has declined to check the glide slope instrument as a measured response to insubordination. The captain, satisfied with the behavior of the first officer and flight engineer, finally checks the glide slope instrument, noting that the condition isn't good, acknowledging the concerns brought up as an order. This communicates that the decision to work around the glide slope is his decision. The flight engineer then makes a joke. The guy working here probably was a GI in Korea before, a grunt. It's a joke punching down the ladder. The glide slope instruments are broken because someone lower in the hierarchy has done lower hierarchy things, typical of their status. The captain asks once again if the glide slope is working. Nobody answers, but the situation is growing more and more dire by the moment. Breaking with social protocol and understanding that there will be social consequences, the first officer makes the bold statement, "Let's make a missed approach," a direct suggestion and not a question. The flight engineer offers his support of the first officer by stating, "Not in sight." The first officer confirms, "Not in sight, missed approach." Just before the plane crashes, the flight engineer says, "Go around," and the captain, finally cracking, acknowledges that he will indeed go around. But it is too late. There is no panic, there are no further words spoken. The aircraft crashes into Nimitz Hill. If you speak, we'll say, fluent East Asian or belong to a cultural group that communicates indirectly like this, all of this talk may have already made sense to you the first time around. And for those of you who are disturbed by my translation and find it troublesome, consider this. The NTSB, in its executive summary of the incident, determined that the probable cause of the Korean Air Flight 801 accident was the captain's failure to adequately brief and execute the non-precision approach, and the first officer's and flight engineer's failure to effectively monitor and cross-check the captain's execution of approach. I told you that story in order to illustrate how Korean men treat each other. South Korea is an extremely hierarchical society. More so than in Japan, more so than in China. One's age, status, family, and gender determine one's role in society. Although Korea offers the appearance of a politically progressive, modernized country, underneath the veneer of glitz and glam, beneath the Innisfree toner, there exists a deeply conservative society. You might be familiar with the Japanese system of honorifics. In Japan, the more neutral honorific san is commonly used to address a hierarchical equal, or an individual whom you are not yet familiar with, akin to Mr. or Miss. You say their name followed by san, Muni-san. Sama is used when you're addressing someone of a higher status than you, akin vaguely to sir or madam. Sensei is used for teachers or people of scholarly learning. I sometimes jokingly call my youngest sister Pearly Saba, Saba in this case meaning mackerel. Although honorifics are widely used, there are many informal situations in which Japanese people don't use honorifics. A teacher addressing a student, for example, is a social dynamic in which one sometimes might not use an honorific. In your own group of close friends or towards your immediate family, you might also elect not to use honorifics as it feels natural to do so amongst the people you're most comfortable with. But it is not this way in Korea. In South Korea, the use of honorifics even in informal situations is quite normal. If you spend any
This type of incidents has happened many times in Korean pilots involved. It's actually pretty crazy. The government came in and gave special training to the pilots to ensure this type of power conflict doesn't happen anymore. The type of exchange here also occurs between Korean pilots and non-Korean pilots that cause miscommunication in those plane crashes. What the fuck?
The amount of time living in Korea and getting to know Korean people, inevitably you will be asked how old you are, as your age is critically important in determining the deference you are expected to provide to other people and the deference you receive, even amongst your friends. You might not even use a person's first name out of deference. In a friend group, every older male is hyung if you are male or oppa if you are female. Both words translate roughly to older brother. If you have any Korean friends who have moved from Korea to your non-Korean country, you might have noticed that it's very hard to get them to break the habit of hyunging and oppaing. The expectations of hierarchy in Korea are very strict, even by East Asian standards. Why is that? How did this happen? And what does any of this have to do with gender wars and gacha games? Well, my friends, this has everything to do with gender wars and gacha games. But before we dive
He's answering your question. Oh my god, there's more context.
Let's go back for a moment to our gacha drama. Ishmael's wetsuit was completely contrary to the expectations of the Korean gacha game community. This is not a true summer skin, they said. This is a joke. This is a prank. This is a malicious act. It has to be. The wetsuit design couldn't possibly be the work of a man. After all, no self-respecting Korean man would make something this subservient to the interests of feminists, especially not an artist who works on gacha art, right? As such, this artist must be a woman, and unlike other gacha artist women who happily draw what they are told to draw, or better yet, are expected to draw, this woman has bucked the status quo. We are on the lookout for a feminist. And not just a feminist, but a radical, a revolutionary. How else could this wetsuit art have ever happened? Each allegation was more severe than the last, and blown out of proportion, often with the intention merely to troll. And none of the accusations...
The fucking Grums in Korea is just sitting around absolutely glazing in all of the glory with his successful movement. He got so much motion. Korean Grums got so much motion, dude. It's crazy.
Were backed up by any evidence other than assumption. The players demanded action against this radical feminist, and so they sought her out. Who is the artist in charge of these character CGs? Where is she? Well, she turned out to be a he. The designer of Wetsuit Ishmael and the artist were both men. Disillusioned,
I bet they didn't believe it.
And perhaps slightly embarrassed, the angry mob dissolved. The artist in question isn't a woman and thereby isn't a feminist. He's just some guy with bad taste. But this was not the end, as people were still angry about the outfit itself.
Yep.
It was about who the developers seemed to be prioritizing. They were listening to women on Twitter and not to the men who were actually playing their game and giving them money. The incident had been caught up in the larger Korean gender war. Well, if the mob could not find a witch, they would make one, and their target was a different Limbus Company artist who goes by the alias Vel Mori. Vel Mori was a story illustrator at Limbus Company, but she did not design Wetsuit Ishmael. In fact, by all accounts, Vel Mori had absolutely nothing to do with Wetsuit Ishmael whatsoever. But Vel Mori is a woman, and Vel Mori had some history, deleted retweets of a half-decade-old archive from long before she had started working for Project Moon. So the angry mob had found its target, a vent for their frustrations, a cog in the machine not performing as it's supposed to. A woman who happened to be an artist working for Limbus Company, who had many years prior retweeted and then subsequently deleted a handful of feminist tweets. Even if she had nothing to do with the wetsuit, the mob argued, her radical feminism warranted her termination as per Project Moon's own stated policy.
Well, yo, I think we need a neuter, man. Like, if you behave like this online, you have to get neutered. Like, you just, straight up. That's crazy. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. How are we going to fix this? Oh my God, dude. I feel like we're looking at America's future too. And in some ways, what is happening in America right now as it stands.
The usual
they consider this emoji a hate symbol now? This? Oh God, I'm getting fucking radfemmed. I'm getting radfemmed out the wazoo right now. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. I'm turning into a radfem.
Internet witch hunt.
Fucking radfemmed. I'm getting radfemmed out the wazoo right now. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. I'm turning into a radfem.
Internet witch hunt behavior ensued. Project Moon developers received death threats and their games were review bombed into oblivion. But the situation escalated. More accusations poured in concerning Vel Mori's involvement in radical feminism, and as the anger boiled over, a group of Limbus Company players went to Project Moon's physical offices and issued their demands, refusing to leave until they were able to talk directly to the developers themselves. And for reasons unknown, Project Moon's developers caved and allowed the protesters into their physical offices. It was there that the protesters allegedly gave the Project Moon team
big mistake. No.
A list of their demands, and allegedly also issued threats of physical violence. Not long after the angry mob departed, Project Moon released a statement on Twitter apologizing to its players for many different issues, including technical errors, performance bugs, unintended nerfs, and more. The initial statement received a follow-up statement from Project Moon's director, which appeared to fire Vel Mori due to her ideology, and confirmed that Vel Mori's artwork would no longer be featured in the game. A victory for the boys. We got everything we wanted out of our capital.
Yeah, they did a Gooner January 6th, dude. They did a Gooner January 6th. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, they're fucking feral. This is, oh my God. How do you fix this? This is crazy. Okay. I'm gonna take a deep breath here and eyes on the prize, okay? I think a lot of this kind of division that happens in society happens because class politics is completely fucking destroyed. In a place like Korea, if you look at the actual historical context, if you want to look at a solution to it or how we actually arrived at this, and I'm shocked that the History Channel is not referencing this, it still goes back to American intervention. It goes back to the Korean War. It goes back to the Korean military dictatorship that forcibly destroyed any semblance of class consciousness, any semblance of class consciousness in South Korea. Okay. Labor movements were crushed violently, like mass purges, straight up mass killings. He talks about this too, by the way. Oh, thank God. Okay, I was going to say, yes, South Korea, until not that long ago, for those of you who don't know, South Korea was a fascist military dictatorship. And then that fascist military dictatorship turned into 6 families in a trench coat that is a hyper-capitalist dystopia now. And as a consequence of that, like, beauty standards have gotten completely fucking out of control. Their work culture is insane. Their suicide rate is higher than Japan. Okay. And it is an incredibly reactionary country in many ways. And they're suffering from low birth rates, obviously. That's a major problem. It's a major factor. And I think that when your housing prices are completely unsustainable, when your housing prices are completely out of control, when you are a hyper-capitalist dystopian society where there is unimaginable amounts of income inequality, and you're super materialistic, and I don't mean like materialist in the Marxian sense, I think that you end up looking for different villains in the exact same way that we vilify, maybe not women as much. We still do a healthy number of that, a healthy bit of that, but we vilify undocumented migrants and trans people and yada, yada, yada here in this country. Like they have decided that the real villains are actually women. Part of that, I think, the contributing factor to that probably is also the military draft. That is a direct and real gender disparity, I guess, in the eyes of a lot of South Korean men. So they look at it as like, we have to serve in the military. We can't get a job without compulsory service. And ultimately they just like, their understanding of the world is so fundamentally broken. Oh no, not having women in combat? What the fuck does that mean? One of the least compelling parts of leftist discourse is all or most of the oppression will disappear when capitalism is dismantled. People are angrier when they're poor and powerless, but I think it comes off as idealistic to dismiss, to reduce it all to class. What? There's never been a moment where I have said that all matter of hate will be dismantled, or all matter of oppression will be dismantled if capitalism is dismantled. That's not a thing that I've ever mentioned at all, as a matter of fact. It's more, first of all, there's no easy solution. Although everything is intertwined with one another, there is no one singular solution. And the goal there is to at least fix some of the underlying material problems so that it's easier to, change society dramatically in a way that ensures positive results. Okay? I don't think anybody personally says like, no, racism goes away when capitalism goes away. Or maybe some people do. They're just perhaps a little delusional, but...
riot, including the burning of our witch. Sure, we have to endure that wetsuit skin, but maybe in the future we'll get some looter skins now that the devs know who is in charge. But alas, this was no victory. The firing of Velmori changed everything. The wider world became exposed to this.
Stop analyzing the Korean culture like you lived in it. Come on, man. Wait, what? OMG, stop. You're right. I shouldn't learn about it either from a guy who's at least offering some historical context. You're right.
Story, and was not at all sympathetic to the plight of the Korean male gacha gamers. Even when the situation was presented in its most favorable light to casual observers, their behavior seemed preposterous, immature, and entitled. In enforcing their demands on Project Moon, the gacha gamer men had fallen into a trap. Velmori became a martyr.
The finger pinch became a hate symbol around 2017 because Korean feminists started using it against men after a report came out that Korean men average smaller dick sizes, internationally speaking. The symbol was a reaction to a series of scandals regarding men filming inside of women's restrooms. Oh my God.
The hierarchical systems in Korea that exist today have ancient roots. These hierarchical systems began, arguably, as Confucianism crept into Korean politics and culture vis-a-vis China, starting as early as 372 AD with the founding of the Confucian Taehak school in the kingdom of Goguryeo, and continuing through the unified Silla period in the year 682, which saw the founding of the Gukhak school. Confucian schools like these became the preeminent places of learning in Korea, and Confucianism established itself as a dominant philosophy in Korea second only at the time to Buddhism. The influence of Buddhism in Korea reached its apex during the Goryeo dynasty, not to be confused
on YouTube, Twitch, streaming is over.
With later Goryeo kings such as King Sunjong, seeing Confucianism's centralizing power, suppressed the practice of Buddhism in favor of Confucianism. This trend then exploded during the Joseon dynasty, where Confucianism was elevated to the official ideology of the state. But the Confucianism that the Joseon dynasty adopted was of a very specific school known as Neo-Confucianism. Now, Neo-Confucianism developed in...
I remember that you were talking about it with a bit too much confidence, like you know 100% what you're talking about. I mean, yes, some of the things I'm talking about are you know, universal. Like, and I do know a little bit about Korean history. It's not like I said I didn't know anything about Korea. What the fuck? I'm just adding some feedback of what I do know, which I'm sure he will address in a second anyway. God, what is wrong with you guys, man?
in part
Holy
as
shit,
a
shut the
retort
fuck
to
up.
Buddhism, which had also become the dominant ideology in Tang China, just as it was in Korea and Japan. This is going to be an extreme simplification, but where Buddhism teaches self-cultivation for the individual purpose of enlightenment, Neo-Confucianism purports that self-cultivation should not merely be a means to individual enlightenment, but also a mechanic by which one can contribute to a harmonious society. It's not just you, it's not just me, it's us, and we must achieve harmony together. Now, Neo-Confucianism had a lot of benefits for China and Korea. It was a more rational ideology than Buddhism, and its focus on the practical matter of statesmanship as opposed to personal spiritual enlightenment led to the establishment of more schools of learning as opposed to temples of worship, and the uplifting of ethics as a guiding principle of family and government. But Neo-Confucianism was not without its drawbacks, and issues in the underlying philosophy of Neo-Confucianism led to subsequent reformist thinkers such as Yang Mingzi, who developed, for example, the philosophical principle of I think, therefore I am, over a century prior to René Descartes. Yang Mingzi is considered one of the great masters of Confucianism in China and Japan. It's even been said that Yang Mingzi's teachings heavily inspired the Japanese philosophy of Bushido. But these reforms never really made it to Korea, and Yang Mingzi does not hold the same prestige in Korea as he does in China or Japan. Why? Well, it's because the Korean state threw itself wholeheartedly into Neo-Confucianism, so much so that it developed its own independent schools of Neo-Confucian thought, separate from what was emerging in China. Where China had Yang Mingzi, Korea had Yi Huang, known better perhaps as Togye, and Yi Yi, also known as Yogo. Togye and Yang Mingzi were contemporaries. They lived at the same time period, the early 1500s. If you watch the video I made on Christian games, do you recall how American Calvinists, Puritans, were so deeply entrenched in their beliefs that their Calvinism failed to develop as Dutch Calvinism did? How American Protestantism branched away from Protestantism at large and thus failed to develop Neo-Calvinist theology as a counterweight to Calvinist Puritanism? Korean Neo-Confucianism developed very much in that same vein, as Ming Dynasty China evolved its Neo-Confucianism, thereby arguably softening the strict hierarchical systems that come with Neo-Confucianism. Korea doubled down. Hyun-Sun Lee, a lecturer at the Department of Philosophy at Seoul National University, states in his work, Yi Huang and Yi Yi's interpretation of the Taiji Tusu, focusing on their theories of Li Qi, quoting the traditional work Annals of the Joseon Dynasty. Yi Huang took to heart that China lost its tradition of Dohak, or authentic Neo-Confucianism. In other words, Yi Huang, the preeminent Korean Neo-Confucianist scholar, utterly rejected Chinese development and ideology in favor of a pure Neo-Confucianism. You may have noticed that I never described what Neo-Confucianists actually believe outside of their emphasis on hierarchy, and I haven't done this because it wouldn't make any sense to you at all. It's like trying to read and understand Hegel before reading Kant, but worse by a factor of centuries. Let me read you a snippet from the article we just discussed to give you an example. Zhu Xi claims that the Wuji and the Taiji are not separate things. He interprets the above phrase as formless but with Li.
Okay, I think there's too much context now, bro. I swear to God, he's doing too much context. Okay, this is crazy.
And describes it as the substance, what is above form. Skipping ahead. Whereas the Wuji and the Taiji mean the same thing, the Taiji and the Yin Yang are to be clearly distinguished. In other words, they are explained as belonging, respectively, to Li and Qi. I'll stop there, you get it. I haven't explained Neo-Confucianism in full because I can't, but what I can tell you is that Neo-Confucianism puts an enormous emphasis on hierarchy as a stabilizing force of societal harmony. Yi Huang, the Korean master we discussed, who felt that Ming China had lost true Neo-Confucianism, was himself critiqued by Yi Yi, also known as Yogo. Yi Yi felt that a more physical, more material approach to Confucianism was necessary. Self-cultivation, knowing oneself, one's place, one's capacities, are directly relevant to proper administration. In other words, Yi Yi's teachings deepened the physical bonds between the state and Confucianism. Not unlike in Japan and China, a rigid social hierarchy emerged in Korea.
Bro went back to the Big Bang to be like, let me explain the context of how we arrived at the nation state of Korea to begin with. Like, that's crazy. He's like, you can't address anything until you talk about the theory of evolution. Like, he's like, let's go back a little bit in time, and a little bit is like literally the year 8. Okay, that's not a little bit, man. What the fuck? No, he literally said 372 AD.
a caste system of sorts, in which the king sat on top followed by civil leaders and military officers, then learned peoples, laborers, etc. Unlike China and Japan, however, this system was more rigid in its execution. This formal system was abolished in 1894, but the underlying hierarchical nature of Korean society was deeply embedded into the Korean psyche, and unlike in China or Japan, there would be no uprooting of this hierarchical system through a century of conflict with the West. China had the Opium Wars and the Self-Strengthening Movement and the Boxer Rebellion and much more, which did a lot to reduce the influence of Confucianism over China. And much of that on the Chinese side was intentional attempts to westernize. Likewise in Japan, you had...
Yeah, he said the wetsuit isn't really compatible with my view of Lee's Neo-Confucianism. Yeah, this is leftist memes be like, let me take you to a time back when...
Commodore Perry, the Boshin War, the Meiji Restoration, etc., which eroded the influence of Confucianism in Japan. But you will note, of course, that Confucianism was never eradicated. Strict adherence to Confucian hierarchy and customs remains in both China and Japan to this day. One of these countries is literally communist, and yet still has Confucian hierarchical values built into its society. Korea is both the most historically Confucian state, while also having had the least erosion of that Confucianism through external or internal intervention. And it was Japan, and not a Western power, that interfered most in Korea's modern cultural development. Although Korea itself was arguably forced out of its isolationism by, surprise, surprise, the United States. Let me explain. The Koreans call it Shinmyeongyo, the Western disturbance during the Shimi year. In 1866, an American merchant ship called the SS General Sherman steamed up the Taedong River and attempted to illegally force the Koreans to trade. After some miscommunication and ignored demands, the Koreans dispatched a naval contingent to destroy the American ship.
Yeah, Westerners did that a whole lot. Including the other example that he was giving about Japan.
And execute the sailors aboard in a punitive mission, as the Koreans thought that the American ship was actually a French ship. Look, it's a long story. The naval contingent was like something out of Age of Empires 2. 9 fire ships and a turtle ship. This fleet successfully brought down the SS General Sherman, and the sailors were captured by civilians on the shore and executed. A few years later, in 1871, the Americans dispatched a small fleet to investigate the missing SS General Sherman. The Koreans had a strict law at the time that no foreign ships could sail up the Han River. The Americans requested access to the Han River to ostensibly investigate the General Sherman, and when the Koreans said no, the Americans peacefully and cooperatively turned around and left. No, just kidding. Of course, the Americans ignored the order and steamed up the Han River. The Koreans opened fire but didn't do much damage, perhaps intentionally so. The US then demanded an apology for violating Korea's sovereignty, as is tradition. The United States gave the Koreans 10 days to apologize, and when they didn't, because why would they, the Americans opened fire and moved to capture the fortress of Gwanseong Garrison. After a substantial naval bombardment, the Americans deposited roughly 650 sailors and Marines who marched on the fortress, capturing it. The Americans fielded the Remington rolling block carbine. The Koreans fought back with primitive matchlocks. At the end of the conflict, the Americans had suffered 3 killed and 10 wounded, and had killed 243 people by the American estimate, and around 350 people by the Korean estimate. The Americans then attempted to persuade the Koreans to negotiate again for trade, which they naturally declined. As Korean reinforcements began to arrive, the US fleet, realizing it was outgunned, left for China on July 3rd. But the brazen American attack had inspired a nearby rising power. A power that was trying to copy Western tactics and technology and ideology as much as it possibly could. That power being Japan. Japan, inspired by the American attack and remembering how their own isolation was forcibly ended by American warships, approached Ganghwa Island with its military in 1876.
That game was such a dud, by the way. Made me kind of sad. What's the name of that fucking American general? The real historic American general, admiral? The game that he's, Matthew Perry. Rise of Ronin is the game that he's using footage from.
In order to purposefully provoke a Korean response, before then issuing a blockade of the region with their navy and demanding an unequal trade treaty under these familiar terms, ones that they learned from their own encounter with the United States. Give us what we want or be subject to incredible violence. And the Koreans complied, signing the first of many unequal treaties with Japan. This unequal treaty paved the way for other nations to force trade upon Korea, and before long, just like in China, just like in Japan, modernization in Korea came into direct conflict with traditional Confucian systems of government. But unlike in China or Japan, that process was cut fatally short. Tensions were rising between China and Japan, and the consequences of massive trade inflow through unequal treaties in Korea had led to political turmoil and famine. In Korea proper, the conflict between Neo-Confucians and the uncontrolled influx of Western values and technology was also reaching a fever pitch, which erupted into the Donghak Peasant Revolution. Donghak means Eastern learning. It was part religion, part Neo-Confucianist school, and it directly opposed Seohak, meaning Western learning. King Gojong, the last king of the Joseon dynasty, requested aid from China to suppress the rebellion. The Japanese, fearing that they would lose influence, sent their own soldiers without Korea's consent. As the rebellion came to an end, Korea demanded the immediate departure of Japanese soldiers, which the Japanese refused. In July of 1894, Japan made its move, occupying the royal palace in Seoul and taking King Godong prisoner. Before July had even ended, the Japanese had replaced members of the Korean government with pro-Japanese puppets. The Sino-Japanese War was about to begin, and the Russo-Japanese War loomed over the horizon. But the annexation of Korea by Imperial Japan was already underway.
Yeah, Imperial Japan is wild. Just an unstoppable, maddening force of evil all across the far reaches of Japanese empire.
Korea did not get to experience a Meiji restoration or a self-strengthening movement from beginning to end, as it simply didn't have the time. The American attack occurred in 1871. The Japanese forcing open Korea occurred in 1876. And by 1894, less than 20 years after being forced open for trade, Korea was already under threat of annexation by Japan. In the year 1910, Japan formalized its annexation of Korea with the signing of the Japan-Korea Annexation Treaty. The Japanese occupation of Korea was brutal. The suffering of the Korean people, unimaginable. The horrors of the occupation are beyond the scope of this video, but I'll leave some reading in the description for you if you'd like to learn more. One of the most grotesque of Japan's inflictions upon Korea was the systematic eradication of Korean culture. The Japanese banned the Korean language, replacing it with Japanese. They attempted to eliminate the use of Korean names. They tried to change the very fabric of Korean history so as to assimilate the Korean people more easily. But as is evident, the Japanese did not succeed in eradicating Korean culture. The Japanese attempt at cultural eradication actually caused the Koreans to entrench their culture, to preserve it by any means necessary. As such, Korean culture thrives to this very day brighter than ever, with each Korean generally quite proud of his or her cultural heritage and eager to share it with the world. Just as Korean culture at large survived Japanese annexation, however, so too did Korean Neo-Confucianism. And although the influence of this Neo-Confucianism deteriorated very substantially under Japanese rule, it was never completely quashed. For all of their imperialism and westernization, the Japanese imperial government was deeply hierarchical, with its own legitimacy tied inseparably to Bushido. You will recall that Neo-Confucianist philosophy had a lot of influence on Bushido. Bushido built upon the foundations of Neo-Confucianism, and Imperial Japan was built on Bushido. As such, Neo-Confucianism, and specifically Korean Puritan Neo-Confucianism, became deeply internalized in Korea to a much greater extent than it did in China or Japan. Citing here the Routledge Handbook on East Asian Politics, South Koreans believe their country not only as closer to China than Japan, but in administrative culture and familism, more Confucian than China. And indeed, in post-war Korea, this strict adherence to hierarchy was utilized in a big way to rein in the people and resolve the chaos of the post-war era. Quoting here from the book Economic Development in the Republic of Korea, proper order between senior and junior and loyalty to the state was used to be utility for the maintenance of Park's, referring to South Korean President Park Chung-hee's, autocratic political regime.
Throughout Western and Eastern intervention, Korean understanding of Confucianism has developed and only hardened, okay? And that's why they have such strict rules about hierarchy. That's it. That entire process is basically reduced to what I just explained.
To summarize what we've just discussed succinctly, citing again from Economic Development in the Republic of Korea, despite their efforts at modernizing...
Wait, what the fuck? This video is almost over. Oh my god, the actual video is part 2? We got fucking debated. It doesn't even say part 1. And part 2 is so much longer. Gotcha drama in the Korean gender war. We are living in a Megalia world, the house they rebuilt, the great dictator, and I am a Megalia girl, death of Park and the modern Korean political cycle, a gotcha drama to end all others, the suffering of Korean men. And okay, I want to see just this part.
It's hard.
I want to see the gotcha drama, and then I want to see the suffering of Korean
on
men.
Or about November 23rd, 2023. Nexon, the developer and publisher of MapleStory, the very same Nexon who fired or otherwise let go of voice actress Kim Ja-yeon.
If there's a part 3, I'm not watching this. Okay, there isn't. Oh my god, there's also an infamous 4D movement explainer from Asian Boss, which we can watch too.
Released an animated trailer promoting an...
No, it's actually very... This is super intelligent and also very good. It's chock full of good stuff. What is this? The Joker 2 movie is making Korean men angry. In Korea, it has become a trend among incels to sit in seats reserved for pregnant women as a way to show off their so-called brave anti-feminist stance on predominantly male websites. I was so pissed off after watching the Joker movie that I sat in the subway seat reserved for pregnant women. I'm so angry right now, I can't keep my sanity. When I get home, I'm going to wet the bed. No, I've heard the pregnant women shit before, by the way. It sounds fake, but it's not. That's why I said it's like Nick Fuentes style incels, dude, and just as pathetic, if not more pathetic. I don't know what percentage of Korean men subscribe to this, but there's clearly a lot of Korean men that at least feel comfortable doing this in broad daylight, and then get like reinforcement from the stupid fucking forums that they frequent. And it's weird, chat. When I tell you shit is fucked up, I don't know how to describe it. Online spaces are so male dominated. It's reported that Tinder in Korea is 94% male to 6% women. If you want to understand why like the 4B movement exists in Korea, this is it. Okay. Grindr has less than that, by the way. Master Shake, crash out. Bro, it's like, yeah. When I first encountered the 4B movement, I was immediately like, what the fuck is this? This is not productive. This is dumb. And then we dove a little bit deeper into the gender wars in Korea, and I very quickly found out, oh, it's not normal at all. I understand it. I think it's vigilantism, and of course, it's born out of systemic inequalities that the government is not choosing to address at all. Okay, so it's like, you know how I talk about how terrorism is born out of like acts of terror is born out of like not having any other options. Like nobody wants to fucking blow themselves up. Okay, they do that because that's like the final thing that you can do, where you have some sense of control over your life. Okay, where you feel like I'm going to die no matter what, and this is how I'm choosing to die. Obviously, it's not like the same level. It's not the same severity. But if society is like routinely undermining you, and you are just experiencing tremendous amounts of oppression, and there is seemingly no way out of it, then yeah, you're going to inevitably be like, okay, I'm just not even being around men. That's not entirely true, as it doesn't explain zealous martyrdom. In the context of which I explain it, it does make sense. Okay? You're comparing it to like a fucking incel doing a school shooting, okay? And then killing themselves. That's not what I'm talking about. Not all terrorism is a final act coming from a moment of desperation and wanting to. It's not always going to be. There's not always going to be a shit ton of logic involved in this. Okay, most Korean women don't know what the 4B movement is. It's severely blown out of proportion. Most Korean women don't even like it. Yeah, I don't necessarily care about the 4B movement as much. I know that's like the highlight or the high note. It's the tip of the iceberg that everybody pays attention to. That still doesn't change the gender war dynamic that very much seemingly exists in Korea and is like born out of the underlying inequalities. You notice how in 3/4 of the region the women are moving further and further steeply in direction, but in South Korea, look. A wide ideology gap is opening up between young men and young women in countries across the world. Holy fuck, look at the men. Just straight up falling off the cliff, dude. Oh my lord. Like, I think the 4B movement is a manifestation of all the anger and resentment that people feel when they feel like the systems have completely cast them aside. Understandable, considering you have an incel president in South Korea. But having said that, there is still very much a major problem here. And I think the systems are more important to hyper focus on rather than the way women have decided to fight against it. If that makes it, or some women have decided to fight against it. Anyway, let's continue.
An important new patch which remastered the game's Angelic Buster class. The trailer is beautifully animated and terribly cute, but it would soon find itself at the very center of a new crisis. The Korean gacha men, still on high alert due to the recency of the Ishmael wetsuit incident, discovered a few frames of animation in which Angelic Buster appeared.
How's my favorite anti-Semitic doing? Hate any Jewish people?
Still on high alert due to the recency of the Ishmael wetsuit incident, discovered a few frames of animation in which Angelic Buster appeared.
How's my favorite anti-Semitic doing? Hate any Jewish people today? First of all, why the fuck do you have a favorite anti-Semitic? Cry more. Red Wave. I'm worn out from smiling today. Bro's a fucking Trump-supporting right-winger, and he's over here trying to fucking call me an anti-Semite. This is what I'm going to do to him, okay? This. I like this. This is cool. Hey, chatter. This is you, okay? This right here. This is sick. Yeah, go piss your bed to own the libs, dude.
To be making the pinching symbol of Megalia, the little C. You can see it for one frame in the intro of the animation and once more later as Angelic Buster is spinning. a firestorm erupts, and a similar song and dance occurs. This briefly visible pinching motion must be the work of a radical feminist. As
like they talk about misandry as a serious subject. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're so cooked. Bro, Korean media is so cooked. Oh my god. People are unironically talking about misandry. Oh my god. Be a man. 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 Be a man.
Only a radical feminist would include this dog whistle, this anti-male, hate speech, slur in an animation. All eyes were on the animation studio that created the trailer, Studio Potpourri, also known as Studio Root. And as the chauvinists dug deeper looking into Studio Potpourri's past animations, something became very clear. The hand pinch signs were everywhere, in Korean games ranging from MapleStory to Blue Archive, from Epic 7 to Dungeon Fighter. Where Studio Potpourri was, there too was the pinch. The first target that the angry mob lashed out at was Nade, the vocalist for the song in the animation. She had retweeted old tweets that were in support of Kim Jae-young back in 2016, which was enough to paint her as a misandrist, a man-hater. But Nare didn't draw anything, she was a vocalist, not an animator. So someone else put the pinch into the animation, right? Well, the next target was a woman named Taeso, an animator and team leader at Studio Potpourri. She had an old tweet in which she stated that she would never stop being a feminist, even though she'd had her social media accounts blocked for being offensive towards men. She stated further that she will always continue to be a feminist, stealthily and subtly. Most damning of all, she also liked a tweet that was critical of Limbus Company's firing of Vel Mori. Nexon and Studio Potpourri were inundated with angry complaints, and as was the case with Nexon,
Bro, women are getting fired for being remotely pro-feminist. That country is cooked. It's crazy. Why are you all right with chat spamming such hurtful racism against Korean men? You know the context, yet you still encourage it. Chat is mostly white. It is literally promoting racism, false stereotypes. Wait, what? This right here is not about Korean men. I'm calling a fucking right-wing American Republican, using this to make fun of a right-wing American. Yes, the pinching thing is racist. Wait, what? No, I'm saying he has a little dick. The fuck are you talking about? Why are you getting mad? What the fuck? Why is that racist to say someone has a little ass dick? What the fuck? Am I misunderstanding something? The issue also is that South Korean netizens have started doing these witch hunts against any and all women who they consider to be feminists, gotten to a degree where being called a feminist can result in a woman being fired and even shunned from their communities or workplaces. Even some women-only colleges are being threatened into becoming co-ed when they have always been historically women-only. Oh my God. Not defending him, but it's an Asian stereotype. Okay, this is crazy. Hey, guys, I'm not, like, this has nothing to do with Korean people's penises. What the fuck? Oh my God. Chatters got made. You made the chat and what? Chatters got mad. You and chat made a sign that targets misogynistic men. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably going to if I see little dick energy from a misogynistic chatter, I'm probably gonna use it. Finger pinching conspiracy is an anti-feminist conspiracy theory that originated in South Korea and claims there's a deliberate plot to spread and promote misandry through hand gesture imagery. It asserts that radical feminism groups have propagated the hidden message to mock small penises. Bro, it's got his own Wikipedia page. Oh my God. What the fuck? What the fuck? And the 4B feminist movement is full of turfs. I mean, that's not shocking, but the sign is popularized in Korea. Of course, not racist against Koreans because it originated from there. Lamau's so dumb. Dude. It first gained prominence and dude, did they Streisand effect this into becoming like a thing by considering that this is like actually making a mockery of like some Korean incels? They just ended up Streisand affecting it, and it's kind of like, I mean, it's a very cool, it's a cool thing to do. Watch the video, look at problematic images. This is that, dude. That's wrong. It's Katie's celebration, and he says mini. I know. Or you do this. That's the other thing. You do one of these, like you do this, like all the way to the ground to show how tiny of a size you are. Like you can't, you're too small. You're just too small. What? 100 Thieves? League of Legends got an emote you could get where a character, Akali, was doing the pinching hand. They were forced to change after what I think was a backlash to the gesture. Bro, what the fuck? Dude, I'm learning so much cool shit today. It's pretty crazy. What the fuck? One of my K-pop idols got canceled for showing a picture of a feminist book. Dude, what are you guys saying? What are you saying? You can get canceled for showing like interest in feminism? What are you saying? I can't. You guys are joking. You must be joking. This is like this is a new well that we have unearthed that I wish I did not know about. Kind of like, while on the one hand I'm excited about learning new things, but also on the other hand I'm like, damn, dude, this is an endless well of depravity. What the fuck? Like, the fact that you can be canceled for being like, yeah, women are equal to men. Here is some literature that suggests this reality is a cancelable offense is fucking nuts. They try to cancel Irene, but they can't keep a bad bitch down. People were burning pics of her. Oh my God. Kevin Durant supporting the 4B movement. Kevin Durant should, I saw that tweet about him like making money off Gaza.
Buddy Cam Thomas on him. Telling Nurkic, get out of here. I want this. Durant working Thomas off one leg, banks it in, plus the foul. And
damn, he did it. That's crazy. Fuck, he did it so fast. He knew it was an inappropriate gesture, so he did it so fast I can't even catch it. New form of microaggression? Yo, I can't believe this, bro.
In 2016 and with Limbus Company. Both Nexon and Studio Pupuri immediately capitulated. The Angelic Buster trailer was released on November 23rd, by 2 a.m. on November 25th. Just 2 days after the initial trailer was released, MapleStory, Dungeon Fighter, Blue Archive, and other implicated games each offered an apology, validating the claims being made that they had located in.
Why are these fucking institutions apologizing to the most insane nerds, bro? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is what's going to happen to fucking Twitch and every other platform when the IHRA definition passes. And then like every fucking organization comes after every platform that allows anti-Zionist commentary, which will be immediately branded as anti-Semitic. Oh my Lord.
Inappropriate expressions, and that they would take necessary action. Kim Chung-sop, the director of MapleStory at Nexon, held a live stream press conference in which he reassured the angry MapleStory players that we will never allow a culture that publicly expresses hatred towards others and those who enjoy such a culture to defame MapleStory. On November 26th, Studio Pupuri published its own apology in which it appeared to admit fault and offered the angry mob exactly what it wished for: complete and utter capitulation and validation of their claims of foul play. The target of the mob's anger, Teso, was forbidden from working.
The small symbol is also like such a weird self-own because like you're basically, if you get mad at that, you're basically saying like, I have a small dick. You know what I mean? Like, why are you, what? Like, this has nothing to do with you, brother. Like, or it shouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, why are you basically saying like, wow, it's really fucked up that you said I have a small dick. Like, I'm really insecure about that. Like, what? What the fuck? Holy shit. And for the record, before people say, I mean, some people do have small PPs. Yeah, they do. Okay. But what you make of it is what matters. Okay. Like when I talk about divorced dads, there's a shit ton of men who are divorced. But my uncle, real uncle, Sam Cedar, also is. Notice how he does not exude divorced dad energy, because it's about vibes, not about the actual situation in and of itself. Elon Musk, Destiny, okay? And numerous other people like Kanye West exuding divorced dad energy. Uncle Sam, on the other hand, does not. And the same goes for having a small peepee, okay? Same goes for the difference between a manlet and a short king. The way it works is that men can say, imagine making fun of a woman's body, totally lacks broader social analysis. Yeah, but they do make fun of women's bodies. What the fuck? After this is about instituting control over what women can and can't do or can and can't say, including but not limited to. It's not even fuck what you want to say about women's bodies, which they do all the time. It seems like they won't even let women be like, I'm a feminist. That's like way worse than even objectifying women or telling women what they can and can't do. They're now saying you can't even think that you are equal. What the fuck? It's in your dating sim too? Wait, what? Oh my! Wait, what is this website? Did you just find is this an incel website? They're claiming that this is actually secretly. Hey yo, this shit is crazy. God damn, I'm learning so much.
Working on further promotional videos. This apology was deemed insufficient though, as Teso was not outright fired. Studio Pupuri was accused of a false placation. An angry mob allegedly went to their offices, taking pictures and spying on their employees. The situation was getting dangerous, and Studio Pupuri could do no more without risking their safety. On November 27th, Studio Pupuri issued a second apology and stated that the animator in question, Teiso, would not be fired but would instead resign. This apology and the firing was quickly retracted, but it was too late.
Yeah, the getting canceled for being a feminist is way worse than being objectified, lol. You can look, but don't take my rights away. No, I'm just saying, like, it's one step above that. You know what I mean? Like, they've moved beyond being like what women can and can't wear, which still comes back to, like, obviously women being servile and being considered like less than men. But now they're like, you also can't even advocate for your equality. Like, that's insane.
The damage was done. You can imagine what happened.
게임 홍보 영상에서 남성 혐오를 상징하는 표현이 들어갔다는 논란이 불거졌습니다.
한 애니메이션 스튜디오가 제작한 게임 영상을 보고
주로 알려진 혹은 저희가 파악한 모든 영상들은
사과했는데 여성 단체들은 집회까지 열며 반발했습니다.
하는 거죠. 그 회사의 물건을 사지 않아야지 되고 회복이 불가능한 경우들도 있거든요.
의 경제적 기반을 위협당하고 있다고 주장했습니다. 또 게임 문화 속 페미니즘 혐오 몰이를
맡긴 다른 게임 제작진도 진상
제작사
Bro, oh my God, they're blurring it. They're blurring it on TV. Like, as in it's hate speech. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat. This is literally like, if there was like enough people that were just willing and able to go out the bat for flat eartherism. And then they said that, like, it's ableist if you fucking, I don't know, attack us for believing the earth is flat, and then they just like forced their will upon the broader society, and then everyone had to just basically, like, you had to censor the globe, you had to start teaching that the earth was flat. Like, this is the most insane thing I've ever seen. It's crazy.
의 영상을 맡긴 넥슨의 게임 업계가 논란 티즘 검증이야말로
성형 혐오 논란에 휩싸였습니다. 게임사와 영상 제작사 모두 적극 사과를 했지만 여성계는 억지 논란이라고 반발합니다. 오늘 여성단체의 기자회견을 앞두고 살인 예고글이 올라오기도 했습니다. 백승우 기자가 전하겠습니다.
Once again, the controversy was so severe that it made Korean national news with a much more in-depth segment this time. On November 30th, a week after the Angelic Buster trailer was released, 3 days after Taeso's resignation, an incredibly unsurprising discovery was made. After a media investigation, it was reported that the animator who drew the controversial Angelic Buster scenes was a man in his 40s. Quoting now a major newspaper, Gyeongyang Shinmun's article, Maple Index Finger Storyboard Drawn by a Man, as a result of coverage by the Gyeongyang Shinmun on the 30th. It was confirmed that the original storyboard for the video in question was handled by Mr. A male animator in his 40s from a company other than Studio Pupuri. Mr. A was an additional manpower sought due to the urgent deadline presented by Nexon. Basically, everyone involved in this animation, it turns out, was male, and industry officials found that it was impossible for a malicious edit to have occurred, adding a controversial frame. But that didn't stop the harassment, and the Gyeongyang Shinmun confirms that Mr. A, the artist, and Mr. B, the male supervisor in his 50s, were both harassed over their involvement. But just like with Vel Mori, it didn't matter anymore to the men that Taeso had nothing to do with the finger pinch in the Angelic Buster trailer. If Studio Pupuri has a feminist working in their midst, one who has a stated intention to do feminist things, nothing that they say can be trusted. The women staged protests in front of Nexon's offices, and the men retaliated with threats of violence on social media. Studio Pupuri's employees were harassed endlessly, allegedly receiving threats and hate messages, and even having their personal information shared online. Taeso herself also had her personal information and phone number leaked to the public by angry men. She became a victim.
Bro, this is literally collective schizophrenia, okay? It's so fucked. Dude, if I'm... bro, no disrespect to anybody, but if I'm DPRK and I hear about this, I'll be like, nah, dude, we're not fucking... The demilitarized zone just got fucking a mile longer, okay? I'll be like, no, what the fuck? What the fuck, dude? This is crazy.
Victim of cyberbullying in the form of sexual harassment and death threats.
No unification.
All over some retweets and allegations surrounding art she didn't actually draw. Once again, an innocent woman had been targeted, and an entire company had been brought to heel over something painfully trivial. A few frames of a hand gesture in an animated trailer with no bad intentions behind it. But unlike the Ishmael swimsuit incident, this time, the drama broke containment. The angry men turned their attention to other games, and as many of them came from the gacha game community, their targets were disproportionately gacha games. They began tearing apart every single animated trailer, every frame of art, searching for the Megalia pinch.
Dude, this is the problem, okay? You give these fucking freaks an inch, and they will take a fucking arm, okay? Like, that's the issue. You can't let institutions cave and capitulate to fucking freakish monsters. especially when they have not logically arrived at their positions. There is no valid movement here. This is completely fucked. That's it. All you do is galvanize these people. I feel like I'm going insane watching the news unfold. Okay, it's like, yeah. What do you expect, dude? What do you fucking expect when you normalize this kind of behavior? These people are just gonna be like, oh yeah, we gotta kill, we gotta scalp. They're just gonna keep going after women more because there is no real oppression that they're fighting. If there was a valid oppression that they were struggling against, once that oppression was tackled, then they would stop. That's usually how this works. That's why in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery, the violence did not come from newly freed black men and women. It actually came from the Klan, which formed as a way to restore the racial hierarchy. Historically speaking, when the oppressed people actually overcome their oppression through violent struggle, okay, they don't reinforce a new dynamic or a new hierarchy of oppression. They're just like, okay, cool, now we're free. Like, that's it. Great. I love that. But on the inverse of this, if there is no real oppression and no real struggle, and you are simply building a momentum or movement off of pre-existing dynamics, okay, pre-existing methods of mechanisms of oppression, like misogyny in a patriarchal society, when you give them an inch, when institutions bend to their will, they're gonna do more. Yeah, this is like caving to the QAnon freaks and being like, Universal Studios wanted to apologize. Yes, you are right. Tom Hanks is a pedophile. We are very sorry for putting forward the pedophile Tom Hanks for being in the movie. You know, what do you think that would if Universal Studios came out and said that? What do you think would happen? They'd be like, oh, you know who else is a pedophile? Every single person. Look at this message board. We found even more pedophiles.
And very naturally, they found many such pinches. The dev teams of those games were subjected to similar harassment until they too capitulated, editing or removing any instance of art with a possible finger pinch from the Korean version.
That's so funny. They're like, every time, if you have a woman on screen, they have to do this. God forbid. Look at this. This is the way they branded it in Korea. Did this in League of Legends? Yeah, I saw. We already covered it briefly.
Versions of their games, making concessions in order to avoid further harassment and violence. Some dev teams, such as the one at NeoWiz's Brown Dust 2, even acted preemptively, removing any art that could even potentially resemble the Megalian Sea before negative attention found them. I know what most of you are thinking. This is insane. This is crazy. First, these men rioted over a wetsuit, and now they're forcing dev team after dev team, corporation after corporation to apologize and capitulate over anything even vaguely resembling an index finger and thumb forming a C. A position.
No, man, this is not masculinity being volatile. You're wrong. This is 100% like a completely fucked dystopian society. It's a powder keg. Also, the Pope strikes again. He's doing the pinch and he's Hamas. I'm telling you, dude, this only happens if people don't have. I mean, there's so many different factors at play here, but singling out like the volatility of masculinity is incorrect. There's plenty of fucking masculine societies where it doesn't get to this level at all. There's plenty of toxic masculine societies. America has toxic masculinity. America, much like most of the world, is a patriarchal society. This level of this is mania. You have to look at the underlying material issues.
Which, need I remind you, is the resting position of the hand and is thereby virtually unavoidable. It's easy to look at a situation like this and feel dumbfounded, as we will see even other gacha-playing men sharing similar prurient interests, and culturally adjacent countries like China and Japan are mystified by the extremism of the Korean men. But in truth, the anger being vented, the frustrations being expressed towards Project Moon and Valmori and Studio Popuri and Taiso, they aren't really about swimsuits, or finger pinches, or hate symbols. Before we wrap up our gacha drama story, let's finally talk about what life is like in modern South Korea.
Thank you. Oh my god.
But
no, he's back to the fucking no. God damn, dude. This guy, bro. Stop. He said, let's talk about modern Korea and went back to Neo-Confucianism. Fuck. I was like, thank God, finally.
Especially Neo-Confucianism, If society is dysfunctional, if society is unharmonious, if it is discordant, some part of the system, some level of the hierarchy must be responsible for that discord. Think back to our Korean Airlines story from part 1. If the glide slope instrument is broken, it must be a GI on the ground who is responsible. In Confucian society, if disharmony arises, ideally whichever level of the hierarchy is responsible for said disharmony is moved back to the righteous and harmonious course by the level of hierarchy directly above them. Employees are corrected by their bosses, children by their parents.
So is Confucianism paired up with patriarchy? Is that what it is? So like women are inherently the lower rank than men. So these guys are all just blaming the women in the caste system because women technically are underneath them in the caste system. Is that what it is?
If the higher level fails at doing that, the level above them then has the responsibility to take over. If each layer continues to fail, eventually the emperor steers the entire ship of society in the direction that can bring it back to harmony and order, hopefully integrating any necessary social change in the process. But in an extremely neo-Confucian state, a status quo can emerge which so strongly emphasizes harmony and order that it rejects social change, causing society to stay.
We wanted one question answered, but we're going to leave with a minor in Korean gender studies. Yeah, no ethnic minorities to blame, so they target women instead. Yeah, I guess. America is so Confucianist in the way that they look for a permanent underclass that they can blame.
Stagnate. When the top of the hierarchy is especially...
It is kind of like American white supremacy.
Bureaucratic or incompetent or corrupt or self-serving, disorder gets enveloped by obfuscation, and the underlying problems never get fixed. The problem becomes enveloped, mired in nonsense and misinformation, and moving goalposts and bureaucracy. At the end of all the fighting and mess, social harmony is pulled back into its place without the requisite social change, such that the underlying issues do not get solved. This behavior goes down the ladder from the top. The top of the hierarchy does this to the middle, and the middle does this to the bottom.
We clearly need to import more American soldiers to take the pressure off Korean women. Brother, I'm not lying to you when I say this. That is how they got here, okay? I think that's what made the situation so volatile to begin with, okay? That's a part of the problem, I think. To begin with, okay? That's a part of the problem, I think.
Each following...
Craziest part of this is that despite all this, South Korea had a female president before America.
...in the lead of the other in the Confucian manner. These issues don't go away, though. They're still there.
Oscord enjoying the video. How about more context about Neo-Confucianism? Bro had to bring it back, dude. He had to bring it back to Neo-Confucianism. We got to talk about the Han River. I'll have you recall in my former video where the American boats were riding up the Han River. Fuck!
They merely build in tension. If each time a conflict arises, it is suppressed again without resolution, the tension and subsequent conflict grows larger and larger and larger, until it eventually breaks out of the control of the state, of the society entirely, of the top of the hierarchy, and into open civil war. South Korea has the...
I'm not gonna lie, that was a massive W for Korea. Yeah, maybe we should export more annoying streamers like Johnny Somali that gives Korean men something to hate on. Yeah, that shit was dope. Damn, 5 hearts under one roof with the fried chicken and the fucking beers and the sexy ass ladies, and also the pack watch on Johnny Somali made me feel a certain type of way about South Korea. Turns out I was not. I was, I apologize to the Korean women. I did not know shit was like that. I thought I had a grasp on how shit was. It turns out it's so much worse. With every single time I learn things about like the gender wars in Korea, I'm shocked. It's like learning about stuff that Israel does, where your immediate reaction is like, come on, that's like anti-Semitic. Like you just lied. You just made that up. And you're like, oh my God, that's a real thing that Israel is doing. What the fuck? Holy shit. This is what it feels like learning more and more about South Korea and the gender wars that exist there. Didn't you say you want to be deported there yesterday? I mean, I am a man, so I don't think it would be that bad for me in particular. Let's be real. You know what I mean? I'm not only a man, but I also have a small head and broad shoulders, which I hear, like I said, is a delicacy in South Korea. So aim Korean men at libertarian guys. Yeah. It wasn't until you made that hand sign on the camera. What are they going to do? Fucking beat me? Like, I'm sorry, but I feel like any Korean man who already has like a healthy enough lifestyle that, you know, goes out and fucking works out and shit is not going to be pissed off by this. Okay. Like, I feel like the type of dude that gets pissed off at this is the type of dude that isn't exactly outside. You know what I mean? It's like the same principle with all my fucking haters. You know, I don't really get pushed a lot by random fucking losers in the way that like you would think that there's an outsized amount of hatred online, because most of those dudes just exist online. You don't understand that will come to your house and protest? Yeah, I'll show my dick at them. BTS talked about supporting feminism and they got eaten alive by Korean media. That's crazy.
Highest suicide rate in the developed world, as per the World Health Organization's 2019 estimates. If you look exclusively at the suicide rate amongst women, you will find that South Korea's suicide rate for women is the 4th worst of all countries in the world, surpassing even many struggling developing nations.
Jesus
Japan is somewhat
fucking
notorious
Christ.
in the West for its problems surrounding depression and suicide, but in South Korea, women commit suicide at twice the rate of women in Japan. In 2019, keep in mind that this is before COVID, a survey conducted by Hankyoreh newspaper showed that amongst young Koreans between the ages of 19 and 34,
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the deepfake porn harassment epidemic in South Korea, which is even crazier, dude. Like, there's so much. I know that stuff, but I didn't realize this shit was also happening.
83% of young women and 70%.
Yeah, you want to see a hateful gesture? I'll fucking start windmilling my cock to all the fucking protesters outside of my house in South Korea, okay?
78% of young men view South Korea as a living hell. Nearly 80% of young women and 72% of young men want to leave South Korea. And this is because, putting aside any gender considerations for the moment, the experiences of Korean young people are incredibly soul-crushing. This article in the Korea Herald, Why Koreans Want to Leave Hell Joseon, quotes sociology professor Lee Byun-hoon, who states that the phenomenon is a reflection of South Koreans of all ages struggling to survive amid a lack of jobs and unstable livelihoods.
Oh, it turns out Hassan wasn't wrong about this assessment. Oh my God. Where's that one fucking dumbass chatter now? You don't arrive at this level of instability without like serious economic volatility. You don't just arrive at like this much insanity without factoring in socioeconomic conditions. Chatter that was like, Hassan, you're talking a big game like you know stuff about Korea. Like, I know enough. Holy shit.
There's an inequality of opportunity. They feel like the playing field is uneven in the first place, and their efforts will not pay off. Competition in Korea is so tough, so grueling, that 20 years ago...
It's also because old motherfuckers just don't die. And then they don't get fired. I mean, at least that's how it is in Japan for the most part, which is so crazy that, like, I always go back to that one famous Japanese Yale economist who was like, I have a solution to Japan's aging, like to Japan's capitalism crisis. Let's kill every old person. That is unironically what he said. And you want to know what's really crazy about that? Japanese youth heard that and was like, that's an incredible idea. Okay? They literally were like, oh my God, finally, someone came up with a fantastic solution. That is fucking insane. Okay? That's insane. That had to be hyperbole. No. That's not hyperbole at all. I'm not even remotely exaggerating. There is a famous Japanese economist, I think, or he was a sociologist. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but here it is with the fucking cool ass glasses. A Yale professor suggested mass suicide for old people in Japan. What did he mean? Yusuke Narita says he is mainly addressing a growing effort to revamp Japan's age-based hierarchies. Still, he has pushed the country's hottest button. Yeah, but no, you don't understand. The craziest part isn't that he suggested this, okay? Like, or he had the audacity to dream, okay? The craziest part is people heard it and were like, that's a banger idea. Like, he wasn't joking. He wasn't memeing. He was just straight up like, let's just kill some of these old motherfuckers. Like, and the Japanese youth heard that and said, we hear you. That sounds like a great idea. They proposed another recently. Oh, I saw this one. Ban on women marrying after 25. This bizarre proposal to boost the birth rate in Japan. Japan's noted writer and conservative party leader Naoki Hyakuta has apologized after his comments on women in the falling birth rate in the country sparked criticism. He said that to boost the nation's birth rate, women should be banned from marriage after the age of 25 and from removing their uterus post the age of 30. I swear to God, dude. Listen. Mark Fisher cooked. when he said, we can imagine the end of the world before we imagine the end of capitalism. It is easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. Okay? These people are just like staring down the barrel of a gun and going, fuck it, dude. I got no other options. Let's just kill old people. Or they're looking at the situation and going, let's just, forcibly impregnate every woman under the age of 35 or under the age of 30. That's fucking insane. Yeah, he did. He just straight up said it. Yeah, he did. He said women have their uterus removed after the age of 30, not allowed to go to school after 18, unable to marry after 25. Fuck it, just kill them after 40 if they haven't given birth. Like, what are we doing? Okay, we've moved so far beyond the problems facing
Bare minimum
these different societies.
Hyper competitive, and one who is lower on the hierarchy, which in Confucianism should be, most people, have to overcome both that competition and the enormous advantages of the privileged people in Korean society to get anywhere or be anyone. If you watch the JRPG video, you might recall that Japan's economy is controlled in large part by mega conglomerates with enormous political power called the Keiretsu. In South Korea, the situation is even more severe. The chaebols are very much like the Keiretsu. They are thick webs of interwoven business relationships, but even more exclusive.
Yeah, this is why I say South Korea is like fucking, well, it's one company that owns everything, but it's like 6 families that the chaebols own basically every aspect of the economy, and it is so fucking cooked. Oh my god. Yeah, they're fucking they're living in a techno-feudalist dystopia already.
As many of them are families built quite literally in the Confucian style. The top 10 chaebols in South Korea account for nearly 60% of the country's GDP. Another nearly 25% is accounted for by the remaining 50-some-odd chaebols. Altogether, 80 to 85% of South Korea's GDP is controlled by about 64 families. To give you an idea how preposterous these numbers are, when the United States broke up Standard Oil, Rockefeller the octopus, well, Standard Oil accounted for only 1.7% of the US GDP at the time of its breakup. In 2022, Samsung's revenue by itself was a little over 20% of South Korea's GDP. The margin of error in the estimate is larger than Standard Oil's entire percentage, and in spite of the vast wealth here, the money is not trickling down. For most young people, there is simply not enough opportunity to go around, and the best that one can look forward to is to work at a chaebol, perhaps, and be treated like a wage slave. The system is untenable and unsustainable. You have to have the best grades, the most handsome or beautiful appearance, the most socially corrected demeanor in order to compete for an ever...
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Okay, so remember what I talked about the aesthetic that is in Korean society earlier? Chat can correct me on this if I'm wrong. Wait, did the mic fuck up? Hello. It went out. Is it still out? You can hear me, right? Oh my god, it went out for 1 second. You guys are making it seem like it was done. It was over. It's just fucking done. You will never hear me ever again. Remember earlier we were talking about like plastic surgery and people's like how high like people's body standards are, and how high an emphasis they put on beauty standards and whatnot, and how fucking crazy it is. Someone could correct me on this if I'm wrong. We need a historical context. Dude, I will melt you. Okay, I will send you into orbit if you ask me about Confucianism one more fucking time. Okay, we are not going to do 45 extra minutes on Neo-Confucianism in South Korea. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think in South Korea, you put your fucking photo on your CV, right? Like they make you put your photo on your resume, right? I was shocked when I found out that, like, I think in Japan as well. That's so weird.
Shrinking slice of the pie. The common people are desperate. As we've seen, prior governments have promised crackdowns on the chaebols, have promised economic reform which never materialized in a meaningful way due to how deeply the chaebols have sunk their roots into the South Korean political apparatus. Attempting to so much as touch those roots has had massive economic consequences, and meaningfully disarming the chaebols.
Low-key, that shit would have helped me, honestly, because people see the name and they probably are like, very racist towards it. But if they saw that I was like at least white looking, they probably would have been like, all right, he's probably one of the good ones. He's not one of the Mohammedan. Chat said, important context, Neo-Confucian Ethics and Metaphysics by Brian Van Norden. Yeah, let's watch this for an hour.
Chaebols at this point could hoist all of South Korean society along with them. Worse yet, consider Korea's problem with age. Remember what I said in part 1 about how hierarchy is powerfully determined by your age? How you'll be asked how old you are to determine where you belong in the pecking order? Have you ever worked in a company where 3 managers are in charge of micromanaging 1 employee? Well, young Koreans don't just have to put up with that dynamic at work, they have to endure it in every facet of their lives. Korea has fewer and fewer young people and an enormous elderly population that places massive expectations, often in conflicting ways, on young men and young women. Expectations that are impossible to meet given the current economic realities of South Korea and the governmental capture of the chaebols, endlessly siphoning the nation's wealth away from the populace and into exclusive, powerful chaebol families or corrupt politicians. And these young people must now also balance the cost of an aging society against their own limited avenues for opportunity or self-realization. Korean young people then have been thrust into an impossible situation. Their incredibly Confucianist society has been captured by the chaebols, an immortal emperor with roots that dig down very deep into each level of the hierarchy. Young people are fiercely competing with each other over ever-decreasing opportunity. They are becoming increasingly desperate, and the problems they face are incredibly difficult to even understand, never mind change, obfuscated as they are in that Confucian.
Turns out it's not even crazy that Ming Ming was working at a fucking coffee shop, dude. Like, at first I was like, come on, what kind of idol would work at a coffee shop? Turns out, vindicated, you know? 5 Hearts Under One Roof, vindicated once again, is just a documentary about real Korean existence.
They are miserable, and the misery in their lives seems completely outside of their control. With this general primer on the experiences of young people in South Korea, let us also now break down what life is like for each gender in this gender war, armed as we are now, with the context necessary to understand just how serious and deeply rooted these problems truly are. It's hard to be a man in Korea, but doubly so to be a young man. Society places enormous expectations upon you, and if you fail to live up to them, you are treated not as a human being with dreams and aspirations and hopes, but as a disgrace, a black sheep, a monster. The generations immediately before you managed to live up to expectations because expectations were both much lower then, and many of them experienced Korea's economic miracle. They experienced unparalleled growth, and so they're...
Yeah, brother, I wonder how that happened. And I wonder why America was able to overcome this exact same population Christmas tree turned into a fucking upside down pyramid. Perhaps the one group of people in the millions that we're fucking routinely shitting on have something to do with that. I don't know.
Expectations are both higher, and they were able themselves to carry the expectations of Korea's ultra-Confucianist demands upon their backs. But you are stuck in an era of stagnation. You are one cog in an enormous machine competing against countless other cogs for a pittance of coin, and ambitiously, a shred of respect, of self-worth, of belonging. But instead of respect, you are awarded with disrespect for your efforts, disrespect from your elders, disrespect from your peers, disrespect even from your subordinates. Every year, hundreds of thousands of Korean young men like yourself are conscripted against their will into the military. If you choose not to serve, you might face jail time. Future employers might refuse to hire you if they see you didn't do your time in the military. These 2 years are treated less like actual time in the military and more like a hazing ritual, cruel and grueling for absolutely no good reason. Once you get out of the military, you then have to return to civilian life and find jobs that can support a whole family on your own. You have to run the gauntlet and wear the suits and suffer the indignity of slave-like labor. And that's the best case scenario for you if you aren't born into a position of privilege. If you aren't born into such a position of privilege, where you can't leverage your family's resources or prestige or network, then you must carry all of these expectations as well as a 10-ton weight of societal
Wow, it's a good thing we don't do this. I mean, we do this in many respects, but you have to understand, like, it's much more dire. I think the income inequality, economic inequality, income inequality is much more dire. And also on top of that, they have mandatory conscription. It's just like in America, the neoliberal beacon of prosperity, there's always the fallacy of choice here. Okay, it's hellish. It's a nightmare scenario, and we have a lot of people that we put in our crosshairs. We have other enemies, other societal villains that we can always point to look down upon and push aside. We do it on the virtue of white supremacy in many instances, and I think that there is like a finite amount of bigotry that everyone has. It's like the Trump battery phenomena, right? We only have only so much bigotry that we can focus on at any given moment. So our bigotry spectrum in a nation full of immigrants and in a nation where people talk about trans issues, gay issues, yada yada yada, is maybe a little bit more focused on all these other subgroups instead of just women. It seems like in South Korea, they're like they've well defined their anger and frustration directly towards just women in general, whereas we're too racist to be as misogynistic, if that makes sense. We're too xenophobic, we're too racist, we're too Islamophobic, we're too homophobic to also hyper focus on women. We still do a healthy number, we still do a healthy bit of women hate around these parts. Okay, don't make a mistake. Don't get it confused. Some more than others, but I would say that our bigotry is spread too thin, like a real jack of all trades, master of none type situation. Whereas I think the Korean men have specced into radical misogyny, and they have become expert, tier one operators of being misogynistic. So much so that they're now talking about misandry. South Korea needs a Hassan channel the hate of the incels and protect the women. Yeah. Saying that after America elected a rapist felon over a woman is crazy. Okay. See, that's a great fucking take. We elected a rapist felon over a woman, but why? He said he was going to mass deport 20 million immigrants. Okay? 20 million immigrants. You think if South Korea did an Israel type thing where they start conscripting women too, would that alleviate the gender war? Because for all of its crimes, the apartheid state doesn't have a gender war issue? Maybe. Probably not, though. Because I think the incels that also simultaneously want women to be conscripted, because I've heard that before, will probably be like, bitches can't fight, dude. These broads, they can't fucking fight. Israel does have a rape war issue. Yeah, that is also true. There's Israel has its own version of gender war shit.
Shame at having not been able to succeed. All of these expectations are levied on men, and none are levied on women. Women seem to have it so easy. They just have to.
Also, I don't think you want to train the entire female population in hand-to-hand combat, and because I feel like they're gonna start beating ass. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not. Dude, seeing the way that shit has seeing the way this shit has unfolded in South Korea, I don't know if you want all of the women to be able to do hand-to-hand combat. Maybe it's the best idea. I don't know. Maybe it is. Equalize the field. Women about to do an Atomwaffen, but for radical misandry.
Look good and stay quiet and cook the meals. That's all that society expects of them, and they can't even do just that, while we men are expected to do everything else. To provide for the family, to build a generational wealth, to pay for the dates, to pay for the places the women live and the clothes they wear and the food they eat, to serve in the military against our will, all while being disrespected by everyone around us, by the elderly, who don't understand why we aren't doing as well as they did, by foreigners, who don't understand the expectations our society places on us, and by our own women, who seem to expect more from us than what we can provide, and accuse us of crimes that we aren't committing. Something must be wrong. The system is failing us because the pieces aren't in the right place. What could it be?
I don't know, man. I feel like if it's not a crime, a lot of the stuff that we've seen from the fucking radical incels out there claiming that women are doing radical misandry, I think that should be a crime. Even if it wasn't, maybe they should be crimes. From where I'm standing, it seems like it is a crime. Like, it needs to be dealt with somehow.
The people are subordinate to the government. The sons are subordinate to their.
I know he's talking about the incel perspective.
Fathers. The younger are.
Also, there is validity to what they're saying, for the record. I like, all jokes aside, this is something that I was talking about as well, where this is precisely what I was mentioning when I said this kind of attitude doesn't just come out of nowhere. Okay, people don't just learn. It's not because South Koreans watch a shit ton of Andrew Tate videos. Okay, if anything, some of these dudes could teach a thing or two to Andrew Tate about how to properly be a misogynist. But there is validity to a lot of the anger and resentment that South Korean men feel. It's just being misdirected, as always, against someone else that they have, that they're considering is beneath them. It's a case of punching down. People get mad at me and say, Hassan, why do you compare everything to America? But I live here, and also my audience is majority American. So it's no different in thinking that like your Haitian immigrant neighbors are eating your cats and dogs and stealing your social safety nets and stealing your rent in fucking Springfield, Ohio, when your town is in a state of disrepair because there's no adequate job prospects for you and there's no adequate housing for you. And of course, in that process, you're just like looking for someone to blame for why you feel the way that you feel. You're looking for someone, you're looking for solutions. And I'm sure that there are plenty of people in South Korea, just like in North America, there are plenty of people who will point the finger of blame at those who are even more underserved than you.
Subordinate to their elders. But the women, they want more, they expect more, and they offer disrespect instead of appreciation for the suffering we must endure on their behalf. Why do the women insist on piling more onto us? We cannot take any more. Our backs are breaking. We are at the point of madness. We cannot tolerate a single straw further, not one more step. And so every step, every encroachment.
Also, this kind of division amongst gender, like having any sort of division within the working class, is only beneficial for one group. And in South Korea, they have a name: it's chaebols, right? Like those who benefit from sitting at the tippy top of society will, of course, sit back and be like, "Great, they're fighting each other instead of fucking fighting us. Awesome."
Must be met with overwhelming force, must be pushed back into its place to preserve society, to preserve our values, to preserve our sanity. It's not really about a wetsuit or anything else. It's about Twitter girls who don't even play the game having more say over its art and character development than we do, when we are the ones playing the games and contributing the funds, and not them. It's about being made subordinate to the whims of women, even in our male safe spaces. It's not really about Megalia or a little pinch causing us some offense over genitalia. It's what the pinch represents: disrespect, at a point where we are already disrespected to the maximum amount by everyone around us. It's about a nonsensical rebellion against the system by women who have the easiest role in the hierarchy, eroding the very strengths that empower Korean society and make its cultural exports the envy of the world. We are hurting and we're not being heard. Why can't women just understand that they have it easy, and at the very least, stay quiet if they can't be respectful? It does suck to be a man in Korea. Not to give away too much about myself, but my own culture is not that dissimilar to yours, and I get it. There are a lot of responsibilities that we must bear as men. There are expectations levied on us that we can't meet because the world prohibits us from meeting them, and then we are blamed for the world. Korean society is dehumanizing. You may think to yourself, you men, well, some of the actions we take are a bit over the top, but the ends justify the means. We can't take anymore. It's human for the world. Korean society is dehumanizing. You may think to yourself, you men, well, some of the actions we take are a bit over the top, but the ends justify the means. We can't take anymore. It's human nature to judge oneself by one's intentions, and others by their actions. When we see a woman protesting the art of a game they don't even play, or sneaking offensive hand gestures into art, we see their extremist actions. When we invade the offices of a developer, when we go after an artist on Twitter, we judge ourselves by our intentions. Sure, the artist is the wrong artist, but she's still a feminist, and our intentions matter, not our actions. I want you just for a moment to join me and look at the intentions of the young women in your society. Because just as Korean society places an enormous burden of
everything that the men are complaining about, women also literally get punished by, and then some on top of that because of the radically misogynist ways in which South Korean society operates. The only major difference is that they don't have to serve in the military. That's it. But there's plenty of unrestricted oppression that they have to deal with. I assume that there's a lot of like caretaking as well within Korean culture, that they there's a lot of physical standards that like both men and women have to subscribe to, from what I understand. But I'm sure that it's probably worse for women regardless. Like the societal standards placed upon women and the importance of like how women have to look is universally under patriarchy going to be much more rigorous. And also on top of that, you have to, take care of the children, take care of your parents. That's another thing that, from what I understand, is a big problem. Kamala Harris talked about this. She called it the sandwich generation, but it is true, especially in Korea, where I think you have to make sure that you're taking care of your fucking in-laws and shit. Yeah.
Expectations upon you, the men. Your women also suffer from expectations, ones that you might not even be aware of.
This video, by the way, context and all, turned into an absolute fucking banger. Okay, this video is incredible. Like it's so well thought out. It's so well researched. I mean, 10 out of 10. No fucking notes. maybe we learned so much about, maybe we learned a little too much about Neo-Confucianism, but maybe there's a little bit too much context. But Moon, why did the chicken cross the road? Audience, don't know why. Well, first we need to establish what a chicken is. Let's go back to roughly 6000 BC with the domestication of the red jungle fowl. What is this? Have you ever seen anything about the new Bonhoeffer movie and the ADL ad they put in at the end? My parents roped me into going to it tonight. I've never seen a more hypocritical stunt in film. No, what? I have not. I have no idea what that is.
You say Korean girls have it easy because they don't have to make money, as that's the man's job. Well, they'd like to. But that itself is also a societal expectation that many of these women are trying to break free of.
He's goated.
In South Korea, labor force participation by women is nearly the lowest among OECD countries. But the gender pay gap in South Korea is not amongst the worst. It is the actual worst amongst all OECD countries. Duke University's Journal of Korean Studies reports that in Korea, in 2020, the median earnings of women working full-time was 32% lower than men's, which is a much larger gap than the OECD average of 12.5%. Women in Korea hold only 10% of managerial positions in the private sector, when the average for OECD countries is 30%. And perhaps most seriously of all, a disproportionately high number of women work in precarious jobs that pay low wages and provide few employee benefits, little job security, and limited labor rights, which you've seen firsthand as a result of your protests. When the women
except for Gran, my goat, my queen,
test your treatment of Velmori or Peso, they aren't protesting a swimsuit or a hand signal either. They want the opportunity to work and receive equal pay and work in jobs that aren't so-called precarious jobs with low wages and limited labor rights. They want to be artists and developers without fear. They want to be able to engage in the same free speech that you do without being fired or forcibly resigned or harassed. Actions and intentions. And ultimately, the end result is, if the women are allowed to work and have labor protections and have a better, fairer wage, your burden, your expectations become lighter because you no longer have to be the sole breadwinner. You don't have to be the one that always gets a high-paying job to cover the cost of two people because now the women can also get a job, and you can have two medium-paying jobs, reducing the burden on everyone. But I know it's not that simple. That's not really a solution at all, is it? What good is having two jobs if everyone still suffers? There are greater, far more insidious, systematic problems, socio-economic problems, that are at the core of what South Korea is, built into the country from the moment of its inception. It won't be easy to solve these issues. There is no simple fix, and anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to your face. But if there is a way to solve these issues, if there is some way to overcome these problems, you will have to do it together. Both of you have the same intentions, to lower the burdens of expectation that society places on you, and to reassert some control.
Yeah, he's going to be like, you have to kill the old. South Korean men and women under a certain age have to get together and finally do the deed. Just like the suggestion in Japan. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like people are way more focused on the gender war dynamic than anything else. Like, I don't think they're gonna do a elderly pogrom, let alone the real revolutionary act that must occur. Is this why Gran dresses like she does? The lanyard is the only link that shows she's gainfully employed, so she has to display it to demonstrate her worth in a hyper-capitalistic society. Is this why she holds the lanyard so close to her heart? Yeah. She's like, I'm a manager and I need you to know that. And she's actually in that, it's a revolutionary act where she's actually taking advantage of the misogynistic tendencies of men to make them hyper-focus on her bodacious boobs, but only in an effort to reinforce her class position. That's it.
Over your lives, to have the liberty to be people with meaningful relationships and economic security and families, instead of being cogs in a machine that produces for others that which you cannot have for yourselves. In a survey conducted by Pew Research in 2016, it was found that about 7% of American women have received cosmetic surgery. The percentage of American women who have had cosmetic surgery between the ages of 18 and 29 was only 3%. In a similar survey conducted by Gallup Korea in 2015, it was found that 1 in 3 Korean women between the ages of 19 and 29 have had cosmetic surgery. Why is this the case? Korean women are very naturally beautiful. You Korean men, more than anyone, know this to be true. You the men didn't ask this of the women, just as they didn't ask you to take the responsibility of being the sole breadwinners. You don't even want them to get cosmetic surgery or have to wear makeup. You think they're lovely just as they are. And they'd love to just be themselves and thereby be able to also lower their standards and reduce the...
Bro, that shit is crazy, dude. Those percentages are wild. It's a common practice to give double eyelid surgery to women when they turn 18 is crazy. To be fair, it's a lot cheaper in Korea than in America. Dude, it's not just chatter. You think the only fucking hurdle to clear is finances? Like, what are you, crazy? There's obviously it's a lot more normalized, dude. What the fuck?
the pressure of being perfectly beautiful for everyone. There is so much that the so-called male chauvinists and so-called radical feminists agree on. For example, there's been a big deal made in Korea about illegal cameras being placed in bathrooms. Women are angry that it happened and they want to hold the men accountable, and the men are angry that all of them are being painted as perverts, that some of them have received retaliatory bathroom recordings, and are thus being subjected to the scorn of angry women for the actions of a few deviants. Every reasonable person agrees that this behavior is wrong. It's wrong for women to do to men, it's wrong for men to do to women, and in a reasonable society, the solution should be to work towards the elimination of all illegal bathroom cameras instead of making it about gender conflict. Likewise for our gacha drama. Even the Chinese and Japanese gacha communities scratch their heads at the behavior of Koreans when they get angry at swimsuit skins or little pinches appearing in art. And they, like you perhaps, ask themselves, why is this behavior so irrational? As we've seen, South Korea is a society that is both deeply hierarchical and socially dysfunctional. One is taught that they have power over those below them.
Oh, we're back, bro. We're back. Give me the fucking Confucianism right now, dude. Context time.
The hierarchy, and that if society has disharmony, they should look beneath them in the hierarchy and try to correct the problem. The captain chastises the first officer who chastises the GI on the ground. The chaebols squeeze the government squeezes the middle class working dad beats his son, and the son beats his girlfriend. The angry girlfriend may even go one layer lower and lash out against the LGBT community. Each layer protests the—
Oh my god, is that why the 4B movement is like, they're fucking transphobic? So who does the gay Korean shit on? You know, who does a trans Korean person shit on? Like, there's nobody left at that point, you know? Go home. And Filipinos, for some reason, immigrants, do they even have immigrants, dude? What percentage of Korea has—
the poor treatment they receive from the layer above them. Each one seeks reform. The women seek equal rights from the men. The men seek better treatment from society. Society demands a less corrupt government, and the government wishes to reform the chaebols. But each layer has determined that it is powerless to affect the trajectory of the layer above it, having experienced such firsthand. And so they do what they know how to do, what Neo-Confucianism has taught them, what has been drilled into their psyches. They punch down. This is the crux of the Korean gender war. This is the sad truth around which the entire edifice of this conflict is built. The chaebols rule Korea, and Korean livelihood depends on the continued existence and empowerment of the chaebols. They can control whomsoever they want, even government reformers, through bribes, corruption, or other manipulation. The experience for regular Korean people, and especially young people, is increasingly bitter. The young people, having lost hope in meaningful reform, desperately wish to escape Hell Joseon. Those who cannot physically escape will seek out other ways to mentally escape. They'll get super into movies or anime or books. They'll dedicate their lives to a new religious movement, or they'll obsess over their favorite pop stars, bread, and circuses. Or maybe, just maybe, if they're young men, they'll escape by playing gacha games. Games where the women are beautiful and fawn over them, where they can be powerful heroes and make a meaningful difference in a cruel, unfathomably hostile world. They can receive a glimpse, a taste of what society promises them, what they never seem to receive. I'd even argue that this is partially why Korean games are so grindy. In a society where it seems impossible to find self-worth, where young men are spent like fuel for the chaebol furnace, it feels nice to grind for something that takes effort and yields a reward, even if that reward is small and the effort is substantial. When that little bubble of escapism, that little mental haven is disrupted, even if that disruption isn't real, even if that disruption is just the outside world projecting a shadow onto the proverbial cave wall, the response is very severe. It's not necessarily about women.
This puts a sinister undertone to 5 Hearts Under One Roof. Excuse me. This is why 5 Hearts Under One Roof is the solution, okay?
Rights or skins or pinches, but about reasserting control over the very limited things these men actually feel they have control over. And the more control Korean society cedes to these angry men in this gacha gender war, the more control they crave. These young men, having lived their lives with so little control, so little agency, so little power, have both now a vent for their frustrations and an apparent enemy to blame for their suffering. This all seems like a bit of a stretch, Mooney, I can hear you say. Aren't you reaching a bit? Isn't it reductive to take all of the gender war issues going on and reduce the fault to just the insecurities of men and the hopeless state of South Korean society? That's not what I'm saying. The insecurity of men does play a major role, yes, but that insecurity has been very purposefully manipulated, very cynically directed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. A people divided against themselves cannot revolt. Let us finish our discussion of history then, and complete our understanding of the Korean gender war by giving you a glimpse into modern Korean politics. The president that came after Roh Moo-hyun, you will recall, was the former CEO of Hyundai Engineering and Construction, which nowadays has been absorbed by Hyundai Motor Group, the core of the many spin-off companies that together compose the complex web which constitutes the Hyundai chaebol. Lee Myung-bak was no political newcomer. he had served as the mayor of Seoul in 2002, and given Roh Moo-hyun's unpopularity at the time and the ongoing investigations into alleged corruption, Lee Myung-bak was able to take the presidency in a landslide. His platform was simple. He promised to reform and reinvigorate the economy, to strengthen relations with the United States, and to deal with North Korea. Almost immediately after taking power, though, Lee proceeded to negotiate a controversial free trade agreement with the United States and pushed for privatization of public companies. Like his predecessors, he conceded ground to the chaebols and to the United States and built his power off of economic legitimacy. But Lee was no reformer at heart. He was of the chaebols and by the chaebols and for the chaebols. He was their man in the chair. Now look, I know I've simplified Korean politics to an extraordinary extent. These leaders are more than just walking corruption scandals. There's a ton of political nuance that I'm not touching upon because they're outside of the scope of this video. But as you will see, corruption runs very deep in the South Korean government and continues to do so to this very day. Lee's presidency came and went, and though allegations of corruption emerged, they never went anywhere. It wasn't until 2018, in the wake of another corruption scandal, which we'll soon get to, that Lee Myung-bak was investigated and eventually arrested and sentenced to 15 years imprisonment on charges of corruption. Reuters reported at the time that the Seoul Central District Court found Lee guilty of embezzlement of about 24.6 billion Korean won, about $21.77 million, from a private auto parts maker headed by his brother. And he also accepted bribes from Korea's largest chaebol, Samsung, and from other capital interests as well. But Lee's corruption pales in comparison to that of his successor, the first female president of South Korea and the first female head of state in East Asia, Park Geun-hye.
Damn, dog. They put a woman in charge, and look at what she did. Let her do some girl bossing. Let her do some girl bossing, okay? Y'all don't want to see a woman thrive, okay? She said, if men can do it, I can do it too.
South Korea has woken up to its first female president-elect. And some people here on the streets of Seoul think that she may be able to do a lot to try and help the lives of women.
Now, Park was already a well-known politician in South Korea prior to her becoming president. She was defeated by Lee Myung-bak, the former president, in their party's last primaries, and so her name was already very well established amongst the voting public and particularly in the conservative GMP party. If you don't recognize the name Park Geun-hye...
Oh, color me surprised. It was a conservative woman. This is why I said before, chat, if America ever has a fucking female leadership, it's most likely going to be a conservative, okay? And I don't mean like a Hillary Clinton style conservative in the Democratic Party. It's gonna be like a fucking right-wing reactionary from the Republican Party.
Okay, if you don't know what happens next, then prepare yourself. The truth is sometimes kookier than any fiction can be. Park Geun-hye is the eldest daughter of Park Chung-hee, the dictator, the one who most masterfully wielded the chaebols. And Park Chung-hee was once friends with one Choi Tae-min, the leader of a new religious movement called Yongsaegyo, the Church of the Spirit World, and an alleged Maitreya, or future Buddha. Choi Tae-min, in part through his friendship with Park Chung-hee, amassed an enormous amount of wealth and power in South Korea. Park Geun-hye's mother, the then wife of Park Chung-hee, Yuk Yong-soo, was assassinated on August 15, 1974, after a failed attempt at assassinating Park Chung-hee went awry. As Park Geun-hye grieved the loss of her mother, she was allegedly approached by Choi Tae-min, who claimed that he had seen her mother in a dream, an event which marked the start of a long, friendly relationship between Park and Choi. Choi Tae-min had many children, one of whom was Choi Soon-sil, a prominent and...
Yeah, she was in a cult while being president. Absolute insanity. No, it's not. It's the CIA. Dude, it quite literally is a cult that the CIA propped up. It exists in America too, and in Japan. Why do you think they fucking killed Shinzo Abe? Someone in the chat said, you mean the CIA or the KCIA? Bitch, what do you think the KCIA is? Wait, isn't this the same cult? I thought the Moonies were an offshoot of this cult. No, this is the Church of Eternal Life. Wait, I might be wrong. Cult racism, I apologize.
And powerful businesswoman who served as Park Geun-hye's right-hand woman. And Choi Soon-sil had a daughter named Chung Yu-ra, who loved horses. She was a gold medalist at the 2014 Asian Games in dressage. In 2015, Chung was admitted to Ewha Women's University, a highly prestigious school. The Korea Herald reported that the chief of admissions at the university ordered interviewers to, and I quote, select a person who brought an Asian Games gold medal. None of the other candidates were permitted to bring a medal, but Chung brought hers in violation of school policy and was selected. An audit later allegedly discovered that the interviewers purposefully gave other students lower scores to help Chung with her acceptance. It wasn't enough just to graft Chung into the school, they torpedoed the futures of regular young Koreans who had otherwise done everything right. During her time at university, Chung was marked as present for only 8 classes over 3 regular semesters. She never did her homework. She didn't take any exams or turn in assignments, and yet she reportedly received stellar grades. In one instance, one of Chung's professors was found to have done an important project for her, cementing his or her work as Chung's own. Students at this highly prestigious, extremely exclusive school, being amongst Korea's best and brightest, quickly noticed the preferential treatment that Chung was receiving, and they staged protests. Pursuant then to all of this negative attention, the Korean cable TV network JTBC.
Dude, it's so funny when like everything is collapsing, but there's still clearly remnants of like institutional hierarchies that people still cling on to. And this is one of them where they're like, what the fuck? It's like, bro, everything sucks. Like, this is the one thing that you think is supposed to be real. I don't know. It's kind of like Americans thinking like sports is fair, you know, meritocracy in sports, and just like really clinging on to that as a principle. Because literally everything is unfair and everything is fundamentally busted. But Americans still have this like firm and committed belief that like, no, actually, you can overcome your material realities in the field of sports.
C opened investigations into both Chun and her mother, Choi Soon-sil. By sheer luck, JTBC obtained a discarded tablet once owned by Choi Soon-sil, and on this tablet, JTBC discovered drafts of 44 different speeches and other statements that President Park had made. Choi received many of these speeches days or even hours prior to their delivery, and certain passages in those speeches were marked in red. This powerful businesswoman, this daughter of a cult leader, had access to extremely privileged information and was editing the speeches and directing the policy of the president. This
also, Chaeble's like, they get away with doing horrific shit, like both structurally but also directly, like physical violence, which is always shocking. Like, what was it? There was that famous story of the one of the Chaebles that like demanding the plane fucking land or some shit. I'm misremembering, but it's like, it's basically like you're God's chosen son. Yeah, I think it was Peanuts. Yeah, no, they are celestial dragons in One Piece, basically. The Nut Rage incident, referred to as Nutgate, Tangkong Hohang, was an air rage incident that occurred on December 5th in John F. Kennedy International Airport. On Korean Air Flight 086, Korean Air Vice President Heather Cho, Korean name Cho Hun Hyuna, later changed to Cho Sung Yong, dissatisfied with the way the flight attendants served nuts on the plane, ordered the aircraft to return to gate before takeoff. Nutgate. All first class passengers, including Cho, were given nuts bagged in their original packaging in keeping with the airline's procedures. However, Cho had expected them to be served on a plate in first class. She questioned the cabin crew chief about the standards procedure of serving the nuts. After a heated confrontation, Cho assaulted him. That's the part that is really funny. Like they throw hands, dude. When they get mad and they don't get their way, like they just fucking throw hands, and ordered him off the plane, requiring a return to the gate and delaying the flight for about 20 minutes. When the incident became public, Cho and Korean Air were heavily criticized. In the aftermath, Cho resigned from one of her several executive positions at Korean Air. She was subsequently found guilty in a South Korean court of obstructing aviation safety and given a 12-month prison sentence, of which she served 5 months. That's crazy. Austin showed he had power. Also, she had several executive positions, and it took 2 fucking years for the crew to get their job back.
Discovery struck South Korea like a lightning bolt, and mass protests erupted, followed by investigations of both the president and her staff. At the end of those investigations, a wide web of corruption was uncovered, a web so vast that we don't even have time to cover each instance of corruption in this video. Instead, we'll fast forward to the end. Park was successfully impeached, and both Choi and Park were brought before the Seoul Central District Court. Many of Park's associates, ranging from her personal aides to high-profile government officials to business tycoons, were jailed for corruption. Most notably, Shin Dong-bin, the chairman of the 5th largest chaebol in Korea, Lotte, was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for offering a bribe of $6.5 million to Choi and Park. And Lee Jae-yong, the then vice chairman, now executive chairman of the largest chaebol, Samsung, was convicted of bribery, embezzlement, perjury, and other charges. Lee Jae-yong had made payments of over $36 million to foundations owned by Choi, had given a prize horse and several $1 million to Choi's daughter as well. He did this in order to secure government support for a major restructuring of Samsung, which just so happened to allow Lee to become the head of Samsung later down the road. Park herself was convicted of abusing her power to extort money from companies.
It's kind of wild that they still go to prison, though. Like, we don't do that shit in America. Are we even more cooked? Like, at least when there's enough public pressure, like the Korean government's like, all right, you got to go to jail. Sorry. Like, who the fuck goes to jail in America, dude? Donald Trump wanted to make a pedophile the attorney general. What the fuck are we talking about?
Companies, of unlawfully pressuring Hyundai to sign a deal with a company owned by Choi and forcing them to run ads for her company, of soliciting that bribe for $6.5 million by Lotte, of forcing a telecom company to hire a close friend of Choi's, of leaking 47 confidential presidential documents to Choi, of various bribes surrounding Samsung, of receiving bribes from the National Intelligence Service, the Korean equivalent of the CIA, and more. Choi was sentenced to 20 years in prison and a fine equivalent to $16.6 million. Park was sentenced to 24 years in prison and a $16.6 million fine as well. Seems like a stunning victory for the Korean people, right? The corrupt president has been removed, the influence of the chaebols has been gouged out of the government, and now things will be better, won't they? The people are back at the top of the hierarchy now, aren't they? Well, no, I'm afraid not. The next president was Moon Jae-in. He came from the opposing political party and was not a conservative but a progressive. He ran on a platform of reforming the chaebols. He raised the minimum wage by more than 16%. He lowered the so-called maximum work week from 68 hours to 52 hours, which I will note for the record doesn't actually mean one only works for 52 hours a week. He was also in power when COVID-19 struck Korea, and his leadership is credited with substantially reducing the impact of the virus on Korea. But despite his attempts at economic reform, the chaebols were far too powerful. Although Moon himself managed to avoid allegations of corruption, members of his government, including his direct appointees, were not so fortunate. Consider Cho Kook, Moon's appointed Minister of Justice, who allegedly conducted illicit business activities and was sentenced to 2 years in prison for falsifying documents showing his son had completed a prestigious internship that he never actually did, and for forging his daughter.
Dude, why are they always doing like low-level grift? Why is it always like related? What the I mean, I know that like in Korean society, like your school, your education is like really important for your future prospects, and then you have to like get into one of these big corporations. But it's kind of funny that it's like everyone's getting popped because they're interfering with school. God damn, just fucking hire a better tutor. Like, what the fuck? The 11th richest person in the world might go to jail in America. Meet Gautam Adani, the Indian billionaire and business tycoon who was just charged with a massive bribery case in the US. Remember when I said, we don't do this to our guys? Your solution, your counter to that was, here, look at an Indian billionaire that we're going to prosecute and not actually throw in prison. Yeah, I'm sure Korea would be really fucking ruthless towards some Japanese rich person as well if they had the opportunity. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Dude, Nutgate is so
academic
funny.
Credentials. You tell me. How is the average Korean supposed to compete with behavior like this? Moon Jae-in became president on May 10th, 2017 and served until May 9th, 2022. On February 13th, 2018, Shin Dong-bin, the head of Lotte, was sentenced to 30 months in prison pursuant to the bribe issued to Choi Soon-sil in exchange for licenses which will allow Lotte to operate duty-free stores. On October 5th, 2018, a South Korean appeals court agreed to suspend his sentence to time already served, thus setting him free. He remains the CEO of Lotte to this very day.
Yeah. That's the other funny part. They go to jail, but then they like still retain their position. That's so funny. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, big dog. You still got your job. That's so stupid, dude.
Yeon, head of Samsung, was convicted on August 25th, 2017 and sentenced to 5 years in prison. He was let out on parole by the Seoul High Court, pursuant to a suspended sentence after just 11 months. The Supreme Court reviewed the case and remanded it to the High Court in 2019, and Lee was sent back to jail briefly following a retrial. Yet he would be released again on parole shortly thereafter. On August 12, 2022, Lee Jae-yong was pardoned by current Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Lee maintained control of Samsung throughout his brief time in and out of prison. PBS reports that business leaders and politicians had called for Lee's pardon. Justice Minister Han Dong-hoon stated at the time that the pardons were, and I quote, aimed at overcoming the economic crisis through encouraging business activity. It was just like what happened to the industrialists under Park Chung-hee, imprisoned, fined, and released in exchange for their cooperation. Wield the scepter, gain legitimacy, empower the chaebols, feed the beast. On December 23, 2021, President Moon Jae-in granted a special pardon to former President Park Geun-hye. This is what he said concerning the pardon. We should move into a new era by getting over the pains of the past. It's time to boldly pull together all our strengths for the future rather than fighting against each other while being preoccupied with the past. And believe it or not, even former President Lee Myung-bak received a pardon. Remember him? The president who was the former CEO of Hyundai and who took bribes from Samsung, amongst other...
Yeah, she said Obama. He said, Obama, we must not look backwards. We must look forward.
Crimes of corruption. He too was pardoned 1 year later on December 27th, 2022, by current President Yoon Suk-yeol.
And pussy too?
After all the smoke and mirrors, after all the pomp and circumstance, nothing changes.
Let me be queer.
The hierarchy reasserts itself into the proper order. And the
gay Obama grow. Be like.
And this brings us to the very end of our history lesson with the aforementioned current President Yoon Suk-yeol, a very staunch conservative who has promised exactly the same thing that each of his predecessors has. He promised to fight inequality and unemployment, and fight corruption. But he has also promised economic deregulation and a hardline stance against feminism. We won't get into the
I'm not gonna lie, chat. I had a great time today, by the way. Like looking at these long YouTube videos, I had a fantastic time. I don't care if some of you are like, man, why didn't you cover the news or whatever? But like, this shit is peak. You know, I used to do this all the time. It was fun. It was informative. It was instructive. Stop asking me to play mouthwashing. Fuck. Non-stop with this one. Non-stop. The audience is begging for you to play mouthwashing. I brought it up one time. Anyway, I will also do more of this tomorrow. I fucking did 9 hours, dude. It like time just blew by. Didn't even pay attention. Didn't even realize what was going on. But I'll be back tomorrow with more fun shit. Okay. SNL Sundays. You already know what it is. We'll get some news as well. I'm gonna finish Arcane maybe tonight. Who knows? Also, you know, don't forget this is a hate crime apparently. But love you all. No Grant tonight. Kaya. And I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Peace.
Just begun. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at Chip Prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken.